a title. To me, a championship won't take away what happened in that game. You can suppress those memories with better memories, but I don't think I'll ever get over what happened 5 months ago to the day.
Well, there'll always be scars. And right now that scar is still forming, and that scab is there, and you keep picking at it, and it starts to bleed a little bit because it's still so fresh. And it's not the one play of Vildor. For me, it's really about a minute and 45 seconds of that game that if you take that minute and 45 out, then Detroit's playing in the Super Bowl. We all know that you can't do that. It is the fact that they come out, San Francisco gets the ball first, they go down, and the defense takes a stand. They force a field goal. And you're like, all right, that's the best that San Francisco has. We took their best shot, and now we're going to respond. And we go down with a 4-minute drive, and then all of a sudden, at 4th and 2, Josh Reynolds is open, ball in his hands. He's been so reliable all season long. Those plays happened as a routine throughout 17 weeks of the regular season, and he does something that we never thought could happen. He drops the ball. San Francisco gets the ball back, and then literally 2 plays later, they're down on the 4-yard line because the ball goes off Vildor's mask and into Brendan Ayuk's hands. They eventually score, and you almost think that the Lions are going to make another stop because they forced a 3rd down. And then the Lions get the ball back with a chance to respond, and the ball's laid on the ground by Jahmyr Gibbs. That minute and 45, that's all it took of game time. Now, it obviously in real time, it took about, 20, 25 minutes.
Felt like forever.
But that minute and 45, I'll never forget those set of plays. And it can be lessened a little bit. Like you mentioned, The Pistons, the Phantom Foul, you come back with back-to-back championships. They have an opportunity this year to right some wrongs. They get a trip to Dallas, all right? They can right a wrong. Mm-hmm. You get a trip to San Francisco, second to last week of the season. You get a chance to right a wrong. But it really won't go away until the Lions finally win an NFC championship, get to a Super Bowl. And I don't even think that is what lessens the pain of what was last year. You got to win a Super Bowl. And do they win back-to-back Super Bowls? Is that Is that the correlation from the Pistons back in the 80s and now the Lions in the 2020s?
Hey, let's forget about back-to-back. They win one Super Bowl, people are going to go bonkers.
Oh, sure. They're going to lose their minds. And that's what we all want. We saw the draft. We know what it will be like in Detroit. We can only somewhat imagine. I don't think reality will surpass anything that we can imagine at this point.
It would be unbelievable. I still remember the moment that I wasn't overly panicking when Ayuk caught that deflection. It was a ridiculous play, and you're upset that it happened, but I thought, I'm not going to panic yet. This team has handled some adversity, right? Nobody plays a perfect 4 quarters, and they had to dig out of some deficits, and they had to ice away some games, and I felt like, okay, it's all going to be all right. You just stem the tide here. You get back on offense. But when Gibbs fumbled the ball, that's kind of when my heart sank. And I go, oh, no. This is officially starting to unravel on him now. This is officially a game. It never should have been a game. You're up 17 points at the half. I think it was 7-8 yards per play. Every time they snapped the ball, they were moving at 8 yards at a time. This offensive line, this run game, just go out and have a workmanlike second half, put this thing on ice, and we're going to the Super Bowl. I wasn't willing to consider that they were going to lose until Gibbs fumbled the ball, and I thought, now they've officially opened the door. Now momentum has not slightly shifted. It's an avalanche of momentum that's gone the other way. Not to open up any wounds or anything, but how do you guys feel 5 months later? 248-539-9797. I'm not over it. John's not over it. I have not rewatched it. You have rewatched this. How many times have you rewatched this?
I've rewatched the second half at a minimum 10 times, maybe a dozen times.
Just the second half.
Just the second half, because as a former player, you know what went well in the first half. You know what you set yourself up for. You want to watch the mistakes. How do we correct the mistakes? And whether it was a blocking mistake, it was a drop pass, it was a fumble, it was a missed opportunity, because there are other things in that game where maybe you had a receiver that was a better option for Goff and it was a check down or it was a dropped ball. So, there were just so many missed opportunities in the second half, and you just look and you try and figure out, okay, how can we prevent those moving forward? I have no part in it right now, which is the frustrating part. As fans, they feel that frustration as well. But when you hear it, it gives you a little bit of a sense of comfort to hear that Penei Sewell, when he talks about it, and he has watched the same thing over and over, that it eats at him. That's what will drive this team to strive for more until they eventually get there.
Some ticket text talking about Dean.
Oh, mean Dean.
Dean must be the guy that cuts me off every morning. Zero common courtesy, signed Ryan. Dean, if you don't care about children or pets, how about veterans who have PTSD and are shell-shocked? Come on, Dean, a little respect, please. A couple more ticket texts. Dean is the part of the deterioration of common respect. There's a window of days for fireworks to be launched. The I don't care about others mentality is selfish. I don't think Dean would care that he's being called selfish. I think Dean knows. Some text on the Lions. Stop talking about it. You're making me sad. Are you guys trying to hurt me? Tony in Metamora. Another one says, I've watched it about 10 times. I'll never get over it. My last text that day said 28 minutes till the Super Bowl.
Screenshot.
Get them next year. I do think the offseason they've had the expectations for this year. That's why we asked the question, has it subsided? Have you made the shift, put it in the rearview mirror, or does it still bother you maybe as much as it did on that day? It's 97.1. That was the final last night out in Anaheim. That's Greg's way of reminding me that we do have a baseball team. 5-0 loss to start their road trip, and they were shut down by noted ace Davis Daniel.
Who?
He made his first career start.
Is this a super rookie?
No, he's 27 years old. He had a 5.3 ERA in AAA. Davis Daniel, through 8 innings of shutout baseball, struck out 8, walked 0, and gave up only 4 hits. It's the only such start in the history of baseball for a guy making his debut. Go get 'em, Tigers.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yes. Some ticket text on the Lions. Speaking of unfortunate.
Yeah.
5 months ago to the day, we asked the question, did you get over it? Does it sit with you forever? Because we had those conversations in real time, and it was like, well, time heals all wounds, or does it? Ticket texter says, Campbell lost the team when he kicked the field goal at the end of the half instead of doing what he usually does, going for it. That was their identity. Gamble up 17. Go for another touchdown. He didn't. I feel he deflated the team switching gears. That's from Richard.
It was a 17-play drive, just under 5 minutes, and your ball's on the 3-yard line. That is one where, I think it'll be interesting when we get a chance to talk to him, whether it's on the record or off the record. How much does that call eat at him? Is that eat at him more that he didn't go for it, didn't try to put the nail in the coffin, versus the 4th and 2?
I don't agree that it lost the team. I do think it's a fair question about he did go against what he had been. I mean, this is a dude that went for it 7 yards out on a 2-point conversion. And I said I was going to do it. I was going to do it. Stubbornly would go for it at times.
Yeah.
From the 3, it felt in his DNA to go for it. He did not do that. They end up kicking a field goal. It put them up 3 scores, though. Like he says, they were up 17. They were up 14. They kicked the field goal to go up 3 scores. I think there's some power in being up 3 scores going into the half. Now, in the second half, you can't kick field goals and let the team hang around. You do have to put the game away, and he attempted to put the game away with a 4th and 2, and his receiver dropped the ball. I don't blame Campbell for it. To this day, I don't blame Campbell for that.
I felt like a week after the dust settled from all the emotions from that game that would be the regret that he had. Because
at the end of the half,
power of hindsight leads you there, because that's the identity of the team. And, I thought at that time that, because I kind of supported kicking the field goal when Reynolds dropped it to cement the 3-score lead again. But if you're going to go with who this team really was, going for it. But there's also a philosophical difference. You got to look at the opponent sometimes. I've noticed this in the NFL. Coaches will really start to stray from the run with a 3-touchdown deficit. Not a 3-score, a 3-touchdown.
The psychology of it.
Yeah, and does Shanahan, one of the keys to the 49er comeback was that they did stay committed to the run.
They did. I wonder about, too, the decision-making. If you go for it at the end of the half and don't get it, they get the ball in a 2-score game. If they get a touchdown out of the half, you take the half that you have outplayed them, and it's a 1-score game.
But he was being who he was all year. Wink, wink.
Well,
by doing that. See, that's where that works both ways. Why, because I think he would have been crucified if he would have gone for it, not gotten points.
Yes,
and then San Francisco wins the game. They would have said, "Look, your reckless decision here."
You can call it the inconsistency if you want. I understand that. I didn't have an issue with the half, and I didn't have an issue with the 4th and 2. You could say, how is that possible? They're 2 different decisions. 4th and 2, you're trying to make a play in the second half. You don't want to kick field goals on the road. You're trying to put the game away. You trust your offense. It didn't work out. I don't blame him because Reynolds dropped the ball or the Gibbs fumbled the ball or the Vildor didn't make a play on the ball. Those things lost them the game more than whether or not Campbell should have kicked a field goal on a short yardage 4th down. He did them all year, and they benefited from doing it all year. The decision he's getting ripped for is the one he did in the second half.
Yeah.
And the one in the second half I think is entirely defensible based on personnel, based on the type of team they are, and the goal. You're not playing to hang around. You're playing to go put them away. Field goals on the road are opening the door for a comeback. It's 2 yards. Go get the 2 yards.
And so if you're always looking for, okay, how do you get over this? And obviously you can't until you get back on the field. That's what makes a loss during the season so tough is unlike baseball, you're not back out there the next day. Same with basketball, same with hockey. Football, you've got most of the time it's 7 days before you get another bite at the apple. In the offseason, it's even worse because you can't get back on the field. But do you believe with the roster that this is a better team more talent, more
Yes.
experience,
Yes.
that it's a better team than the one that they put on the field against San Francisco at the end of the year.
Yeah. I think they added a Pro Bowler on the offensive line, which is already a really good, maybe the best offensive line in football now, especially with Kelsey leaving in Philadelphia. I think the best offensive line, could be argued, is the Detroit Lions offensive line, which is the engine for all this. And then defensively, you add a guy in the middle of your defense to stuff the run, which they already did at a very high level, but underrated pass rusher in DJ Reader, right? And then their thing is, we had to blitz at the end of the year to get pressure, but it left our corners on an island. So we're going to rebuild the entire corner room. 2 rookies and a proven vet. We're going to move Branch around, look for a year 2 leap from him, look for a year 2 leap from Campbell at the linebacker spot. Yeah, I expect the defense to be better. I expect the team to be better. I think they're absolutely a team that can win the Super Bowl. They're a team that should expect to win the Super Bowl. We've talked about that. And maybe, I will continue to say, it won't undo the NFC title game, but you can replace those memories and suppress those memories with better times for the upcoming season. We're going to talk a little bit about the Red Wings at 9:35. No, we don't have the pending Yzerman move, although keep an eye this weekend going into Monday. There's a discussion with the organization with Pavel Datsyuk. We want to have that. But first, Heather with the news.
Some lucky Michigander just won the largest Fantasy 5 jackpot in the state's history. So this lucky player bought the ticket in New Baltimore and won just over $963,000. That's the largest jackpot since, I must have written this down wrong. I said since 2024, but it is 2024. So who knows? It's the largest jackpot ever, though. So that's exciting. Now, the winner hasn't come forward yet. It just happened. So they have a year to go and claim their winnings. So congrats to somebody out there. Go check your tickets. There's a woman that says she's been gambling at Detroit's MGM Grand Casino for over 20 years, but now she claims she won big and they aren't paying her. She hasn't received her money, so she is suing them. So according to the lawsuit, the woman says that back on October 30th, she and a friend went to the casino. She was playing, what is progressive blackjack?
I don't know.
You know, because I was just,
I know
I saw blackjack, but I don't know what progressive blackjack is.
It sounds like it escalates, right? Your winnings are exponentially get bigger and bigger and bigger.
So that's what she was playing. Sat down. She ended up winning $127,000, right? So exciting. She went to go claim her money, but she says that they said, no, sorry, you can't get your money because you're trespassing. And she said, excuse me, what? And the casino told her that it all stemmed from this incident that took place back in 2015 when she was in a fight with, she says, her cousin, but they accused her of panhandling, told her she had to leave the casino. They escorted her out. She says at the time they told her it was a ban for only like 24 to 48 hours. She says she's been back over and over and over, gambling there, losing her money there. And now that she's won, they're not paying her. She says she's tried to settle this, respectively and quietly, but she's got no choice now but to sue because they're not giving her money.
Yeah, the fact that they kept letting her back in and taking her money only to then throw a fit when she finally wins big.
If she was in fact banned, she should not have been allowed to get back into the casino.
She should actually argue that she wants all of the money she had previously lost over the last years and years and years.
She is asking for some extra money. So she wants her winnings plus an extra $75,000. So she is asking for more on top of what she already won.
Got to pay for those legal fees.
Yeah. 5 Hour Energy just unveiled a new caffeinated barbecue sauce.
What?
Yes, and it's just for the summer. It's actually, I don't know if they're going to sell it like in stores or not, but they are giving away 12-ounce bottles through their website, so you can jump online and get some. They just were unveiled yesterday. Those have already, I guess, sold out, if you want to say.
Yeah.
But they're going to do it again on July 2nd, July 9th, and July 16th. And they say there's only one flavor, and it's peach mango.
What?
I'm guessing John won't like it, but each serving has 60 milligrams of caffeine, which is kind of like a weak cup of coffee.
Right, yeah.
More caffeine than
Well, cup of coffee is like, what, 95?
Yes. So it's less than a cup of coffee, more than like a bottle of Coke or a can of Coke. So they say in their press release, they say it's part of a plan to redefine what 5 Hour Energy is and can be. And they're excited to be the first energy brand to offer a caffeinated sauce that helps you stay focused and keep the party going.
I was going to ask what the need was for this. Was anybody in the barbecue space saying if only there was a...
Gosh, if only there was a sauce that could keep me up, wide awake and refreshed.
Because typically barbecue will have the opposite
effect.
though.
5 Hour Energy, like the shot.
Yeah.
It doesn't have caffeine in it, right? I thought that was the selling point.
Well, it definitely has some form of energy in it. I don't know what it. Well, maybe it's the same with this barbecue sauce. I don't have the ingredient list, so I don't know what they're adding, like B12 or like. They say it's caffeinated. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a pick-me-up. Is this because, like, if you have a lot of barbecue, you just want to kind of lay down in the couch and
puts you to sleep?
And it puts you to sleep. But is this kind of the counteract to you can eat barbecue and not be a couch potato and just keep going? I don't know. And why is that the only flavor?
Like, I know, and when I saw it, I was like, John's gonna hate this peach mango.
I don't hate
I like it.
You can do different things with barbecue, and like peach can kind of complement it, but peach mango is
I like peach mango salsa.
That's a pretty distinct flavor. If you want this to be something that people try, maybe make it a little more of a crowd pleaser.
It all depends on the meat. That's one that you would put more on some form of fish or chicken. You're not going to put that on your ribs,
right?
I mean, at least I wouldn't. I know some people might, but no.
Maybe they'll just eat sauce without the meat.
Oh.
Just to get the caffeine.
Just to get the caffeine and sugar?
I'm really tired. I'll just have a little
so instead of a cup
sauce.
of coffee in the morning. Yeah. Okay.
Shot of sauce.
Just saying.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, Pavel Datsyuk, Hockey Hall of Famer. No debate, no dispute, deserves to be there. Jersey number going to be retired? I think a lot of people would say yes. But should it be retired before 91? What's going on? It's next, 97.1. One of the most exciting players in all of Detroit sports, Pavel Datsyuk. The Magic Man, Datsyukian Deeks. Stanley Cup champion twice over. will be inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and there's really no debate there. This is once he was eligible, he was going to get in, first ballot Hall of Famer. The Red Wings have done a good job honoring some of the greats that have played in the winged wheel. You would imagine number 13 gets retired, John?
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't. He's one of the greatest Red Wings ever, and you think about what he was able to do, and it has nothing to do with draft position, but what he was able to do as a 6th-round pick. To be able to have that type of career, be a guy that was counted on day in, day out for so many years, so many cups, and now that he's a Hockey Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, I think he should have it retired.
Defensive-minded, too. 3 Selke Award winners, the little stuff that you want on winning teams. No, he was beloved. He's as big a fan favorite as there was in that era, right? And I would compare a little bit of what he did on skates to some of what Barry did in the 90s with cleats, right? Just the putting people out of their shoes, getting away with moves that nobody had gotten away with before. Yes, his number should be retired. His 13 should hang in the rafters after 91 goes up. I don't understand why we'd be jumping the line. There's a guy who won a hockey MVP, who won 3 Stanley Cups, who is a Hockey Hall of Famer. Sergei Fedorov still does not have his number retired. To me, it would be wrong to put Pav up before you figure out what is going on with this Fedorov thing. Do you agree with me that 91's got to go up before 13? Or are we going to keep playing this game where we just pretend like 91's shadow retired and no one can wear it without ever actually deciding whether or not he's going up there or not?
Yeah, I don't know what the politics are inside the Red Wings organization as to why it hasn't gone up. I mean, we could all sit there and speculate. You know, he wanted to leave.
Yeah.
And he did.
He did, yeah.
But he won 3 cups here. I would ask you this. Do you think he's a top 50 hockey player of all time?
Fedorov? Yeah. I mean, off the top of my head, I'd say yes, without sitting and rattling off all the names. Yeah, I think he's one of the all-time greats.
So if he's one of the all-time greats in the game of hockey, and he was here, he won 3 cups here, he won an MVP here.
Last wing to do it.
Yeah, his 91 should be up. It should be formally retired, not just no one's going to wear it.
Is there thought you have to be a lifelong Red Wing? Is that now like a criteria that they've just invented to keep him from, like, because he did. He played in Anaheim and Columbus, and he nearly left for Carolina. Clearly, he was trying to get paid late 90s, early 2000s, and eventually left Detroit. And clearly there was bad blood with the organization where they have not honored him since.
Well, we could get an answer on that. Not necessarily whether his jersey's going up or not, but if they do pursue Stamkos,
right,
is he going to wear it?
Okay, I think the Stamkos thing is in play. I do. Not just, hey, we want something fun to talk about on the radio.
Right.
I think it's in play. And if he signs here, I don't think he would wear 91.
Do you think that would be his decision?
No.
I'm not going to wear it because there was a legend that wore it before me. Or is that going to be Stevie Y saying, hey, part of you coming here is you're not going to wear 91?
I would assume he'd want to wear 91, right? And if he doesn't...
I think so. He's worn it his entire career.
And if he doesn't, I think it's because he was told you can't. But at that point, the charade is like, oh, what are we doing,
right.
man?
Yeah.
Bring Sergei back. Put it up there. Let bygones be bygones. I mean, Mike Ilitch may have had his issues with Sergei. I don't know what... Was it passed down? Was this a dying breath? Don't you dare let them ever put 91 in the rafters? I don't know why we're still doing this.
And what were the conversations between him and Mr. I? What were the conversations between him and Steve? What was the relationship like?
There's clearly something from the past here that's still being carried over today. I don't know if there was some promise granted from, Mike Ilitch to Chris Ilitch when, it was becoming clear that Chris was going to become more and more the owner, the transition before Mike's death and all that. But I don't know how much of it's back then and how much of this is playing somewhere else for a couple of years. Several? Would it be several years?
Yeah. More than one or
but
two.
His best years.
I will say the one common thing with the jerseys in the rafters for the Red Wings is they've pretty much played their whole career as a Red Wing. Datsuk did. He never actually played again outside on another NHL team. He didn't play for Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much of that it is. I would say it goes back to the friction from Sergei signing the offer sheet and all that.
Yeah.
I'm with Jim. I think it would be very weird to have Datsuk's jersey up there and not Fedorov's. That's just the way I feel.
If they're going to do that, though, then they may as well hand Stamkos 91. right?
Yeah,
And-
but
and-
no, and that's where we go. The soft jersey retirement,
that's what I
which
don't
is so
get.
stupid.
At this point, it's been long enough. You've drawn your line in the sand. Let everybody know where that line is.
I mean, Sergei signed an offer sheet with the Carolina Hurricanes after they won their first cup in '97.
Mm-hmm.
He did not play for the Red Wings until they matched and all that stuff, and he joined the team in February. It was a very ugly thing. I don't think that Mike Ilitch liked that he did that. It's been 25 years. Okay, I mean he did a lot of good things here. Everybody wants it. There's not this percentage of people that are Red Wing fans that don't want this are small.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
Right.
If you don't want 91 retired, you want somebody to eventually wear it again, because this whole, informally retired, to me is total BS. So if you're not going to let anybody wear it again, then just formally retire it, bring them back, mend the fences, and be a part of it. But if you're a fan that says, no, it should never be retired, in fact, you should give it to whoever else wants it, give it to the next rookie drafted, give us a call. Tell us why.
248-539-9797. And I did think there was a chance some of this would get sorted out with Yzerman back in the organization, right? A teammate of Sergei Fedorov's, the highest ranking hockey mind in the organization. You would think he would apply a little pressure like, hey, and I know Sergei may have done X, Y, and Z, but at the end of the day, he's a friend, he's a legend, and you think, and maybe Yzerman's tried and he just is getting told no. But I thought that would help soften the blow a little bit with Steve back in the fold, that they would eventually honor his Hall of Fame teammate who spent more than a dozen years in Detroit.
And 3 cups.
Yeah.
An MVP. Like, the resume is sometimes better than some of those that already have their number retired.
So Datsuk played his entire career for the Wings. He played 953 games. Fedorov played 908 games for the Red Wings. They played about the same number of games in the winged wheel. Like, it just, the more you dive into this, you go, just drop the charade. It should be done. 99% of the fans would love to see it happen. Or if you're not going to do it, I don't know, let Stamkos wear it, or
let somebody else wear it so we can just move on.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says Sprong was told no about 91 last year. He talked about it in an interview. I didn't see this. He apparently talked about it in an interview last season and said when he asked, the team basically laughed at him like, no, we're not giving you 91. Well, then what are we doing?
Or are they just waiting for somebody special to wear it again?
Stamkos.
Well, I think it would. I mean, I would love for Stamkos to be here, but that's not the level of special I'm talking about.
Okay.
You want to see some phones light up, John? If the Wings get Stamkos and he wears 91, there will be outrage.
You think so?
Oh, I'm sure there will be. I have no doubt.
By the older Red Wing fans that watch Fedorov, people might lose their mind.
But I would at least respect the finality to this. I wouldn't like it. I don't think they should do that, but I would at least respect the finality of
It could be 91 could end up being like 20 is for the Lions. So you had Lem Barney and Billy Sims and
Barry Sanders. Hey, just pass it on to great players. 30 belongs up there before 13 and 91. Ticket Texter says being a Red Wing was who Ozzy was. 13 and 91 were in it for the business. Love what they did, but no way they should be up there before Chris Osgood. Signed, Chris. Was it sent by Ozzy?
I doubt it.
I don't think he'd be stumping on the ticket.
Yeah, but I mean, he's been in the Hall of Fame since 2015. And if you're going to do it for Datsuk, who's going in this year, then, I mean, again, I don't know what they're waiting for.
So what's the criteria? Like, Shanahan's not in the Hall of Fame, right? So there's really no outcry to put 14. He wasn't drafted here. He did spend time here and win cups here, but I don't think anybody's clamoring for Shanny. I didn't think there was this underground movement for Chris Osgood to get his number retired.
No. Maybe get in the Hall of Fame, but...
Yeah, that was one of the old bits for years.
Yeah.
Should he be in? Was he just, the benefit of a good team, or was he himself a Hall of Famer? He was a tweener. Fedorov was a no-doubter, and Datsuk was a no-doubter, and I think both numbers should be up there. The other name would be eventually, if Zetterberg gets in, does 40 go up there? Won a Conn Smythe, captain of the team, whole career with the Detroit Red Wings.
The other thing, too, is Ilitch has owned the Tigers, and the Tigers were always very, it was hard to get a jersey retired. Now they're retiring Leland's 10. I mean, it just seems Jim Leland's getting his jersey number retired, who didn't play here.
Didn't win a title here.
Didn't win a title.
And Sergei Fedorov isn't. The judgment being made, it doesn't seem consistent.
Anyway, you guys can respond on the ticket text 248-539-9797. Would love to hear from some fans as we wrap up on a Friday. It's 97.1. Can I blame Wikipedia?
What's that?
Ticket texters, they love to correct you when you make a mistake. And I appreciate it. That's the relationship we have. Brendan Shanahan is in the Hockey Hall of Fame, has been there for more than a decade. We were talking about this off-air the other day, and on Wikipedia, it did not list it. And I was a little shocked. Probably should have dug a little deeper. Shanahan is in the Hall of Fame. He is not retired by the Red Wings. Neither is Fedorov. Neither is Osgood. What's going on? Will Datsuk get his number retired? Now a Hockey Hall of Famer. Will 13 be in the rafters? 248-539-9797. Keith in Oak Park. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Yes, Fedorov's number should definitely be retired. I hope they don't do to him what they did to Red Kelly. The poor guy he died 2 months after they retired his number. He was well into his 90s. People were saying for years to retire the guy's number. He was a fabulous hockey player. And Datsuk's number should be retired too. But you got to do Fedorov before you do Datsuk. Fedorov's been in the Hall of Fame already for quite some time.
Yeah, he went in 2015.
Yeah.
Correct. So they should. I mean, this is a no-brainer. The Ilitches are just being they're holding a grudge because he went to Anaheim, and he did take less money to go there, by the way. But that's should be enough already. It should be water under the bridge. The Red Wings don't win the Cup without Sergei Fedorov. That's just a fact. And he's one of the 10 greatest Red Wings to ever put on the Red Wing uniform. That number belongs in the rafters. It's a shame that it's not.
100% with you, Keith. It should be up there. End the charade. This idea that no one's been allowed to wear 91, but it's not retired. It's petty. It needs to stop. Ticket Texture points out a great thing here. Calvin Johnson and Barry Sanders, if they can mend their relationships with an organization, the Red Wings need to mend fences with 91 and retire the jersey already.
There are, obviously a correlation between what they've been able to do as ownership for the Detroit Lions with Barry Sanders as well as Calvin Johnson. And this is as quickly for Calvin Johnson as, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
When Sheila presented him and she was getting
she got booed.
She got booed, all of those things. And she continued to try to make it about Calvin, but to be able to have that moment at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything kind of started to get tied up for the Lions. They started figuring everything out, whether, it's hiring the right people, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, and backing those guys when times got tough and they were 1-6 in that second season, to, breaking bread with Calvin Johnson, and before that, making sure Barry Sanders got back within the good graces of the organization. It's just, does that add any wins? No, but is it good for harmony within the organization? Yes.
Sure.
Yes, and fans want to see Calvin at Lions events and Barry at Lions events. It's just, it's overdue.
Well, and you think about the history of the Detroit Lions. There's not a lot to celebrate in terms of wins. So who do we get a chance to celebrate? Our sports heroes. And two of the biggest sports heroes over the last 30 years were Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson.
Texter says Yzerman should lobby for Fedorov. Without Sergei, Stevie never wins a cup, kind of echoing the point from the caller. This one says, guys, Terry Sawchuk played multiple seasons with the Leafs, yet his number's there. There's something else keeping 91 from the rafters. Sergei deserves to be there. Brian in Belleville.
Again, it goes back to the offer sheet and all that stuff. And then he said he wanted out of here. He took less to leave the second time around when he was a true free agent. It's bitterness. I mean, it's very similar. There are not many similarities or differences between the Yzerman, Fedorov, Ilitch dynamic and the JV Scherzer Ilitch dynamic. Max should have been happy with the same offer that JV got. Well, Max wasn't. Max was a year later, and Max bet on himself.
He left.
Yeah.
Went on to.
I mean, in the end,
Cy Youngs and World Series.
Scherzer was right.
Yeah,
but Fedorov wasn't.
No. But there's hard feelings.
I mean,
clearly.
Sergei could have been part of the 08-09 team.
It would have been the last 2 years of his career. I think 09 was the last season.
That would have been pretty
Sergei.
cool, wouldn't it? He wouldn't have prevented him from winning those.
No.
John, quick question. Former athlete, Hall of Fame, or jersey retired? Bigger honor.
That's a good question for him.
Hall of Fame. Because it's one that's recognized more than just in your town. It's one that's recognized throughout whatever sport it is. What you did was so good that you're one of the best that ever played. Now, if you could do that, the other one should come along with it, where if if you're one of the best that ever played, now in your city, you're most likely one of the best that ever donned the jersey. And how many in front of you wore that number? How many after you could ever do the same in that number?
I think you're right, but I would ask, getting your jersey number retired by a team would mean that you were synonymous with one team, which is kind of a cool thing. We see that less and less now, but that's pretty cool to say, like, I spent 12 years somewhere and we had all these great moments, as opposed to you could be a Hall of Famer and kind of bounce around and play for 4 or 5 teams. You're still a Hall of Famer, but you don't have that home base that being a retired number is.
But if you asked almost any hockey fan who knows anything about that era, the Red Wings and everything that was going on, who would be synonymous with Sergei Fedorov? The Red Wings.
Yeah. The Russian Five. I mean, come on, the mythology is there.
I mean, that's so. If you're known as a Detroit Red Wing, as the majority of your career, where you had the majority of your success, just because he went somewhere at the end of his career, or because there was some spite, maybe he wanted to get out earlier, he was eventually able to get out. It doesn't matter what he was doing. He was able to put that aside and still be able to go on the ice and win for you.
I just think, though, that we always have fun with the Strahan thing with you. The fact that you were the most annoying person to play against one of the best pass rushers of his generation might be the favorite thing I know about you. Seriously. I just think that is like the ultimate respect.
To know that there was a guy that is a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
And the one that he hated to play against the most was you.
And now the thing about it was a huge shout out, actually, if you think about it. It was a compliment, not maybe the nicest of words. Well, yeah. But he said the most annoying or the hardest person to play against was a non-Hall of Famer. Yeah, and you've admitted that on the air. You believe you fell just short, that you were like right below that level of a player.
Yeah, and I got nominated for a few years,
right,
and never made it past the first nomination. And for me, I mean that to me was a tremendous honor. But to know that there were guys that I played against that are in the Hall of Fame who hated to play against me,
it's so good.
It's a badge of honor.
I'll take it.
That's awesome.
I will certainly take it.
Tom, you said there was like an undercurrent on the ticket text and people doing like, oh, Fedorov was a prima donna. Or
he was. He didn't live up to his potential probably because he was always, there was little distractions and stuff. I just think to those people, when push came to shove and he was asked to play defense, he played it. And it takes a tremendous amount of lowering your pride or your ego to do that because you're hurting your stats. You might be hurting how much money you make. He made the team decision instead of the me decision when it came to that.
We'll see with Pavel Datsyuk. Draft tonight for the Red Wings. I know it's not like headline stuff. They're going to draft someone who will be a couple years away. But there we go. There's your tie-in for hockey tonight. Gator is in the studio. I'm excited to talk to him. Gator, what's up?
Morning.
All right. Hi.
A little chilly in here?
It is a little bit. It's okay.
Oh, you rubbing your hands together?
Well, I'm excited. Let's get this Friday on.
Yeah. I mean, we're here.
Let's go.
Congratulations.
Did you stay
You
up
made
and
it
watch
to Friday.
Thank you.
Did you stay up and watch the Tigers last night?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that decision?
The game was quick. I mean,
you didn't have to get up early
either.
either.
That bad, but no, judging by how tired I was this morning, and the dog's look on her face when I was getting ready to get out of bed, maybe I could have gone to bed a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Daniel Davis, whatever the guy's name is.
I don't know, man.
Gator, come on.
I mean, as Tiger fans, we've seen this a million times, right? Where a pitcher makes his starting debut. I know this guy's been up for a few games, but it was his starting debut. And, of course, they hold the Tigers' offense to nothing.
4 hits.
23 out of 81 games this year have been 1 run or less for the Tigers' offense. 23 out of 81. Are you kidding me? This is how bad this offense is. And I know people have already, we've kind of hinted at it throughout the season, like with the hot seat for not for AJ Hinch necessarily, but how about for a move though, and not necessarily a personnel player move, but maybe you need to revisit who's instructing these players.
Saying fire one of the 3 hitting coaches.
Well, you got like half dozen hitting coaches or whatever it is. Go ahead, let's maybe make a move, or do we need to evaluate that because this is it's
not working.
Pathetic. It's, I mean, when people say things like, "This is unacceptable," Well, what does it mean?
Right. If
Well,
you're not accepting
what are you
it,
gonna do
then-
about it?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So for me, I think this is something where you can say this is unacceptable. So what do? You got to make a change. I think they need to make a change with a hitting coach. Go to the minors and see why are these guys hitting down there, but when they get up here and they can't. Now I get it that the talent level's a little bit different when you get to the majors compared to Double-A Erie, but something has changed where these guys they don't have the confidence when they get here or whatever. And I mean, Wencel Perez got off to a great start. Now he's dropped significantly, and his OPS is well below 700 during this last 30 games or whatever it is. And I think it's a major concern for me. And I know fans don't like to see the offense be as impotent as it is, but in that time we do something with that.
Gator, I'm with you. I see Doug has a robust stack of papers.
Yeah,
What's the plan?
I'm a mess today. I'm just trying to get organized. That's what we'll do. We'll get organized over the next. This is going to be one hell of an organized show. It's not right now, just for the record.
Yeah.
I did say yesterday.
Mess.
We were talking about the round 2 for the Pistons yesterday and going through some names. And I don't know if you heard what I said yesterday, but I was very concerned that the Pistons were going to select a player whose last name could be a nightmare. And it's the guy they traded up to get. Bobby Klintman.
Yes.
Is going to be a tough
Careful.
one.
Well done.
Be careful.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one. And I kind of wish they didn't draft him. But after watching a highlight reel on him, hey, who knows? Maybe 3 years after drafting the stash, he could be good. I don't know. He's got the length, athleticism.
Shoot
Maybe
a little
he could
bit.
be something. He can.
Yeah.
Seems like he can
And
shoot.
you can-
He likes to finish around the rim.
Names aside, you can start to see the trend for this front office is they love athletic guys.
Good. They should. Let's
Yeah.
get guys. I'm all about getting guys that can play defense, and I know people are bent out of shape about, this guy can't shoot, that guy can't shoot. How about you get your shooters in free agency, right? Go sign KCP. Does that help solve some problems? You know,
Could.
get the
help.
guys you already that can shoot. They're in the NBA and they're free agents and they're kind of cheap. Go get them. You know, don't worry about who you're drafting because I think they've got a plan and we'll see how that works out.
You got Carson Anderson coming up. They'll get organized. They'll have the show ready. It's 97.1, maybe.
you frazzled today?
Yeah, a little bit.
Running behind?
So I shouldn't be. But you know when suddenly and look, not everybody's job has hard deadlines like we're on the air at 10 a.m. But my computer is dragging. And because of that,
But
everything
that's a first.
Yeah. Everything that I had prepared wasn't,
Wasn't ready to go.
It wasn't ready to go. I print stuff out. It's good to have, I've tried different ways to get ready for the show where I just have files on my computer and Google Drive or print it out. And I found that printing it out is way easier to stay organized for me. And yeah.
You need an extra couple minutes? Want me to vamp?
Well, I think I don't know. I had 7 live reads I get to record today. So which is funny. Record the live read.
Well, there's a reason you're recording.
Yes, that's true. But anyway, so I have to record 7 of them. I couldn't get any of them to download because my computer is, so let's just say when we were getting to crunch time, I was running behind. And so am I frazzled? Yes. Does it have anything to do? Is there anything I could have done about it? Probably not. And this is the bat signal to Robbie, the engineer, the crew, to please help with the computer because it was a mess. It was a mess. I didn't unplug it and plug it back in.
Oh, you didn't do
the
that?
Universal,
Right.
all-encompassing way to fix things. Unplug it and plug it back in. Which might be what America needs. But anyway, how are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm okay. I was talking with the crosstalk as you were trying to figure things out about how I'm at the point now where I think things with the Tigers are at an unacceptable level. With them having 7 games below 500 record, with scoring 1 run or 0 runs in 23 of the 81 games so far this season. 23 of the 81 games. That's insane that it's that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say unacceptable, then we hold ourselves accountable because we hear people say it all the time. Okay, then you call them out. What does that mean? I don't know.
You're ready for consequence.
I'm ready for a consequence, and the consequence to me has to be that someone needs to be sacrificed from the triumvirate of hitting coaches they have. Mm-hmm. They're not getting it done, and it's easy to. And my first finger of blame. Let me say this: my first finger that I'm pointing the blame at is at the players because they're the ones that have to go up and execute. They're not doing it. Okay, but at some point when you've got a whole team, save for Riley Green and Matt Vierling, when you got an entire roster that they can't hit right now, something's got to change. You got to rattle a cage. You got to do something and doing it because you should have been doing an introspective on this weeks ago about, okay, let's take a look before we make a move. What can we do to make things better? And are we doing the best we can to set these guys up for a position of success? And I'm sure they've done all this stuff. Like AJ Hinch is not a stupid man. All right? I respect AJ Hinch. I think he's very, very intelligent. All right, Stanford guy. He's a smart guy. Knows what he's doing. But at this point, what they have been doing, what they've been trying to doing, isn't working. And it's a big departure because if they can't hit, then they can't do the other things that help them win, which we saw when we saw flashes of them winning games in the last couple of years. They were running the bases. They were stealing bases. And in today's Major League Baseball, where it's so much to the advantage of the base runner in stealing a base, it's a real weapon. You got to be doing it. But they don't get on base. So if you can't get on base, you can't steal second, and it's a real problem. And I know that Scott Harris has his, philosophy of controlling the strike zone and all that. And I'll sign up for it. I think that's awesome. Preach, brother, preach. But not enough guys are subscribing to that, and we have a team that is historically bad from an offensive standpoint once again. So. We can keep shuffling guys between Toledo and Detroit, but I think we need to look at a bigger piece, which to me is the instruction they're getting. And, maybe these guys are doing a great job, but the results certainly aren't there. So maybe it's time to try something new and find new blood with a hitting instructor.
Yep.
Ditto?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It is what it is. It's
yeah. And I wish
you know what? Seriously,
yeah.
I think right now people feel better about the Pistons than they do the Tigers.
That might be the case. And I wish I had names for an answer, because that's the other thing we like to do. Okay, give me something. And I don't know
what's the solution. Yeah.
Right. Marcus Timms, the former Tiger, had been a hitting coach with a bunch of other teams and had various degrees of success. Do you look at that? I don't know if he's with another team.
Fetter.
Right. Did Fetter turn around and be the other way? It's gotten to that point for me. And I think it's too easy to say, well, let's bring up Dylan Dingler to catch, because look what he's done at Toledo. He's been so much better offensively than any of the catchers we have here. Let's go ahead and bring back Parker Meadows. He seems to have found his stroke again, and he's hitting like 290 at Toledo. Let's give him a shot. And sorry, Akil, but those moves are going to happen regardless as the season moves on. But I think they need to go and find a major change, which to me is coming from instruction.
Well, there's that, and we have breaking news. The Pistons just traded for a player that played in the NBA Finals. We'll get to that today in 4 minutes here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's going down this Saturday at Twin Peaks. UFC 303 is returning to the Octagon with a monster matchup that is sure to bring down the house. Have you been to Twin Peaks for a fight before? There isn't a better place to watch outside being ringside. This Saturday, we have the light middleweight title rematch between Alex Pereira and Yeezy Prohaska, along with an excellent undercard that's sure to show all the knockouts you crave. Be sure to grab that front row seat, because the party starts early. Order up all your favorites, like the 29-degree frozen draft beer, their high-end margaritas and old fashions, hand-cut and breaded boneless wings, tenders, strips, and salmon, as well as their house-smoked brisket and ribs. It will all be on full display as the 50-plus TVs pump out all the hard hits, spinning all kinds of back flips and flying knees. And that isn't enough to get you going. Lionel Messi and Argentina are in action at 8 p.m. We haven't even mentioned the best part, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls that serve it all up. Come see why Fight Night hits harder at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Adrian Wojnarowski at this hour reporting that the Pistons have traded Quentin Grimes to the Dallas Mavericks for Tim Hardaway and 3 second-round picks. Tim Hardaway is due $16 million this year, and then he's a free agent. And he is coming to the Detroit Pistons along with 3 second-round picks. This feels like a classic salary dump by them. And a classic addition of salary, and a veteran player that can probably help the Pistons. He'll probably play more here than he was going to play in Dallas. This isn't an earth-shattering move, but this is a guy who, in one NBA Finals game, hit 5 of 7 3-pointers. And you hope that he can bring some of that to the table, just another player that can stretch the floor a little bit. Some of his seasons, and not that long ago, he was shooting well over the NBA average. Shot 38.5% from 3 in the 2022-2023 season, 39.1 in the 2021 season, 39.8 in the 2020 season.
But he's been inconsistent lately, which look, he's not going to help the Pistons win a championship.
Nope.
So what is it? Pistons get 3 second-round picks out of it, and they take on his salary for a season. Mm-hmm. And, maybe they're able to, because it's a big number of an expiring contract, is that enough? You could flip them down the road for teams that want the expiring contracts?
Yeah, I don't know if he has any value. I mean, you tend to flip him for a team that, if he comes out and he's playing well here in Detroit, I mean, maybe somebody would want him. I doubt it. But this doesn't feel like a Jack Flaherty piece.
No, it's not at all. And
it feels more like a Gio Urshela.
Well, I think the question I am asking myself is, would I rather have Quentin Grimes or Tim Hardaway Jr.? Grimes obviously he's 10 years younger, so there's that part to it, and didn't really get much of an opportunity with the Pistons because he was hurt when they traded for him last year. Played just parts of 6 games there.
He can shoot it a little bit,
too. He can shoot a little bit. That's the thing. And he's early in his career. And I just, would you rather have Grimes or Hardaway Jr.? I mean, they do need some veterans.
Yep.
So I'm not.
There's only so many young players.
Right.
You're right about that. Like, this is, I remember when the whole process, Philadelphia 76ers, and that's what, I mean, nobody likes that term anymore, but that's kind of what we've been doing here, is the process of fortunately, we never got the number 1 overall pick, but we did. Sorry, we did.
Once.
Yeah. We haven't had any luck, though, in the lottery outside of that. But at the end of the day, they've been killed in the lottery lately, A, and B, that was one of the things that Philly went through, is this horrific, you put that many young players on the floor and you're going to struggle.
Yeah, so the first question I would ask is, what's Tim Hardaway Jr.'s headspace right now? What does he want? How is he viewing this? He's on the downside of his career. Comes back home to his state where he played his college basketball in. Mm-hmm. Does he want to be here? Does he, or is he pissed off that he just got traded to the Pistons, worst team in the league? To go from the NBA Finals to the worst team in the league can't feel great. But does he view this as an opportunity? Does he want to be a mentor?
Well,
does he want to show he's got more left in the tank so that he can get flipped at the deadline and go to a contending team?
I don't know what makes his clock tick, right? Yeah. But I would say if you're as a professional player, you had a chance to win an NBA title, which is an important thing and it's a big deal. But you also have in the last year of your contract. Where's he going to play more? He's going to play more in Detroit. So this is a chance for him to create a market for himself to be able to try and get another contract, which I don't know if that's in the cards for him. But if he comes out and plays well in Detroit and gets to free agency, he can get another contract. And he has a chance to prove that he still has value in this league. And maybe he thinks he does. If he thinks he does, then this is probably a good move for him business-wise. But I also would imagine it's awfully difficult to go from playing for an NBA title to go playing for a team that had 14 wins. Dallas probably had more postseason wins than Detroit had regular season wins.
I think you're close to right on that.
They had.
Well, you need 16 wins to win, so
they had
two more.
13. They had 13 postseason wins. Good God. Anyway, so and then there's the second round picks. I don't know. I mean, the second round picks. I feel like Detroiters like the kid they got. I'm just kind of watching the reaction come into Bobby Klintman, the second round pick, the shooter. That if you don't plant the seed, it won't happen. Do not plant the seed. It's Bobby Klintman, and he can provide some of the perimeter stroke they're looking for. And if you like that pick, then you can see that there is a moderate degree of value to second round picks. I mean, there's the old Morey way of doing it. The guy that built the Houston Rockets, he wanted lottery picks and second round picks and nothing in between because he felt like second round picks were incredibly valuable because they were cheap, and when they hit, they're a huge asset. And they only wanted lottery picks and really near the top of the lottery. But anyway, so not a significant move per se, but it does add a veteran. And I don't think there's any doubt that they need veterans.
There's no question they need veterans. And like I said, I hope that he's going to go in this with the right attitude and be part of the solution.
Yep.
And help this team along. And for him, I think you could sell it to him, like I said, to be the best you can be, and we'll try our best to trade it to a contending team.
You know what's weird is, I mean, we can ask right now, is there anybody out there that think they're going to rue the day they moved on from Quentin Grimes? Because you're right, he's young. He's a younger player. If you look at like career, do you have his numbers in front of you by chance?
I do.
I suspect he's a better career 3-point shooter than Tim Hardaway.
37.1%.
He is.
Shot the first 2 years was 38.1, 38.6, and then last season with the Knicks was 36.3, and with the Pistons was 14.3. But like I said, he only played parts of 6 games with the Pistons, so that was not a good showing in his 6-game audition. But prior to that, remember when they traded, when he was part of that big trade, we're looking at this and going, okay, well, they need shooters. Here's a guy who looks like he can shoot early in his career. But now they just moved him along for 3 second-round picks and what's left of Tim Hardaway Jr.
248-539-9797. We've got some feedback to this. Hardaway is a really good 3-point shooter. I love the move. That's from Alex. Langdon already said that he was going to take on expiring contracts with salary cap space. The picks are just the bonus for taking the salary. That's from an unnamed texter. Hardaway has to be pissed, going from the champs to the worst team in the league. That's from Mike. It's possible. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's different. At this point in his career, at 32 years old, what is he thinking his next contract looks like? This is an expiring contract. And he might be thinking this is better for him from a business perspective. It doesn't mean he's not pissed because he goes from a situation where he got to win a lot to a situation where he's going to lose a lot. But maybe he gets to create, reestablish some value in this league. Is this a Troy Weaver move? Joe Harris, Grimes, or Hardaway? Let's just keep taking other teams' garbage. Good strategy. Well, what did they give up? I mean, if you think they'll rue the day they moved on from Grimes, this is a veteran that can help you, and they don't have enough veterans. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, coming up, it is Red Wing Draft Day. Gator, I'm going to give you a name that you know that I hope is there for the Red Wings at 15.
Okay.
We'll get to that at 10:31. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So weird thing is, Red Wing fans, there's a lot of anticipation of what's going to come next, and there should be. We've had our general manager go out and create some cap space with what has been a move that people look at as pretty controversial, but he did create some cap space. It feels like a war chesting move. So next week when free agency opens, it feels like a critical time for Steve Yzerman. Gator, how would you assess the faith in Steve Yzerman in Detroit right now?
I think his approval rating is above average. You know, it's slightly, I would say somewhere around 65%.
Okay. I'm thinking whether it's 65% or not, it's down from what it was. I think across the board, I would say more fans still have faith in Steve Yzerman than don't. But we definitely hear from those that don't, and I understand why. But, the draft tonight, while it is important, it's one of these deals like it's really, really important for the 2027 season. The way this thing works is I don't expect that there's going to be a player on the board that we will see for a couple of years now. Probably what's more important is what's going on with Nate Danielson right now, who got a call up last year's first-round pick, who got a call up and played a couple of playoff games with Grand Rapids. And it feels like his next stop is likely to be Grand Rapids. What's going on with Axel Sundin Palika, the defenseman out of Europe? What kind of player will he be? What's going on with Trey Augustine, the goaltender at Michigan State, who looked like the best goalie in the Big Ten last year? What's going on with Marco Kasper, from a couple of drafts ago? Those are the guys more likely to make an impact, previous first-round picks. But, I do this with every draft. You look at the players that are projected to go before Detroit picks and hope that a player slips to you. I said I'll give you a familiar name. I'll give you two familiar names that are supposed to go right before the Red Wings draft. One is another Yzerman, Cole Yzerman, who played with Team USA's development program, and is some described as the best pure scorer in the draft. 57 games, 58 goals, 31 assists with that Team USA. So that would be one player who's projected to go before the Red Wings pick. And the other, Tej Aginla. I swear to God, through the second half of Jerome Aginla's career, Aginla to Detroit rumors were always out there. And Tej, his son, a highly skilled winger who Internet Wormhole can get you really excited watching his highlights, Tej Aginla is a player that is projected to go late top 10, and virtually every mock draft I've seen has him going to the Calgary Flames at 9. And this would be, they're not, are they going to let an Aginla get past Calgary? Probably not. Red Wings do have 8 picks. Is there anything they could do to maneuver and move up? And if they love Tej Aginla to move ahead of Calgary, they could. But, really, I feel like we're talking to 1% of the audience because very few people know who these prospects are.
Right.
But there's an Yzerman, Cole, not related, and a big-time scoring prospect. And there's an Aginla, Jerome Aginla's son. So what do you think?
Well, I both names are really interesting as I've, kind of been checking up on both of those guys. And my only concern with Aginla is that are we already going to put the lofty expectations? Oh, well, he's Jerome's son. He's going to play like Jerome, right? Mm-hmm. Who is one of the great power forwards in hockey over the last, 30 years. God, he was fun to watch. Are we going to put that standard on him, which is completely unfair? I don't know if he'll be available. I've seen some mocks where he is available to the Red Wings. I don't know if Calgary just automatically does it because of Jerome. I doubt that would be the case, but I think that they make the move because he's a top 10 rated player in the league. Yzerman's interesting, Cole Yzerman, because of the goal a game stats that he put up last year. The historically great numbers for the U.S. National team. But I saw a name attached to him, and I think it was Max Boltman that threw a comparison that scared the living hell out of me.
Yeah.
and said that the big question mark with him is how is this going to translate and how will his skills translate to the NHL? Obviously, he's got a great shot, but everything else, does it work out? Is he going to be worth it, or will he end up being Philip Zadina? And when I saw that name,
that's the name that was attached to him.
That was the
Zadina?
name that he had thrown there, and I was like, oh no. Yeah. I don't want to hear that. You don't want to see that, because obviously Zadina did not work out and hasn't worked out in the NHL. He's getting more of an opportunity now, but still isn't working out. But I can't ignore 58 goals in 57 games. And I can't ignore that players that come from the U.S. national team, that the top players translate really well to the NHL. So Cole Yzerman might be the number one guy on my list when I've looked through this of guys that realistically could slip there.
Mm-hmm.
Iginla's intriguing to me. The other name that is getting is kind of getting a lot of pub right now is Michael Hage, who's a center from the USHL, who's
Chicago Steel.
Yeah, going to play at Michigan next year. And he had 75 points in 54 games last year. Apparently, he's really good defensively already. That kind of fits the mold for seemingly what Yzerman wants. He wants two-way players. And Hage, I guess, turned things on in the second half of the season where he became much more of a scorer. So if that's starting to click, and he's already defensive-minded, and he has decent size, then I'm kind of leaning towards that's what I'd like to go for instead of the bright, shiny thing, which is the 58 goals in 57 games. Even though clearly the Red Wings need some goal scoring in their system, my gut tells me that Hage is the pick for the Red Wings because of everything else he brings to the table, which seems like maybe this isn't a guy you wait 3 or 4 years to matriculate. Maybe it's a guy who's 1 or 2 years away.
One thing, I'm sure most of our audience haven't watched Michael Hage, but if you watch him, sick hands, like he really can dangle and has other parts of his game he needs to work on. But when you talk about in tight quarters, he can really maneuver the puck. And I'm always, look, those kinds of guys always impress me. Now, it doesn't always translate. To me, sometimes that's like the dunk in basketball. You see a spectacular dunk and you can fall in love with a guy. Same thing when you see somebody that just really, really has great hands. I can fall in love with that guy, and it doesn't always translate, but he does have sick hands. There's a kid from Norway who plays in Sweden, Michael Brandsegnigard, I think it is.
Brandsegnigard, yeah.
Yeah, him. That's also been around the Red Wings area, but projected to go where the Red Wings pick. I mean, it. Who knows, right? I'll go with Iginla. Let's go. Teej Iginla drops to them.
Yeah. Look, we don't really know, and anybody they're going to draft is going to be years away from making it to the Red Wing roster. So what you think is a need for the Wings today, like, oh, the guy got goal scoring, may not be that need a couple years from now. So it's with the NHL, with the draft, unless you're picking in the top 5, it does seem like a best player available. What do you like? And I think all those names sound okay. I mean, I've seen them all mocked.
Yep.
To the Red Wings. So I'm not even sure what the position. I mean, to me, I'd prefer they draft a forward with size that could put the puck in the net. You want the total package. You want the Brendan Shanahan type player, and I don't think any of these guys are Brendan Shanahan. But are they of that ilk? Can you find a power forward that can score? That'd be great if they could do that. And maybe they have that opportunity with Hage.
248-539-9797. Meanwhile, the crazy thing is I'm reading reporters saying there's discussions going on between these teams and that team, and there's diddly squat coming out of Detroit because RGM has a close-knit group behind closed doors. And if anything leaks out, it's punishable by execution. So there's not a lot of rumors about Detroit. There is news today. Nashville has re-upped with goalie UC Saros. So
that's the goalie off the list.
That was one that had gotten some traction that people thought Detroit might go after. Feedback, guys. I want Sam Reinhart in a Red Wings jersey next week. This is the 50-goal scorer from Florida.
57.
The understandable. Scored the game-winning goal in the Stanley Cup Finals. His best year came at the right time in a free agent year. And late 20s, 27, 28?
28,
28, is that what he is?
29.
Would make some sense. Next text. Extend Sider and Raymond, then sign Kane and go after Stamkos. I think Yzerman, based upon having Stamkos in Tampa, I feel like that's his number one. I think that's what he's doing.
If they did that, if they added Kane and Stamkos,
yep.
I'll say this. As a fan, I'd love to watch it because you're adding two offensive players for sure. Stamkos is more well-rounded. And Patrick Kane, has he become more of a specialist to play in a power play? And, I mean, he'd play in a regular line, but you're not expecting any defense out of him. But he was a point-a-game guy with the Red Wings last year. Adding two veterans like that would be intriguing. I don't know if it's the best way to move forward towards this path of sustainability, but one of those guys, and then go get another big old free agent. Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, we had a Twitter poll. We asked people out there how they would spend today if they had the day off work and had two choices. The results are interesting.
Yeah.
We will get to that. It says a lot about our audience. We will get to that today at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you on a Friday in Detroit. Hope you got a great weekend planned.
Are you gonna watch the draft tonight? NHL draft?
It will be on. It will be on. Got a lot to do tonight, but
Is it more intriguing because it's in the Sphere?
I can't wait to see the show, the presentation.
And from what I understand, I think this is the last year they're going to do that whole every team is on the floor bit.
Yeah,
where they walk the entourage through the maze, like going through Pac-Man to get up to the front desk.
Yeah,
not front desk.
Why is
stage.
this? Why you saw this that they've decided to? Get
I
rid of
talked
that?
to somebody at a Red Wing game towards the end of the season that seemed to indicate that this was going to be the last year that this is that it's done this way.
So, I think the most amazing part that I am so excited about tonight's NHL draft, Kang is going to be there.
Well, that's fun.
Kang being at the NHL draft is probably the equivalent of you being at the NBA draft.
And I've been to an NBA draft.
Were you at the one at the Palace?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
We have a trade. Oh, Weber's coming. No, not for another 15 years, but
yeah, that's right. Anyway, so you got Kang is he likes the Red Wings. He pays attention to hockey, but it's probably 4 out of 4 for him, and that's we all have the sports that we really follow more than others for enjoyment, and then there's following it for work. But Kang is in Vegas right now. This is a week in Vegas, and he wanted to see the Sphere. And there's all kinds of different ways you can go see and be in the Sphere, but because the NHL draft was there and tickets are affordable, he's like, I'm going to go. And we're like, hell yeah, you're going to go. And I give the NHL a ton of credit because this thing seems like a technological wonder of the world. And this giant, massive, for people who don't know what the Sphere is, it's in Vegas. It's this giant, massive
Sphere.
dome. Yeah, it's a sphere. It's a big circle
Massive
in the middle.
sphere.
I mean, it's like
right on the Strip.
38 stories high or something. And it's
is it the Venetian where it's part of?
I don't know.
But
it's a theater.
Yeah.
And there's concerts held there and all that.
It's 18,000 people, I think, inside, and it's the exterior is just it's all LED lighting, so they can make it do whatever they want it to do. On the inside, it's billions of LED lights and whatnot.
They can show anything on the interior of this sphere that they want, and
they have the speakers to go with it. The sound is supposed to be unbelievable.
The NHL draft has a chance to be a spectacular show. And Kang is going to be there. So will it be on? Yes. Am I as interested in the presentation as I am anything else? Kind of.
What's always struck me about the NHL draft over the other drafts, and this would lend itself as to why, is how young the kids look.
Oh, God.
Because they're all literally 18 years old. Some are 17. You might have 1 or 2 19-year-olds in there, but they're all that young. They look every bit of that or younger. It's just amazing to me. And then you might get one outlier like, who's this guy? Jeez, he's 18? Really?
Right.
Eric Lindros? Who's that? But it's just it's amazing. I love the spectacle of the NHL draft, because the prospects are up in the crowd with their families. They're friends with all the other prospects. Everybody's high-fiving each other. You get there, they put the jersey on over they take the sport coat off. They put the jersey on top. They got the tie coming out. It's a good look to me. I always thought to put the hat on. They're up on stage with the entire front office of the team. There's usually somebody special or a former player or somebody else that's up there too, and they just got this big smile on their face, and they get interviewed right away.
They do like some sort of, it's like a wedding walk.
Yeah.
Where the groom is the organization and the bride is the player, and they walk up together and they get to the front, and
it's just
they,
funny
for better
to
or
me.
worse, till death do them part, or free agency.
First off, the Detroit Red Wings would like to congratulate, it's just how it works.
Usually they're up there announcing.
Florida Panthers for winning the Stanley Cup.
The Red Wings will be standing at the altar when they announce the kid, and the kid will walk up and they'll exchange vows and
here we go.
Yep. Anyway, Kang will be there and report back, and I'm looking forward to that. So we asked a question via Twitter. Today is Jobby Nooner. That's right. Jobby Nooner. For those not familiar with Jobby Nooner, this is the 50th anniversary of Jobby Nooner.
50 years people have been swimming in urine.
Yep.
Taking a day off work.
Yep. Big party out there at Gull Island, and it's an almighty mess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've never been. Have you ever been?
Nope.
Yeah. My question about that is is it still growing? Has it peaked? Is it on its way down?
I think it's on its way down.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, this was something we heard about all the time before. And the debauchery, the party that is Jobby Nooner and all that. And I think from what I understand, it's the attendance has gone down over the years. It's not like nobody's there. I think you still get a good crowd there, but I don't think it's anywhere what it was at its peak, which may have been 10 years ago.
So we asked on Twitter today, if you had a day off from work, would you rather spend it at Jobby Nooner a whole day out there partying at Gull Island? Would you rather spend it at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? These feel like two different ends of the spectrum in terms of decorum. One is a jorts and urine kind of party. The other is collared shirt and quiet, please. Now, it doesn't mean it's not a party. I mean,
right.
There's definitely a party going on at the Rocket Mortgage. But would you rather be a Jobby Nooner or the Rocket Mortgage Classic? Have you looked at these results of our Twitter poll so far?
I've not.
Okay. What do you suspect it's at?
60-40 Jobby Nooner?
It is 33% for Jobby Nooner, 67 for the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Look at that. Okay.
Yep.
People want the steady party, not the crazy party.
There has been some comments. Pat writes in, the Rocket Mortgage Classic. In our wonderful state, any day on the water can turn into a Jobby Nooner. Cuter writes in, first time in 4 years I'm missing the Rocket Mortgage. Also, my buddy just saw the Grateful Dead at the Sphere last week, said it was unreal.
Well, it's not the Grateful Dead, but it's
the Grateful, what is it, the Dead, what's the show called?
Dead and Company or something?
Yeah, something like that. John writes in, today's weather, the classic. From Nubs Get Dubs, my work provided tickets to the 15th Green Club, and I had a fantastic time yesterday. Doug would be disappointed in me. I made poor clothing decision that led to some chilly moments. I tap my chest and say, my bad.
See, I thought yesterday and today is another follow-up. Perfect weather conditions. It's, right now it's probably high 60s, going to get into the low 70s and maybe top out at 75 or something this afternoon, maybe get up to 80. I don't know, but it's not humid. It's beautiful. This is, I would say normally I'm not a guy who likes to go to the golf events.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is different. When the weather is like this and it's not 90 degrees with a bunch of humidity and, you're just tired and you're all the time. When the weather stays cooler like this, you can walk forever. Like it's amazing.
So I think, it's funny. We talk about how I'd like to go to a golf event for all 4 days. I've done it multiple times when I worked at Channel 25 up in Flint and they had the Buick Open in Grand Blanc at Warwick Hills. And I would be working it for 4 days. It was a great, great job. I had a ton of fun with it. But I always was kind of jealous of the fans because they were just having a blast. Now I was on the other side of the ropes, got to follow groups around, shoot video and all that. But so I want to try it as a fan sometime. Motor City Man, would you rather be a Jobby Nooner or the Rocket Mortgage Classic? Which would you rather be at if you had the day off work? Motor City Man writes in via
Ted
Twitter.
Nugent?
I doubt it's the same guy because it's at JOliver625.
Well, it's probably not Ted Nugent.
Probably not.
John Oliver?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't hang with the young crowd anymore. Golf is it. Michael writes in, kind of cold for Jobby. From Mike, fact, 33% that voted for Jobby have never been to Jobby.
So what does that mean?
I don't know. He's not believing these people have gone. I want to follow up on the one tweet we got here from Nubs Get Dubs, who said he went yesterday and had a fantastic time. I would love to hear from anybody who went yesterday. at 248-539-90, not to Jobby, which was today,
Right.
but went to the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and what your takeaways were. I feel like I'm talking to an audience on a daily basis that is very familiar with going to football games, very familiar with going to hockey games, baseball games, and basketball games. I don't know that we are talking to an audience that's very familiar with going to golf events. So when you sample it, what is your takeaway? Loved it or hated it? Thought it was great or got bored? I do want to get reviews from people who were there. So 248-539-9797 to that crowd. Were you there? What did you think? We'd love to get your take on the Rocket Mortgage Classic for people who are out there. Because you know what this is? This is the least marquee field they've ever had, but that doesn't mean it still can't be fun. Or it might have sucked the life out of you walking around saying, I don't know any of these guys, which is, I mean, that's kind of what the field's made up of a lot of guys that you probably haven't heard.
Well, there are names, but it's not a laden with top 20 players.
It is not, but there is a great story. There's a couple great stories that we're following. That we are following, including, we haven't talked about this dude yet, but we have to, because his story, how he got there as a qualifier, is amazing. You won't want to miss it. We'll get to that today at 11:05. Feedback coming in. As someone who has a boat on a lake and an avid golfer, give me the Rocket Mortgage with actual bathrooms. Mike says, I was at Jobby 15 years ago and then last year. It's down in numbers and the energy is gone. I'm 40 now anyway. Time to stop going.
For the previous guy who has the boat on the lake,
Yep.
the key was, give me the Rocket Mortgage where they have bathrooms. Because, if you're on a boat on a lake and you got to go, you're not taking the boat back to shore.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yep. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Happy Friday, everybody. Getting into a holiday week next week, 4th of July. I hope you have great plans, time to spend with family and friends. Always a fun time. Summertime in Michigan. It feels like we're here. So Rocket Mortgage Classic going on right now. Love to hear from people that were there yesterday and get your reviews because, you know, we're familiar with the football watching experience, the bulk of our audience, going to a hockey game, bulk of our audience, baseball, basketball. Like I would assume the bulk of our audience have all done the 4 major food groups of sports. Golf is a different animal, and I very much enjoyed it, but it's you're not tailgating. Typically, there's not the wave. Some courses, like 17 at Warwick Hills during the Buick Open, yeah, there'd be the wave, and there'd be cheering and people going crazy.
And the par 3 at Waste Management.
Yep. So some holes have reputations for that. But anyway, the point is we want to know what your experience was like. We'd love to get your reviews as just a standard, typical sports fan if you were there. 248-539-9797. I guess if anybody wants to call from Jobby Nooner, too, feel free. If you're out there hanging out at the boat listening to us instead of music. We would love to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Couple stories. Nick Benz. We haven't talked about him yet on the air. If you don't know who Nick Benz is.
Who's Nick Benz?
He's an employee at a Golf Galaxy. That's it.
That's
the story.
Right, that's it? That's all you got?
No. He went to the Monday qualifier at the Orchards. And he shot a 65, which meant he was the leader in the clubhouse for a while there, and meant he was in a position to qualify for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. And he was nervous AF, and he had to sit there and wait while other golfers came in. So Nick Benz sat down and had a beer.
Good for Nick.
And he actually got interviewed by a guy who covers these qualifiers.
Take a load off, just kind of relax a little bit.
Yep, see what happens.
Just have
Is
a
my
beer.
65 going to hold up? And he then had another beer.
Oh, yeah. Well, you sit back and relax. He's leader in the clubhouse. Hey, if I make it, it's great. If not, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Then he had another beer.
Oh, boy. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
He put away 3 beers.
3 beers.
And then apparently somebody else shot a 65.
Oh, no.
Somebody else shot a 65.
Playoff.
Somebody else shot a 65.
Playoff.
Somebody else shot a 65.
Playoff.
And there was a 5 golfer playoff for 4 spots, and my man was 3 beers in. I don't want to give credit where credit is due. As Monday Q Info on Twitter that interviewed him while he was putting away these beers.
You say what kind of beer?
I don't think he did in the interview. I put the interview on today just to kind of listen to it a little bit.
It's a
But
mistake. He should have said it, market it.
Sponsors?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how you get going, right? That's how you get your collared shirt that says Bud Light on it.
Yeah. All right, 3 Magic Hat number 9s.
Bells.
Right. Some Oberon.
So anyway, my man put away 3 beers and then had to go play again. Now, because it was at the Orchards, because it was playoff holes, they actually got held up by the playing public that were out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they were a couple holes in, and they had to wait for these people to clear the green.
People from Shelby Township are teeing off. They're like, hey, we're not done yet. Not done with the tournament yet.
Could you imagine it was like just some hack? We've all gotten behind the slow player.
Of course.
Yeah.
Your nerves are rattled because I need to win so I can make a tour event. And I'm watching this guy play military golf, left, right, all up this fairway. Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyway, Nick Benz manages 3 beers in after 8 playoff holes to survive and qualify. Yep.
Wow, that's a lot of playoff holes.
For the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Good for him.
Yep.
Because there is that fine line that you can't cross as a golfer when you're drinking.
Every single golfer knows about this.
most golfers will say, off to a bad start. I just need to get the swing oil. And then they'll have a beer and have a couple beers. And they're like, all right, I can relax a little bit. I play better after I've had a couple beers.
I'm going to zone in now.
Which I think a lot of golfers will say that. I mean, I've said that on an occasion. I'm sure you've said that on occasion. But there comes a point of diminishing returns based on the beer consumption.
Without question.
Like, you can't go past a certain point. Some guys will say they play better.
Yep.
The movie Tin Cup, his caddy, Romeo, said, well, you always play better when you're wasted.
Yeah.
Well, he was doing the ocean mouth spit on the first tee of the second of round one there. But
every guy that's ever gone on a golf trip has done the ocean mouth spit on tee number 1 on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Your second 36.
Yeah, you went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it was a total mistake.
Yeah.
And at 4 o'clock in the morning, you say, all right, I'm setting the alarm for an hour and a half. We'll go hit the range.
Sounds great.
Then you almost miss your tee time as you come rolling up on 2 wheels, screaming to the first tee box because you overslept. But long story short, my man qualified 3 beers deep.
I think it's awesome.
Yep.
And I think for me, diminishing returns starts to happen after the 4th beer. Like if I go to 5, uh-oh. Careful.
So you can put away
Careful.
4. Doesn't it depend on what kind of beer you're having?
Usually, well, yeah. I mean, well, you know me, so I'm like lawnmower beer, whether it's Miller Lite or Summer Shandy or something like that. So it's fine. But there is that point that, it's going to go south. 3 beers for a guy who I'm guessing is in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Professional golfer. Is he got a little dumpy? He got a little guy?
No, he's thin.
Okay.
He's thin.
So it's going to affect him a little bit.
Yep.
Like, as your caddy, I would have to advise you not to have that 3rd beer, but it worked for him, and I'm glad it worked for him. How's he doing in the tournament? Have you looked him up?
Yeah, he was he's 4 over now.
Oh.
He's +1 on the day. He was 3 over yesterday.
Not likely to make the cut.
Not likely to make the cut, but we're cheering on Nick Benz nonetheless. The other story is the kid, 15-year-old Miles Russell. He's 15, and you are fascinated by him.
Yeah, because he is 15, and you're watching him, and he looks every bit of 15. So this little kid up there, he's left-handed, skinny as hell, has the most beautiful golf swing because, well, he's 15, and he hasn't filled out yet. Everything is just going to be perfect. And he's fun to watch. He hits it a long way. I mean, it's not like he's hitting it as far as these other pros are right now, but he's hitting it pretty far. And yesterday had a great opening round where he bogeyed the first hole and then basically pars the next 10, has a birdie, gets back to even par, and then hits a tee shot wide right and then tries to get out of it, and he chunked it. He chunked his second shot, did what every amateur does, and he's an amateur. You don't see the pros do this. Not often. It's happened, but not often. He did it. He chunked it, and that ended up taking a double bogey on the hole because it caused all types of other problems after that for him. He was chasing it, which was too bad. Finished 2 over, but I think he's 3 under for the day. So I think he's 1 under par.
So
right
he's got
now.
a shot to make the cut.
Yeah, he does. I think the cut's going to be around 2 or 3 under, so he's got a chance. Who isn't rooting for this kid?
Go kid.
Yeah,
go kid.
15.
All right, so here's our question at 248-539-9797. Based upon the Nick Benz story, golfers, bowlers, hockey players, runners, do you have a strategic use of beer?
Runners?
I think there's some weird deal with runners and beer. I could be wrong. I'm not a competitive runner, but I've heard runners talk about beer. Now, it might be when they're done.
I would think it's when they're done.
But I'm throwing it out there because I don't know.
Okay.
I'm completely ignorant on that.
Bowlers, definitely.
Bowler, but do you have a strategic use of beer when you're competing?
Frisbee golf.
Beer or otherwise. Yeah,
Sorry,
sure.
disc golf.
Yeah.
I don't want to offend them.
Let us know after our guy Nick Benz qualified at the Orchards on Monday, 3 beers after finishing his round and having to go qualify during a playoff. 248-539-9797. We were given the update on Nick Benz. He's +4 now and struggling, and he's going to really have to get hot to to make the cut.
Popeye needs his spinach.
Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch posted, get Nick a beer. Send the cart girl out stat.
Right?
Yep.
Can these guys drink while they're playing? Can you do that on tour?
I don't think so.
Is it just frowned upon, or is it a rule that says you can't?
Nick should ask.
Like, can you mix up alcoholic Arnold Palmer and, hit the links? Can you have the aluminum, the tall, skinny aluminum can of beer? Throw that on ice and the caddy carries it around? Here you go, man. Why not?
From Jim on Twitch, is Rieger better after 3 beers? Is he? From Big Clam 96, whoa, stop the presses. A kid that Gator actually likes?
That's not fair. What is this?
Mike at U of M writes, John Daly would like to have a word. 248-539-9797. Golfers, bowlers, hockey players, runners.
Wade Boggs.
Do you have a strategic use of beer? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great story. Nick Benz qualifies for the Rocket Mortgage Classic on a Monday qualifier. where they can, I mean, you can open it up. People can go and try and qualify. And he went. He's a Golf Galaxy employee. And he shot a 65, was a leader in the clubhouse, was nervous, was hoping his score would hold. Had a beer, had another beer, had a third beer. His score didn't hold. He had to go play in a playoff. 8 holes later, he qualified for the Rocket Mortgage Classic, and he's out there competing right now. And he's got some work to do to make the cut, but still, it's a funny story. And it's, we wonder if there is, in sports, do you have a strategic use of beer? 248-539-9797. And there's some sports that lend itself to them. Golf does. And as you pointed out, you've got a point of diminishing returns, but you think that you relax a little bit and actually you're swing a little better after a beer or two.
He didn't say this was by mistake, right? I mean, 65 is a low number, but he knows that other guys have a chance.
Yes.
I would assume he was like, I just need a beer to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was, just nervous. Nervous energy. Let me have a beer.
Not like, oh, I've got this, or I have no shot. I'm going to have a beer. Forget it. It doesn't even matter. But like, hold on. Let me get a hold of myself here. That's a 65 I just shot.
Yep.
Nice job.
In the meantime, he's 4 over now? And as people are saying on Twitch, get that cart girl out
Seriously.
there. Let's go to Ryan downriver. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Happy Friday to you both, or happy Joppy Nooner.
Yes.
Hey, I just want to say, so when I was at a military junior college down in Marion, Alabama, the night before our PT test, me and my roommate, we went to the bar and had some dinner, had a couple soda pops, and I'm like, man, we should probably let up a little bit. And he's like, no, we're just carbing up. I'm like, all right. And so next morning, it was like, 6 o'clock in the morning, we're going to do this PT test.
That's what, physical training?
What is PT?
Civilians?
Sorry. Yeah,
okay.
Physical training test. It's 2-mile run, and then you got push-ups and sit-ups it was 2 minutes for the push-ups, as many as you could do, and sit-ups, as many as you could do. Well, I'd never gotten down to 13-minute 2-mile before. And so I'm sitting there the next morning, I'm running it, ended up running the best 2-mile run I've ever had. It was a 13:49, and I just got under that 14 minutes. So it was the best 2 miles I ever ran after drinking a couple soda pops. So we always say just got to carb up the night before.
So you think you ran better because of the beer?
Well, just because you're carbing up.
Carbed
I had
up,
plenty of carbs in me, so I was ready to go.
Most people have a spaghetti dinner,
know.
but Ryan was going with beer.
Yeah, pastas.
Well, it wasn't too much, though. I mean, it wasn't like I was throwing back half a case or anything like that.
All right,
it was like
okay. It was
4 or
literally
5, but
all right.
Hey, thanks for sharing, Ryan.
Nice job.
See,
Congratulations on your personal best.
There's something about runners and beer, and I'm not being a competitive runner. Hey, let me get out there and run a couple miles, get back in some shape.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Drop a few LBs. Well, I've always heard the competitive runners, it might be just when they're done, although that guy was before he ran. Scott, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Guys, how are you? Thank you for having me. I think
Sure.
Last time I talked to you, Doug, we talked about haircuts and our sons and what they look like.
Oh, God, yeah, the bird's nest look.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
My favorite story, just a real quick story, because my son played on the Michigan club baseball team, and we went to the College World Series. They made it to the College World Series this year.
Nice.
And we were sitting with the LSU kids were watching Michigan play, and one of them said, how come all these Michigan kids look exactly like J.J. McCarthy? And it was they all had the same haircut. That's why. But anyway, I thought that was funny.
Mine calls it the flow. I don't know
Is
how
that
that
right?
works.
Sure, yeah, the flow.
But just because you asked, Doug, and how the beer ties into 97-1, I don't know if you guys remember back, you guys are giving away 3-point tickets for Final Four at Ford Field when Michigan State won that year. I went out to one of your functions out in Waterford and didn't do so well at the 10 o'clock hour. So I found myself at B-Dubs with a couple of tall ones, got me something to eat, Well, went out at 2:00 at Waterford. I'll be damned, and I win the tickets.
So wait, you won the tickets in a 3-point shooting contest after you had some beers?
That is correct.
That's awesome. Bravo, my friend. Bravo.
That's just how that tied in.
Have
But
you
thanks for having
played?
me,
Have you
guys.
shot a basketball since?
Yes.
And
Oh,
have,
yes.
and have
Yeah,
you?
it's what I did.
Have you tested the beer theory?
No, but it sounds like something for this 4th of July weekend that we could
There you go.
work on.
Hey, good luck. 248-539-9797. Chad, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chad.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Good. It's not sports related, but I like to set beers up down my driveway in the wintertime. So as I shovel the snow, each couple passes, I grab a beer. It's sitting there waiting for me.
It's incentive to keep shoveling.
Yeah, that's it. Keeps you going.
I like it.
Love it.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Strategic use of beer.
Strategic use of beer. Do that for yard work, too. I think it would work.
Yeah, you got to put coolers out there, though,
Yeah,
That's true, yeah. Feedback coming in.
He's done that, too, obviously.
When I was in the Marine Corps, guys would stay up all night drinking beer if we had a big run in the morning because they didn't feel the pain of the run and it gave them energy.
That's crazy to me.
Next text. I do a lot of competitive skeet and trap shooting, and I shoot my best at about 3 beers.
That scares me. Shoot better with a gun when you've had a few beers?
Next text. I need 3 or 4 beers before playing hockey. Anything after that, and I'm not responsible for what happens on the ice. Signed, Chris the goalie. Goalie needs 3 or 4 beers?
Is that Ozzy?
To be clear, there's no indication that it is. We don't want anybody saying, did you hear the report on 97.1 The Ticket? Next text. Not me, but my buddy will always shoot 4 or 5 over until he gets 3 beers in him. Then the guy turns into the best golfer I've ever seen. Wow. Corey in Cincinnati. In golf, you drink enough to turn your brain off. Then it's just muscle memory and no head games. There's some logic behind that. Next one from Mason. I played in the Rocket Mortgage Pro-Am last year, and an unnamed pro golfer was throwing back Oberons with us by the 3rd hole. Great round.
Why unnamed? Nothing wrong. We can expose that at this point. It's a pro-am. Just having fun.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't matter.
Could you imagine if you were in a pro-am and you've got a professional with you who's like, who's up for some beers?
Yep.
How much more relaxed would you be that this guy wants to have a few beers?
So much more relaxed.
Yep.
So much more. I would love that. By the way, the kid is now 2 under for the tournament through 11 holes. Just chipped one in.
Gator, a pro quarterback, said this is the most overrated in the category. Is he correct? We will get to that today at 11:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted in the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU, proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders in best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. Although it only took me about 8 minutes. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. And they got the coolest debit cards in the league. They got a Lions debit card, a Block M debit card, a Winged Helmet debit card. And with that debit card, not only will you impress your friends, you'll be calling plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets. Hit up thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org and get in the game. And hey, while you're there, check out their resources for student, auto, or home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35. I know you've already seen one of the items because you put it in your show notes. Do you see any purpose for this?
None. I mean, less than none.
Well, but I'm guessing you're not going to like it, but seems
Well, I
rather,
don't want to give it away.
No, seems like a rather odd combination of things. I'm not sure it's necessary, but some people might find that they like it. We'll get to that today at 12:35. 248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get to this, what I mentioned before the break about a quarterback saying it's overrated in the category. But first, not sports, but I need to have 2 or 3 beers when grilling. 4 is pushing it. Things get too experimental at that point. That's from Greg in Southfield. I don't know that I wouldn't say that I need. They do kind of go hand in hand. You sit next to the grill, the fire, summer shandy in hand.
I would imagine as the temperature goes up, the beer consumption goes up. Working the grill.
Sure. You don't want to be too hot.
You got to cool yourself down.
Yeah, one would think.
Yeah. It's a nice feeling in life when it's hot out and you got like a bottle of beer and it's fresh out of the cooler that has ice on it, and you take it and you rub it over your forehead.
Well, I've never done that.
Oh. Yeah. Or you take it and it's really hot out. Take it, put it right on your carotid artery. Oh, cooling things down.
Not a bad idea. So we're talking about this because of the dude, Nick Benz, qualified for the Rocket Mortgage Classic. After he finished his round, was nervous his score would hold up, had a few beers. It didn't hold up, had to go to a playoff, and a few beers in, qualified in a playoff. Joe in Fenton says, read a book once on improving at competitive darts. One beer, 1 hour before, and 1 per hour during. It's just right. And darts.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good ratio.
Unnamed texter. The beer zone is real. Anyone playing pool or cornhole can verify it. It lasts anywhere from your 3rd beer to your 6th beer and then fades away quickly as it appears. Bikers and runners are big post-race beer drinkers, good recovery macros, as well as being celebratory. Okay, I knew there was a role that beer played in competitive running. I wasn't sure if people used it before, during, or after, but apparently we've heard before and after now.
Well, the after, isn't it anything you do that you exert yourself? Whew, you can use a beer.
Next one, guys, I'm a competitive bowler. I can confirm both the times I shot a perfect 300 game, I was throwing them back. It's a form of performance enhancer in my experience. That's from Will.
Will.
Who's got 2 300 games.
Nice.
Impressive. All while putting away beers. All right, Gator. Twitter, Chase Daniel. Longtime NFL quarterback, retired last year, sent out a tweet earlier this week. The tweet is as follows. What is the most overrated travel destination? Unpopular opinion, it's Disney.
Oh, boy. I hope my brother's not listening.
Yeah, I know your brother is a big Disney guy.
Yeah.
Now, I believe Chase Daniel's a family man. Yeah, he's got 3 children. So here's the thing about Disney. If you are taking kids, their sheer joy and excitement is incredibly rewarding. The waiting in lines can be challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Very challenging. But I think 10 out of 10 kids would say it's worth it. I have had, I'm going to say, adult fun at like Epcot with their big lake and all the different displays set up, all the different countries with all the different drinks that one can consume as you travel, and your kids are doing like scavenger hunts, and you're in Mexico and you're like, oh, I'll have a margarita, and then you go to Italy and have some wine. It's really kind of fun, and my wife and I have had a really good time.
Nothing like mixing all the liquors you can.
Yeah, and then getting on a roller coaster.
Yeah, here we go.
So there's not as many rides at Epcot. But he says Disney's overrated. I will say that Disney is expensive. And now that my children are like 22, 18, and 17, do I think that they want to go to Disney again? Probably not. Probably not as much as they probably go again, but they're probably not as much as they enjoyed it when they were younger. But I didn't think it was overrated at all. I just thought it was expensive, and at times it can test your patience.
Yeah, I haven't been to Disney since I was a kid, and I don't really have any desire to go, despite my brother going all the time with his family.
How often does he go?
I think they have a timeshare, or used to have a timeshare type thing down there. They go a couple times a year.
Yeah.
And have for 20 years.
Wow.
I mean, it's a lot. So I don't have any real desire to go there. For me, I went to, been to this place twice. And once kind of by choice, I wanted to check it out. And the other time was, we were on the Jersey Shore anyway, and the guys were going to go. So we just went. And that was Atlantic City.
That's the most overrated.
Does nothing, man. It's just okay. It's kind of dirty looking. There were a bunch of casino hotels, but they're not. It's not like Vegas casinos.
Yeah.
And the Vegas hotels, each one of those has like character. They try to emulate off a different whatever. They get the Venetian and Paris and New York and all. It's kind of cool. Atlantic City, not so much. Just did nothing for me.
I might have turned a corner a little bit as I was growing up when I went to Ocean City, Maryland. And, staying in D.C. and a lot of people, would go to the beach, go to Ocean City. And I got to Ocean City and I first started to understand what the term tourist trap was and realized that all of these stores with all of their cheap crap that all sell the exact same stuff and all of these restaurants with all the same bad food. And I was just like, I suppose Ocean City isn't on people's radar typically, but I found it to be pretty lame. But we are intrigued. What would check the box for you? The way Chase Daniel says Disney is overrated. Now, there might be people out there that agree with Chase Daniel. 248-539-9797. If not Disney, what is it? Settle Down Beavis on Twitch says, Disney is awesome, but way, way, way too effing expensive. So it is, and they definitely know how to milk you for more money when you get off a ride and have to walk through the gift shop for said ride and your kids are all amped up. That was the greatest time I ever had. Can I get a t-shirt? Can I get a foam finger? Can I get a big, giant travel cup that only costs $32 because I loved that ride so much? They definitely, you gotta
want your picture?
You got
a picture.
Oh, the picture of you on the ride. Yeah, you got to hustle your kids through those post-ride gift shops. Which, God, I mean, whoever thought of that, maximizing profits? It so works. I hate to admit it, but it so works. Nayrock on Twitch says, depends on the Disney. Disney Orlando is horrid. Disneyland in California, way better since it is much more condensed.
I've heard the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Big Clam 96 on Twitch. Miami, completely overrated. Everything is overpriced. I've said this on the air before. Another one that I think is overrated, that like it's cool and everything, but I think Chicago's overrated. I find Chicago to be frustrating to get around. And
I agree with that.
And there are cool pockets for sure, but I find too often I'm staying downtown in a hotel that's way too expensive.
And the fees drive you nuts.
And I can park my car for only $125 a night.
Right.
And I get to go to the Nike store and the Weber Grill, restaurant. And I don't know. I've had fun in Chicago, and I think it's a really, really good city.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's a great, like, oh my God, I can't wait to get back to Chicago. And, there's nothing wrong like that, but I don't need Chicago in my life.
have you been there in the summer?
Yep.
Have you gone to the lakefront in the summer?
Yeah, I've done that. And it was cool. Do I need to go back?
I'm not forcing you. I'm just asking the questions because I think Chicago's fine. Is it overrated? Maybe it's overrated. It's expensive.
Yep.
And I do get annoyed by the fees with everything, the hotel charges that like it's like anything else we talk about on the show. When there's fees attached to it, just give me the final price. Tell me the hotel room I'm staying at is $350 a night. Don't tell me it's $199.
So you're staying at a cheap place?
Right. Well, right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing the number out there. Yeah. But don't tell me it's $199 a night, and then when I check out, it ended up being $350 a night because of the city tax and this fee and that fee. And you had a car. Well, we had to charge you $80 a night for the car or whatever. I just went through that booking a trip through Vegas.
Yeah.
Like thinking I was getting a deal, like then go with these check out these offers. Went to this sounds good for $150 a night at this hotel. This is going to be great. Okay, well we can upgrade it and it'll be like $20 a night more. Sure, go to click on that thing and it says, hey, your price for 3 nights was initially it was like $900. Now it's like $680. I'm like, sounds good, sounds great. Let's do that. And then when you go to the checkout, every time you went to check out, it jumped up another price and another price. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then it tells you, well, this is estimated taxes that we didn't put on it initially. Just tell me what it is. That's it. Tell me it's going to be $225 a night or $300 a night. I'm fine with it, but tell me that.
It's the same thing with when you're buying tickets online.
Exactly the same thing.
I can get in for $39.99.
Nope.
And then when you get done, there's a $25 fee per ticket. I'm like, wait a sec. 248-539-9797. Got some feedback coming in. Chase Daniel says Disney, most overrated vacation destination. What do you think it is? In the meantime, Gator, NBA draft. I told you my theory. I woke up to the fact that I'm late to the party. I told you what it is. Am I right?
I think you're totally right, and I didn't think of it either.
Am I a little embarrassed that we didn't think of it?
Yeah, and maybe I definitely think there are going to be people out there that say, oh, of course, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly. Get to Call Us Idiots today at 11:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Chase Daniel, former NFL quarterback, with a tweet. What is the most overrated travel destination? Unpopular opinion, it's Disney. I disagree. Look, I think I'm trying to be clear on how I feel about Chicago. It's nice. I don't see it as I need Chicago in my life. Wow. When I go there, I have fun, but I don't feel like this.
You're not dying to go back.
I'm not dying to go back. I'm sure I'll get back there, and when I go there, I have a good time. But anyway, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Paris is a dump. That's from an unnamed texter. I have almost no desire to go to Paris. If I'm going to a city in Europe, I'm going to London, I'm going to Barcelona.
There's a lot I want to see in Europe. Paris, I would agree, is probably not one of them, just because I get the impression that maybe it's just a stereotype, but that they don't want us there.
There is that feeling, yeah.
So, I mean, but I'd be lying if I do want to see it at some point, perhaps. I don't know if it's I don't have a bucket list, but if I ever get back to Europe and Paris was part of it, I'm not going to say, I don't want to go there.
No. Oh, Google search, you could see it. Picture of Paris. Just Google search that.
Oh, is that how that works?
Unnamed texter, Cape Cod, one road in, one road out. Expensive and not that great. Unnamed texter, the thumb, it's just okay, I guess.
It's fine.
Yeah. Disney is a money grab, manufactured fun experience. Much rather spend money on visiting national parks to better create natural awe and wonder for your kids. Who wrote this?
From Doug.
No. But did we just become best friends? I like Disney, but given my choice, we're in a national park. Nick and McComb, Mackinac Island is the worst. Smells like poop, and every store sells same overpriced merch. So, Nick, I wasn't stoked until I went a few years ago, and I really enjoyed it. But maybe it's because I went in with low expectations and came out of the experience going, that was really cool. Does it have some tourist trap elements? Yep. But I did love the bike ride around town. I love the fort.
Oh, you like the bike ride?
Yep.
Color me surprised.
New Orleans, the place is a dump, and the only thing to do there is going to the bar. It's way overrated. That's from Mike in Harrison Township.
I agree.
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it, but do you want to go back?
I've thought about going there with the wife, yeah.
I have no desire to go back.
No. That's
Nope.
Okay. Unnamed texter. Here's an interesting one. Waikiki Beach, severely overrated, crowded, dirty, bland.
Is it Honolulu?
Yep. I don't know if it's Honolulu, actually, but I've heard of Waikiki
Hawaii.
Beach. It is Hawaii. San Francisco's overrated. Cold in the winter, cold in the summer. Uphill every direction, expensive as hell. That's from John in Lake Orion.
Yeah, and it's not the city that it used to be. So dirty and messy. Yep. I don't want to be part of it.
Nashville, nothing but country music and day drinking. It's old after about 8 hours. Yeah, but I bet it's a great 8 hours.
It's a great 8 hours. That's a city, that's probably one of the top 5 I'd like to see. I've never been to Nashville. I would like to go there.
From John in Ann Arbor, most overrated city is Honolulu. Costs outrageous. View is like Miami at best. Go to Maui.
Well, the costs are outrageous because everything has to be shipped, being an island, which is it's tough out there. But I've heard Maui's amazing. But I've heard that if you're going to go to Maui, you need to spend at least a week in Maui to really enjoy it.
All right. So I had that light bulb moment yesterday during the second round of the draft. I wasn't watching the draft. And I'm going to apologize because a whole bunch of you probably already knew this. And there's probably people on TV that have said it.
But nobody said it to us.
Nobody said it to us. And I told you this morning, I'm like, oh, of course. And we're dummies for not figuring this out.
Well, but we discussed it yesterday. Nobody brought it up. None of the callers brought it up. Nobody on Ticket Text brought it up. I don't recall hearing this from any of the pundits that were doing the draft. I think we're in a safe place here. Surely there are some people that thought of this.
So, of course, Bronny went pro. Of course, he put his name into the draft. What's the goal here? The goal here was to get Bronny on the same roster as his dad. And everyone said as a basketball player, he probably has no business putting his name in the draft. So, of course, this was the year to go pro to achieve the goal. He's got no stock in terms of a draftable asset. So the only way to guarantee that they were going to get what they wanted, which was Bronny on the same roster with LeBron, is to go pro the year that nobody would think of drafting him. That's why he went pro. Duh. I mean, he wasn't going to get drafted in the first round. He wasn't going to get drafted in the second round. Nobody was going to, quote, waste a pick on Bronny. And so to manipulate this thing, you have him go pro before he has any value.
What we don't know is if he would have gone in the second round to another team. We don't know that if that would have happened just organically without teams jockeying to try to get LeBron there. We don't know that because teams were told, don't draft LeBron, don't draft Bronny. He's not going there. He won't report. He's going to the Lakers. Do not draft him. So, it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the kid in a way because he'll never know. The only way he'll know is if he works his ass off and ends up being, a player in the NBA for years to come. Then you'll know that, hey, it was legit. But everybody right now is looking at this and saying this is just nepotism and it's up on the big stage here and whatever, you do what you can to ensure that LeBron stays and okay. But I feel terrible for the kid because now he's got that all over him because nobody believes he belongs there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a heavy burden to carry to try to prove yourself when you're not likely. I mean, can't imagine he makes the roster, the opening night roster. But maybe he does.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he's really good, and we never got a chance to see it because of the heart issue that was literally almost a year ago, 11 months ago, that he had the cardiac arrest, which is scary stuff, particularly if you're 17, 18 years old. Really scary stuff. Took a while to recover from that before he was able to come back and actually play college basketball, and then just played the 1 year. And, if you look at his highlight package, he's got some pretty good highlights. But overall, it was a non-factor for USC's season. Would he have been a major factor if he didn't have the heart issue? We don't know. So I'm actually rooting for him.
Are you?
Yeah, because I think it's got to be so tough growing up to be the son of the guy, right?
Yep.
Like Barry's kids. Good luck to you guys.
Yep.
Because
Jordan's kids.
Yeah, Jordan's kids, same thing. It's like, oh, my God, it's so hard to live up to that name. And here the Pistons just traded to acquire Tim Hardaway Jr., who's carved out a niche for himself in the NBA and played for a long time in the NBA. Now, was he as good as his father? Oh, no. But he's had a nice career in the NBA.
It's funny because, it just hit me last night. Like, this is the way they get to manipulate it to get Bronny drafted by LeBron's team. And I think he wanted to be drafted. I think they wanted, and the Lakers were willing to do it to appease LeBron. A late second-round pick isn't that much to... But
and he wants to play with his... I assume he wants to play with his dad. Obviously, his dad wants to play with him. And if he sticks around for another year in college basketball, and let's say he blows up, looks good, now he's a first-round pick,
you can't manipulate it.
You can't manipulate it to the way that you want it to.
So anyway, did everybody know this?
I don't think everybody knows. I think there are people that know it, and then there's going to be people that say, duh, guys.
Yeah.
But I think when we look at it, a day after it and kind of examine this, this makes sense. Maybe we should have known.
I'm not good at playing the manipulation game, so maybe I'm not wired to see it when it's right in front of my face, but that feels like what the plan was all along. 248-539-9797. We got a Red Wing draft tonight. Piston draft is now in the books. We'll talk about those things coming up next hour. Also, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? But straight ahead, Gator, at 12:05. You asked me a question yesterday. I said no. One day later, I say yes. We'll get to that at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Wendy's. The Pistons have acquired Tim Hardaway Jr. and 3 second-round picks from the Mavericks in exchange for Quentin Grimes. The 32-year-old Hardaway averaged 14.4 points and 3.2 rebounds as the sixth man in Dallas last season. It's the second straight day the Pistons have taken on an expiring contract in exchange for their draft capital. Yesterday, Detroit added Wendell Moore in order to move up 16 spots in the second round of the draft. Hardaway is a U of M alum, of course. He's going into his 13th NBA season. Tigers looking to bounce back from last night's 5-0 loss at the Angels with Kenta Maeda on the mound tonight. Hear it over on 97.1 The Ticket. Of course, that's right here. It's the 9:38 first pitch.
You all right?
Sometimes the script comes over from a different station.
That's quite all right.
And right now at the Detroit Golf Club, Akshay Bhatia all alone atop the Rocket Mortgage Classic leaderboard at 13 under. Last year's winner is tied for, Ricky Fowler is tied for 6th. He's right now at 8 under. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Yeah, they called me in because Pilar had to leave because he's sick, and then that trade happened. So someone had this written.
Paul, I got a question for you. Paul behind the glass, Kangs in Vegas. You monitor the ticket text, so you sift through them. How many people said, "Of course, you morons"? That's exactly why Bronny went pro.
A lot.
You never said it yesterday. So are you in the same boat as Doug and I?
No, I mean, I assumed that he was going to go to L.A.
Well, I think we all assumed that was going to happen, but we didn't put it all together and say it was the perfect storm of Corey because this is the way they can manipulate. This is the only year they can manipulate it.
I do think there was a bit of a league-wide sort of like going in on it because, like, why wouldn't you just take him ahead of the Lakers and make the Lakers trade you something for it?
Because he has less than zero value and you're afraid you're going to waste your less than zero value. My God, that was harsh.
That is harsh.
You just didn't want to waste the pick if the Lakers weren't going to bite on it? I
kind of feel like they would have had to bite on it to get him on the Lakers with LeBron.
Had they waited any longer, his stock might go up and somebody might actually say, we actually will take the player in the second round. So it felt like in some ways that was the perfect time for it. But anyway, every once in a while, late to the party. Hey, we don't always throw perfect games over here.
No, but when we are late to the party, we still bring some beverages.
I hope so. All right. Yesterday, you asked me a question. You remember yesterday?
Oh, it was like 24 hours ago.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about the draft.
Yep.
Remember when we said yesterday that perfect storm for LeBron James's kid to go to L.A. is the only year, so they have to manipulate.
Remember, did we say
did
that?
a day ago? Yeah, do that? No, that's not what we did. But yes, I remember yesterday.
Okay, so yesterday you asked me a question, and the question was, if you are Scott Harris, are you trying to move Jack Flaherty now? That his stock isn't going to get higher, and so if you get an offer now, would you be inclined to take it? Yesterday, I said no. Today, I wish I would have said yes.
Well, not that I was looking to trade him yesterday, but I'm saying I think that I'd rather get the ball rolling now because
stock's pretty high.
Yeah, stock is high, and I'm not sure if it's going to be high. I mean, a team that gets him now actually gets a few more starts out of him, knowing that it's going to be a rental anyway. At least you get a few more starts out of him that maybe you can further charge in your standings.
So my theory yesterday was you get everybody's real offer right before the trade deadline. They're hoping to get off light now and are willing to up the ante later, and you'll get a higher price. And then he goes out last night, goes 5 2/3, gives up 3 home runs, 5 earned runs, 7 hits. He did have 7 strikeouts. But what we don't want is his stock to go down. And I, Gator, am ready to beg and maybe even plead for something to work out for this team. Just give us something. Are you kidding me? Like, we've got an asset that has some market value. It's just one start. Like, it's just one start. And I shouldn't overreact. But I am getting to the point now where I think that if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Because that's the kind of, what's the opposite of a heater? Because that's a cooler. We're on such a cool streak right now. And I said it earlier in the show, I think people feel worse about the Tigers right now than they do the Pistons. And it's depressing.
It is. And look, I'm hoping that and assuming that Jack Flaherty's going to bounce back and he'll be fine in his next start. But I do want to, in all honesty, I do want to get this thing rolling. There's something in the back of my mind. This isn't exactly why I want to do this, but I can't help but knowing that it's there and thinking about what happened last year when you're trying to unload a pitcher and you wait, and then it ends up being too late because he changed his mind at the last second when he thought he had a deal done. I think back other past years where the Tigers have had trade assets before the trade deadline and then somebody gets hurt. And, this is Jack Flaherty's already had the back issue.
Yep.
That was quickly resolved, thankfully. But that's back lingering in my mind as well. Is that something that's going to be explained? Because it seems to happen when somebody has a bad outing or a couple bad outings. Whoa, what's wrong?
Yep.
And then next thing you know, the guy's on the 7-day injured list or whatever, 10 days, 15, whatever they're going to do. He's out. Please don't let that happen here. Please let him bounce back, be the trade asset that he is, and find it. And there might be. Are there more teams that are in it right now that would want to be in it? If you let the league wide know, we're open for business. Jack Flaherty, we want to move him the next week. Give me your best offer.
You don't want to sound desperate, though.
No, you don't want to sound desperate, but I don't think that sounds desperate. I think that sounds like we're commanding this. Okay, we're in charge. We're leading.
In charge over here.
Yeah,
we're running this show.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by what your eyes tell you. It's a weird deal because we have so little left to root for, is what it feels like. And I don't blame fans for still going to games and cheering for their team. There's nothing wrong with that. Have fun with it. But for me, in terms of grand scheme of trying to hope that they can compete here at some sort of level, it's pretty frustrating knowing that this team is just, it's not taking big steps forward. And maybe they will when it's all said and done. It's a long season. And when you're playing poorly, we always talk about how it feels like you're never going to win. You're never going to win again. And when you're playing great, it feels like you're never going to lose again. They have got to, put together a little bit of a win streak to create a little bit of interest, and maybe they won't.
Well, they're at the low point of the season right now. They're 7 games below 500. They haven't been that low all year long. They are halfway through the season, 81 games.
Yeah.
In the 81 games, 23 of them have seen the Tigers score 1 run or 0 runs. In 23 of the 81 games.
It feels like you're abstaining from playing offense. You pass. We're up. We'll pass. That's what it feels like some nights.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, he does have value still. One start doesn't change that. He has value, but your question yesterday was strike while the iron's hot, and I hope it wasn't necessary. I hope we're not sitting here going, my God, the asset completely diminished in the weeks leading up to. We need something to work out, right? Jack Flaherty has to be motivated as well. He's in a contract year. He bet on himself, took a short-term deal with a team that wasn't going to be particularly competitive, and he wants, I would imagine he'd love to. It's not like he's going to go to a contender and they're not going to use him. He'll get a chance to make starts for a contending team, right? This is exactly what you want. And he, has to be motivated to get out of here, right?
Sure. Sure, unless he likes it.
Well, that could be the case. And he might be like, I'm going to do my best work under Chris Fetter moving forward.
Right. But
he's not going to also tank intentionally.
No. But, the Tigers we know they've got a bunch of issues here. I said to start the show, I'm at the point now that I deem the offense to be unacceptable and a change has to happen. And I think the change I need to see is let's get new blood in here with the hitting instructors because these guys aren't getting a job done. It has been a historically bad offensive team for the last several years.
Yeah.
So change it up. I know I would first blame the players, absolutely, for not performing. But at some point, it's not just the players. It's got to be something else. And let's start looking at it. And I want to see a change here. Because 23 out of 81 games is more than 28% of their games.
Wow.
I mean, that's insane where they score one run or fewer.
248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson coming up at 12:35. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Later this hour, some draft stuff with the NHL and the NBA. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I say don't to everybody, and they do it anyway. I say
Sorry.
don't.
Can't help it, man. But we won't discuss it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Canton. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, Doug, Scott, how are you?
Good.
Great, thank you.
So I've stuck with the Lions in losing seasons, the Red Wings. Was never much of a Pistons fan, so didn't watch it. But the Tigers are ticking me off, and it should tick everybody off. The minute the general manager said, we're not going to spend money until we get a core, is the minute that I said, I'm not going to spend my money until you get a core either. And I don't understand why. Doug, you mentioned the other day, you don't blame, or the other couple minutes ago, you don't blame people for going to the games, but that ticked me off. And I don't understand why more people aren't talking about that and angry about that.
I mean, I like to tell people, you do you, John. Like that's sort of the point.
Do.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with you making that decision. And anybody that just has fun going to games and enjoying a day at the ballpark, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. And if they want to spend their time listening to a game, I mean, it's in some ways my biggest frustration is the stupid TV deal this year, but. We did this years and years and years with the Lions. Why don't people stop going? I don't understand why people still go, because they enjoy the time. It's their own disposable income to do with it whatever they want. And our time is valuable, our money is valuable, and if you get a degree of enjoyment out of doing something, then good for you.
But I understand what you're saying, John. If you're frustrated as a fan, I'm frustrated as a fan as well. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, until you spend money to improve the team, that you're not going to spend your hard-earned money to go to the ballpark. That's fine. I'm still going to watch it, not because it's my job, but because I love baseball. And there are things that I can look for with a team that, even though they're 7 games below 500 and they're anemic offensively, I'm still looking for, all right, where is the improvement going to come? Because I love baseball, because I want to see Colt Keith develop, because I want to see if Wencel Perez is actually a player, because I want to see Riley Green develop into what might end up being an all-star season, and maybe he'll get there next year, because I want to see how great Tarek Skubal can be. There's still things to look for, but I get it. People are frustrated. They didn't spend money in the offseason like they wanted them to, and I understand. I get it. And I'm going to be really pissed if this offseason comes around and they don't add a piece or two to this team that makes sense.
I'm not seeing that happening, or I don't see in the future that it's going to happen until they think they have a core.
I mean, in some ways it kind of makes sense, because with the Tigers, I'm not, like, for instance, I'm a little scared about a Stamkos move for the Red Wings, and I'm drawing a parallel here. Because it'll take up a bunch of the budget, and I'm not sure it puts them over the top. And so, yes, it will make them better, and I'll be more excited about next season with Stamkos. But if they re-sign their own guys, bring back Gostisbehere, add Stamkos, do I think they're a Stanley Cup team? Not without wild development from within. So, you can spend money for sure. And this, let's also face facts. This past free agent class wasn't a great.
No, it wasn't a great class at all. But were there players that could
help them win more now, without question?
Yeah, and they'd have more than, they'd be better off than 7 games below 500. Would they be in the playoff hunt? They might be, actually, if they had added a couple of the players that the fans were clamoring for, because those guys got off to horrible starts, but they've bounced back and now have had a better last 6 weeks than what they were the first 6 weeks were. So I think when you look at it in comparison with the Red Wings, it's interesting. The Red Wings have gotten better and better every year. Their point total has gone up each year. If they were, and they just missed the playoffs this year, if they were to make a move like get Steven Stamkos here, while bringing up a bunch of these the prospects to play and fill some holes, I do think it's a step forward and a step in the right direction, because I think this is a playoff team. If they were at a player like that, is it sustainable? For the duration of the contract for Stamkos, it would be, and all the while, these other guys are getting better and better. Now, are they a Stanley Cup contending team? That's different, right? And I think the ultimate goal is to have that sustainable Stanley Cup championship caliber team. They're a long ways from that, But if you want to see them be a sustainable playoff team, that can happen right away for the Red Wings. For the Tigers, it's a different story. For the Tigers, they are going to have to spend money in a league where there's no salary cap. Hockey, you're limited. And if the Red Wings and the Red Wings have so much cap space right now, they have to spend that cap space.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about two parallel topics here, the Tigers and the Red Wings. I can see one thing with the Red Wings that I can see is if you add Stamkos, and you were right, and Steve Yzerman is just as right about Edvinsson and Johansson and Sandin Pellikka as he was with Seider, and these guys are way above average defensemen, then you might have a really incredibly strong young core of blue liners. And I could see some excitement building over that. I really hope they're right on one of the goalies.
Well, that's going to be the turning point, right? If they're right on one of the goaltenders in a couple of years, when Kosa's ready to be the regular goaltender, if Augustine is pushing him or whatever, if they get one of those guys right, that changes everything, because a strong goaltender automatically catapults you into being a playoff team, and then you add what your roster is around it. That's when you become contenders.
Text from Will: the Tigers are notorious for being an organization that is reactive and not proactive. I've never once seen them set the market value with a trade.
I would disagree with that. Well, how was David Price? I mean, it didn't work out, but wasn't that a wow moment at the trade deadline?
Well, when they say
they already had this great pitching staff, and they added David Price to it.
When he says set the market, doesn't he mean? Is he meaning trade a player, a veteran, for a massive haul back, like the best return for your veteran? Is that what he means?
I don't know.
Look, whether they have or they haven't in the past, the one thing I hope we've all learned from the Lions is when somebody new takes over, it can completely change things. It can. It doesn't mean it's going to, but them not doing things in the past doesn't mean that the new guy who's been on the job for a year plus isn't going to be able to accomplish some things that you haven't seen happen before. Last year's trade deadline didn't help him, though. The Eduardo Rodriguez fiasco didn't help him.
No, that I think that set things back, to be honest.
George in Livonia says, of course people are more down on the Tigers and the Pistons. People are apathetic about the Pistons. The Tigers are showing signs of life early and then so disappointing lately, and that hurts those of us that truly love that team. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Yep, we started talking about this because Gator asked me the question yesterday about Jack Flaherty. He said, hey, would you be more inclined to trade him now or wait till the trade deadline? I said, oh, wait. Then he went out and kind of got bombed last night. Suboptimal scenario as you're trying to run up the price.
Yeah, and it's too bad because the first two mistakes were hit out of the ballpark, but it only cost him 2 runs. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, settle down now. If you go 7 innings and give up just these 2 solo shots, we're in good shape and you're in good shape, and here we go. And then unfortunately it just got worse. Gave up the 5 runs, didn't make it out of the 6th inning, and the Tigers' offense once again didn't show up.
No, they did not. An all too familiar refrain, and we'll just. And
I'm tired.
You know what? I'm tired of it too. I'm sitting back and just monitoring minor league stats and wondering who the next call up is that we can kick the tires on this asset or that asset.
Well, and that's a question I guess for AJ Hinch but Scott Harris doesn't really speak with the media, but it would be kind of one of those two that. All right, what's the time? What's the time that you say, now we're turning the clock forward, let's bring up Dingler, bring up Chase Young, bring up Parker Meadows. If Torque's hitting again, then you bring up Torque. Okay, you got these guys, and it's I imagine it's trade deadline because you're going to have to move guys out. You're going to have to move out Mark Canha, Gio Urshela. You'll make the decision on Akil Baddoo that it's not working out, or maybe somebody else that did something else on the roster that might surprise you. McKinstry, or maybe you trade Matt Vierling. Whatever it is, I think once the trade deadline comes and goes, it's going to be a drastically different looking roster than what we're seeing right now.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is draft day for the Detroit Red Wings. If you missed our talk earlier, we'll revisit it coming up later this hour. Also, the NBA draft in the books and a trade pulled off by the Pistons today as they move Quentin Grimes to Dallas. In return, Tim Hardaway and 3 second-round picks. They absorb some salary. They get rid of a young player who's shot a decent three-point percentage for a veteran player that shot a decent three-point percentage. Neither of which, this doesn't feel like an ultimately significant move, although I suspect Tim Hardaway in a Detroit uniform will help in the games more than Quentin Grimes next year would help in the games. But Tim Hardaway's defined. Quentin Grimes is not.
Right. And it's that the Pistons will still have roughly $50 million in cap space.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have space to do things.
Are you going to eat that today at 12:35? You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you here on a Friday in Detroit. Feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. And question Gator asked me yesterday about Jack Flaherty. Would I sell sooner rather than later before any stock changes? And I said, no, wait till the trade deadline. One day later, after he gives up 5 runs on 7 hits, 3 home runs, and 5 2/3. I'm like, damn it, they should have traded him yesterday. Of course, that's an overreaction. I'm being somewhat facetious, but God, can something work out for these guys? Can something go right? Feedback coming in. The Tigers have a core. It's mostly pitching and a couple young hitters. They've been near a 500 team since 21, besides the fluky injury-ridden 22 season. It's been time to spend for some years now. Our problem is that we don't have ownership in front office that understands how to build a team. We are wasting this rebuild.
Well, they didn't have anybody in the offseason when it comes to the spending. There were no free agents in the offseason that I would have wanted to see signed to like a 6 or 8 year contract, right?
Yep.
Because that's what I'm looking for. That's the type of free agent I want. I don't want the one and done.
You don't want JD Martinez at this point in his career.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have.
It would help. It would help.
It would help this year, and then you could trade it and get maybe some prospects afterwards. But for a team that was hovering close to 500, I could see the allure of going towards a Chapman or a JD Martinez to help this lineup out. That I could see that. But the guys that I really want to spend my free agent money on, when you talk about spending money, they're going to be long-term solutions. I want to get that 25, 27-year-old, third baseman that's going to play for the next 8-10 years.
Yeah.
I want to get that guy that maybe year 7 out of an 8-year contract that then I'm sorry, oh, hey, do we hang on too long? Who cares? I enjoyed the first 6.
Right.
Like the Cabrera contract, everybody complained about at the end of it. We all knew at the end it was going to be a disaster, but boy, that was a fun ride.
Next text, would you rather the Tigers actually spend money and be excited next season or to do nothing and relive this season all over again? I'd rather they spend money. Like, this is a simple answer. Yeah. I also want Scott Harris to do you. Whatever Scott Harris is, I want him to execute his plan and let it succeed or fail. It's the same thing we did with previous guys. It's also the same thing we did with Brad Holmes. And you find out quickly, and we're a year in, and the early returns aren't great. We'll find out quickly if Scott Harris is up to the job. Right now, it's hard to say that he is, but we kind of got to wait and see what happens. Like Max Clark is tearing it up, and
Clark and McGonigal, those two guys together, are going to keep matriculating through the minor leagues together, and they're playing well at single. But it's single A. We're years away from. We're 2 or 3 years away before that. We see those fruits.
Well, they could go to high A this year. In fact, I expect
I would expect they're going to get a promotion at some point.
And then could Max Clark be a double A next year?
I don't know. I mean, it depends what he would do at high A.
But it's not thrilling to tell people, hey, we got a guy that could be at double A next year.
No, and the guy who's at double A now, who's playing well, is hurt. He's been out for a week after getting beamed in the head, and that's Hao Yu Lee, which is one of the guys that they got in the Lorenzen trade.
I love him at this point, writes an unnamed texter, but I would consider trading Tarek Skubal. I would consider signing Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
There's the money to spend. That's the obvious money to spend.
But that's not a new player you're bringing in, but absolutely that's a guy. Give me the 6-year contract.
If you do that, first of all, it makes sense from a baseball perspective. Sign him for a little bit cheaper right now. And secondly, is you do instill a little bit of faith back in the fan base. Now, maybe people don't care about it. Maybe they don't care about doing it to instill faith. I'm saying that's a little byproduct of making a smart move. All right, Gator, you ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Yes.
Here we go.
Here we go. What we got? We got 4th of July weekend. Well, not really. 4th of July is in the middle of the next week, but I'm going to 4th of July barbecue. Well, it's a crab boil event on Sunday, so
Well, maybe you can see this at your barbecue.
What do we got?
5 Hour Energy is combining resources to come up with a barbecue sauce. Company is getting a little help from the barbecue master, Brian Baumgartner. The sauce is an energizing nature. Baumgartner thought the partnership with the company was a good idea. There's not a whole lot about what this sauce is going to contain. 5 Hour Energy approached him about the idea to try a peach mango flavored sauce. Same flavors as 5 Hour Energy. So I guess that's what you're getting is a peach mango. Gator bottles, you can get them on their website. Additional drops planned for July 2nd, July 9th, and July 16th. Do you want a 5 Hour Energy barbecue sauce?
I mean, I don't see the need for caffeinating my barbecue sauce. Peach mango sounds fine. I mean, I would try the barbecue sauce, but I don't. Why?
I don't
Why
know.
the energy part?
I don't know.
I don't understand that.
So you're a no on this.
Well, I mean, I would try it, but the caffeine part makes it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, caffeine is it's not like it's hard to access it elsewhere.
I know, but this is the gimmick though. I mean, if you're 5 Hour Energy drink, you don't go into the world of barbecue sauce unless you're throwing your own spin on it,
Well,
which is here's the energy.
Have you ever had their mango, whatever it is, is it mango orange?
Peach mango?
Peach mango. Have you ever had it?
I have not. I've had 5 Hour Energy drinks before.
Is the peach mango so effing good that you got to put it on everything?
I don't know. I mean, all the 5 Hour Energy drinks, they taste similar to me. They're kind of very potent flavor profile to it. So I don't know if it, and you're doing shots. So it's not like you're sipping and enjoying. You just shoot it.
Well, so a no on that. I am also a no. I'm not a big energy drink guy. Next up, Gator, there's a place in New York called the Chelsea Living Room. They have decided to...
Is it in Chelsea?
I suppose it might be. They have decided that they are upping the ante with a lot of their appetizers by adding caviar. They are selling mozzarella sticks with caviar on top for $50 per mozzarella stick.
What?
Gator, would you pay $50 for a caviar-topped mozzarella stick?
Absolutely not. What? Caviar?
Yeah.
Caviar and cheese, that go together?
I'm not a caviar guy, so I don't know that I want caviar on anything.
Huh. I've had it like once in my life, and I can't remember what else was served with it, but I don't think it was cheese. I like my fried cheese the way most people like their fried cheese. Just breaded, baby. That's it. I don't need it. Why would I amp it up with caviar? And then, the joy is I get to spend $50 per stick?
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here.
You might find this surprising. I also will pass on the caviar mozzarella stick. All right, Sonic.
It's not even red meat, and you're saying that.
Has 6 new drinks that they will debut at the X Games. I'm going to work my way through these real quick. You tell me yes or no. You ready?
Okay.
The Classic Cruiser, which is a timeless taste of cola combined with a sweet hint of cherry vanilla. The Classic Cruiser, yes or no?
Yes.
Twisted Flamingo, which is a twist of lemon lime, cherry vanilla, and sweet cream.
Yes.
Paradise Sunset, a bubbly drink with a citrusy burst of blood orange and real strawberries.
Yes.
Rainbow Slush, made with blue raspberry, real strawberries, and lemonade.
Yes.
Lemonade Cream Cooler, a tangy lemonade slush blended with sweet, creamy soft serve.
Yes.
And Grape Escape, a bubbly mix of grape and lime that creates the perfect flavor escape.
Yes. I would try all of them.
These 6 for 6 people.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm likely to order them. I would definitely try them.
Okay.
But yeah, those sound pretty good. You?
I'll pass on all 6.
What?
I mean, seriously, first of all, blue raspberry does nothing for me. I can't stand the blue raspberry flavor. And a lot of these just sound like too much sugar for me. And I apologize, but
You're so much fun.
I am what I am. I am what I am.
Don't ever change.
No, you do you. I'll do me. You have fun with it.
Well, look, I don't want all that sugar either. I said that's why I'd try it.
Okay. You're not going to make this part of your regular routine where you're picking up a Paradise Sunset every day.
I can't tell you the last time I went to Sonic.
Yeah. Next up at Erie Seawolf games, Gator.
Oh,
they now have something new at the concession stand. The Flamin' Hot Funnel Cake. This looks like your typical funnel cake with the cake base with mac and cheese. It appears to be. I didn't find a description. I had to look at the picture. Mac and cheese on top with a healthy serving of Cheeto dust and jalapenos. The Flamin' Hot Funnel Cake, Gator. Are you going to eat that?
No, I'm not the Flamin' Hot guy. That sounds right. I don't like the Flaming Hot flavors. I don't. And I didn't get the Flaming Hot Cheetos or any of that, so it's not for me. And I want my funnel cake to stay sweet, not savory.
Okay. So a no on that too. Next up, this is at Columbus Crew Soccer Games. If you find yourself, Gator, at a Columbus Crew Soccer game, available now at the concession stand is the Korean Barbecue Puffle. What's the Korean Barbecue Puffle, you ask? The Korean Barbecue Puffle is a handheld sandwich of Korean fried chicken with a double hit of spice from kimchi and sriracha aioli, served inside a Chinese bubble waffle, which is kind of like a waffle in reverse. The ridges are the sunken part that surround puffed up bubbles of batter. It almost looked like they put the chicken and the sauce inside a folded reverse waffle. They call it the puffle. The Korean Barbecue Puffle, Gator. Are you going to eat that?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I like kimchi. I like waffles. I like chicken. Chicken and waffle spin. I'm down with it.
I think I'm in on this too.
Oh,
yep.
Look at you.
I think I would give this a shot. So there it is, another edition.
I have a bonus.
Do you?
I do. And it's germane to this weekend.
Okay.
Have you heard of the sandwich called Rick's Pick?
I have not.
This is at the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Okay.
It's designed in large part by Ricky Fowler's wife, Allison, with chef Colin John of Forte Boulanger. And the sandwich is boar's head Cajun turkey, shredded lettuce, pickles, pepperoncini, mayonnaise, vinegar, oil, and oregano on a brioche bun. There is nothing you're going to say that you don't like about this sandwich.
Yes, there is. And you know what it is.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
However, sounds pretty good. Like I will every once in a while shoot my shot with mayonnaise and I don't hate it. So I think I would give that a shot.
This sounds absolutely delicious. And I saw a picture of Ricky eating one of them. It looked fantastic.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd give this a shot. I think I'd give it a try. There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 248-539-9797. Okay, so NHL draft tonight. There are two names, kind of familiar, I would love to see fall to the Red Wings. Love to see him fall to the Red Wings. We'll get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, can't find a dealership open on Saturdays? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is open every Saturday for sales and for service. And if you're servicing your car, well, they've got loaner vehicles available to keep you on the move. Service technicians, they love this place because it's air-conditioned environment, which means no more sweating in the hot box, which means that it really helps the tech stay focused on your vehicle and getting you back on the road. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan with over 60 new demos available for sale. You can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. No employee pricing? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. All new 2024 Trax vehicles at employee pricing for all. They have the best selection of used vehicles around, always giving you the most for your trade. Go see Katie and the entire team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection. Located at 696 and Telegraph, open Saturdays just for you.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Got some Lions stuff we'll get to next hour. But today is the day of the National Hockey League draft. And look, the NFL draft, we have probably started talking about it as early as October. Historically, in large part because we are pretty sure that most of you know all of the players that might be available in the first round. And if you don't, you can easily access them and find out who they are. The NBA draft used to be that way. I don't know that the MLB or NHL draft have ever been that way. But with the streaming and YouTube, if you want, you can find plenty of game film on anybody.
This is true.
Just not as popular as football. So it's unlikely you're going to hear us doing mock drafts, NHL drafts. What would be the equivalent of October in the NHL season? Like December? Something like that. But now that we're here at the day, we're also not going to ignore it either. It's an important day. It's an important day because even if a guy isn't going to be here in the next 35 minutes, it doesn't mean that you can't change the future of the organization with the right pick. When you are not picking at the top of the draft, it feels less likely. And those guys at the top get plenty of attention. And yes, Macklin, is it Celebrini or Celebrini, right? That guy, people probably saw him play at Boston University. And if you care about college hockey at all, you had the chance to see him play at Boston University. But if you're at the top, and the Red Wings aren't. They're picking.
No, if you watched Michigan State hockey, you saw Artem Levshunov, and
who could be number 2.
Could be number 2.
But again, won't be there when the Red Wings pick.
Will not be.
No. When the Red Wings pick, there will. I always look for guys. Okay, you look at the guys that are projected to be on the board when they're there. I also look and see if there's anybody that I hope drops to the Red Wings. 2 names stand out to me. They're both familiar. One is Yzerman. The other is Iginla. It's a different Yzerman. No relation. But Cole Yzerman, I have seen described as the best pure goal scorer in this draft. That's subject to debate, but he played with Team USA's development program. And he scored 58 goals and had 31 assists in 58 games.
In 57 games.
Sorry, 57 games. That's a pretty pure goal scorer.
Yeah. Goal a game?
Yeah.
Sure.
So that would work. He is projected to be gone in most mocks that I've seen before the Red Wings pick. Could he slip to them?
He could.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen different mock drafts. As you might imagine, I pay attention to this like you do. So I've been looking at a lot of mock drafts over the last several weeks. And I've seen instances where both players are available and both players have been taken by the Red Wings at 15.
Iginla as well?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So at least one where he slipped there. It's interesting because with hockey drafts, different than the NFL. Like in the NFL, the Lions were fortunate because of the run on offensive players. And then they were able to get their guy because there were so many offensive players taken to push all the defensive players back, and they're able to move up and get the guy they wanted to. I don't think it works that way in the NHL because there are maybe a few players that teams will see as guys that can make an impact right away and play in the NHL right away, and then everybody else is a year or 2 or 3 away. So you're not necessarily drafting on need positionally for your team right away because things will change. So with the Red Wings, it's interesting to see they can just go best player available where they're drafting at number 15. And there's a lot to like with both of those players you mentioned. I would get concerned about Iginla in worrying that the expectation is too much of all I remember is his father playing and being awesome. Being a Hall of Fame player, being one of these amazing power forwards that, of course, every team in the league wants a power forward like Jerome Iginla. Is his son anything like that? I mean, he put up some great numbers, 47 goals in 64 games last year at 84 points.
He doesn't appear to be like that.
But
he doesn't appear to be like his dad.
Yeah, I mean...
Tej, by the way. Tej Iginla.
And maybe we're never going to see players like that again, just because the game isn't as, you're not dropping the gloves like you were 20 years ago. But I mean, Jerome McGinn was amazing. You rack up 150 penalty minutes in a season while scoring 50 goals. But there are guys, I like both of those guys. There's another player I like, Michael Hage. He's a center. He played in the USHL this past year and is pledged to go to University of Michigan. In 54 games, he had 33 goals and 75 points. Good size, 6'1", 190, a little bit past that. And he's a two-way player. He plays defense, and he's a guy that seems to me like that's like the perfect type of Yzerman player. Be responsible both ends of the ice, and apparently really responsible defensively, and has this offensive touch, and really came on the second half of the season, from what I understand, started really displaying that scoring touch the second half of the season. So he's a guy that has moved up a lot of draft boards, where initially he might be a top 30 prospect, but because of the way he finished, might elevate himself in the top half of the draft, which is right where the Red Wings are. That's a guy that I'd like to see them go get.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player that appears to be on the board in most mocks for them at 15. So,
but here's what's interesting about the NHL draft. Things happen at the NHL draft. You got free agency beginning next week. Teams going to be jockeying for position, try to free up some cap space. So trades happen during the draft. They happen all the time during the draft. Well, Steve Yzerman, is this the year he decides to move up? With a first round, hey, they got to pick at 15, but they really like a guy. Let's say they really like Iginla, and they think he's going to be gone. What you said, Calgary has the 9th pick.
Yep.
Do they try to move ahead of Calgary so they can get him? So the Calgary doesn't get him. I mean, this is the year. That's entirely possible. Every year it's possible, but that's what's fun with the NHL draft is you're always going to see trades happen, and there have been blockbuster trades that have happened during the NHL draft. And tonight's draft being at the Sphere in Las Vegas adds another layer of fun for the viewer to watch this draft. I can't wait for this tonight.
248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, you want to sound off, we will get to your phone calls and feedback, of course, with free agency starting Monday. And not a ton of reporting out there with the Red Wings and rumors compared to other organizations. It's a pretty tight ship down there at LCA, and it leads to a lot of speculation, but it doesn't feel like we're getting a lot of hard reporting on it. But Wings fans want to hear from you at 248-539-9797. And then there's the Yzerman question. Like, where are you with your faith in Steve Yzerman doing the right job, doing a good job, and doing the right thing tonight and next week? Feels like the support for him has started to dwindle. Dwindle might be strong. People are starting to question, is this going to work? Is this going to work? Because the improvement has been slow. The organization is apparently stocked. Everybody talks about how great their minor league system is, and they got a bunch of prospects, which is cool, but it doesn't mean much with the big club, and it doesn't also feel like just wait till so-and-so gets here and then everything's going to change. But where are you with Steve Yzerman? 248-539-9797. Got a Twitter poll out there. We'll update the results of that today at 102. Got a Lions question for you today at 110. Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
The NHL draft begins tonight with the Red Wings picking 15th overall. Steve Yzerman said that position makes the Wings' approach pretty simple. Various mock drafts have the Wings taking Beckett Seneca, a Canadian power forward type from the OHL's Oshawa Generals, Michael Brandsted Nygaard, a Norwegian winger from the Swedish League, and Michael Hage, a Canadian center from the USHL's Chicago Steel, among others. Tigers looking to bounce back from last night's 5-0 loss to the Angels with Kenta Maeda on the mound tonight here on 97.1. That's a 9:38 first pitch. And updating the Rocket Mortgage Classic leaderboard from the Detroit Golf Club, Akshay Bhatia still on top at 13 under. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Got a Lions question we'll get to today at 1:10. In the meantime, back to your phone calls. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi.
Hey.
There's no other way to build a team except through the draft. Yzerman is doing it absolutely correctly. The players are 18 years old. There are few stars. You get this ridiculous lottery. And there's just no other way to do it.
I mean, you can supplement by taking on bigger salaries. You can supplement it, but the core of what you're going to do, most of your heavy lifting, yeah, I would agree, is in the draft. You kind of have to nail the draft. There's too many players on the roster.
Unless you're an expansion team.
Yeah, which they're not. But if you don't,
too many teams too.
If you don't. You have to really populate your roster with draftable players you drafted and then supplement it in other ways. You can't, I mean, you can trade for some guys and some lesser paid players, but yeah, I would agree with you. The draft is the most critical part of building a hockey team.
I hope the Red Wings go for Hage or Seneca.
Yeah. Well,
I'm a Hage guy.
Hage would work. If again, Larry Yzerman doesn't fall to them. Cole Yzerman.
Pierre LeBrun, the real Pierre LeBrun, tweeted this out. It says, from Stamkos' agent Don Meehan, who tells me regarding his client, quote, he will be a free agent on July 1st. So it would appear Stamkos is going to market on Monday unless something changes in Tampa's position. We'll see. So
interesting.
A lot of
speculation that Tampa would step up their offer in the next couple of days.
The Tampa had been negotiating with him, and now he says his agent says he's going to be a free agent on July 1st.
34 years old, very capable still of scoring 40 goals.
Yeah, point a game guy still. Yeah, I mean, I can warm up to this. Red Wings getting him.
Mm-hmm.
They have cap space that they're going to have to spend because they'll still have plenty of cap space after re-signing Seider and Raymond. The Stamkos makes sense. I mean, the age would frighten some people away. Was he 34?
Yep. It scares me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no question.
Patrick Kane's 35, and I don't mind if they brought him back on a reasonable contract. And he's coming. He's 2 years removed from a terrible injury. He proved himself last year that he's healthy and still has incredible hockey acumen and skill. And I like Stamkos better. So, yeah, and he's a year younger. I don't hate on the idea that brings Stamkos to Detroit.
So we have some reporting on Kane today as well from Emily Kaplan of ESPN. Here's what she writes. I was told Patrick Kane, he is very much still in contact with Detroit as of this week and could re-sign as a Red Wing. Kane views Detroit as a good team going in the right direction. There's more, but I want to stop right there. We've talked about this as a potential barometer. Where Patrick Kane is in his career, I suspect he's looking for a number of things. He's looking for the longest contract he can get for the most money he can get, duh. But I also would think that he wants to make one more run at a Stanley Cup. Would you think that's a fair assessment of where a typical player in his shoes might be?
Sure.
So we were wondering if he had faith in the direction of the Red Wings. Does he, as a player on the roster and familiar with maybe some of the thinking of Steve Yzerman, I don't know if Yzerman tells him anything or his agent anything, but does Kane have faith in Yzerman? And would we respect his opinion? And will we know if he has faith if he comes back to Detroit? Feels like it stands to reason. So according to Emily Kaplan's reporting today, Kane views Detroit as a good team going in the right direction. More from her. Last year he made $2.75 million. She writes, depending on where and what term, I've been told he could double his salary next season. Would you pay Patrick Kane $5.5 million?
Yeah, I think so. Again, point a game guy, liability defensively, helps your power play out, familiarity with the team. So a second go around with it, players probably feel a lot more comfortable playing with him. And it's not breaking the bank. It's not a ton of money. So if we're looking at the $15 million we kind of earmarked for the two restricted free agents, you get Kane for $5. That's 15. That's $20 million there, and they still would have over $10 million to spend.
So Gostisbehere's gone.
Well,
if you bring him back, you are out of the big heavy hitter free agent or trade move, most likely.
No.
You don't think so?
Well, I'm talking, here's $20 million, and you still have more than $10 million to spend. So if you bring Stamkos, okay, and you get Stamkos 7, 8.
Okay, so now you have 4 or 5 left for Gostisbehere, and anything else? I think Gostisbehere's gone under those circumstances.
He might be because he had a nice season, and he can parlay that into a bigger contract than what the Red Wings could offer. But the Red Wings do have this log jam of defense still.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as I wouldn't want to see Gostisbehere go, he's an offensive. He's like one-sided. He's offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't do a whole lot defensively to wow you. Maybe it makes more sense than here comes another guy being brought up from their prospect core. They've got they would have enough money if they wanted to sign. If this is going to be $5 million a year for Patrick Kane on like a 2-year deal, and you were to get you could have enough money for Stamkos too. I think you could, in addition to the 2 free restricted, and then you also going to have to sign Veleno too, but he's not going to break the bank. I think you could get that done.
I think it's going to be tough, but I'm not sure that you can. I guess it depends. I haven't seen any reporting about Gostisbehere, and I guess just because Patrick Kane wants to double his salary doesn't mean he's going to double his salary. 248-539-9797. Jeff is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yep, gotcha.
All right, 2 things going for Stamkos. 1, I like his proven ability on the power play. Number 2, yes, he does bring experience in the locker room and on the ice, and he does have a lot of tangibles going for him. 1 drawback, he gets hurt. He's been hurt in the last 3 years. It's not like 1 or 2 games. He's been out for quite a bit of time. So you got to put that into consideration, plus his age.
Stamkos has
able to consider playing.
He has played in all but 5 games the last 3 regular seasons.
Okay.
He played in now in 2021. That was at the COVID year, I think it was.
Yeah.
He had some game. He's had some seasons, but the last 3 seasons, he's played in 81, 81, and 79 games.
So then, how much money is he going to take to bring him here?
It's a good question.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I appreciate listening to you guys every morning.
I don't know that we answered your question at all. Gator, you said 7 or 8.
And maybe I'm being hopeful on that.
I think it might be, but
I'm just looking at his previous deal.
What was his previous deal?
Well, he was making $8.5 million in his prime. That's his prime contract is $8.5 million. So I don't think he's getting $8.5 million past that.
I wouldn't think so. And you don't.
So I said, what, 78?
Yeah, and the Red Wings have more money than most, but all it takes is one team that's willing to go beyond that.
Yeah, but it's if money's all he wants, then he'll go to the highest bidder. But if it's not, if he wants to go and play at a place where he thinks that it's an up and coming team, he's got a relationship with the general manager. He knows what's going on here. So,
I mean, if he comes to Detroit too, if Patrick Kane and Steven Stamkos come to Detroit, isn't that 2 check pluses in the credibility category for the general manager? As long as he's not simply way overpaying for those guys. You know?
Right.
Now, if Utah gets involved with all their cap space, and that could be problematic. But 248-539-9797. We'll push back the Lions question with a lot of Red Wing calls coming in. Draft day, 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Feedback coming in. Regarding the Red Wings, big day. It is draft day. We pushed back this Lions question.
Draft
We'll get
day?
to it coming up. It is draft day.
Putney available?
That's right. And I want Putney.
On all my picks.
Yep. Did anybody go to Tej Ginla's birthday party? Let's start that rumor.
Celebrini. How about Celebrini? Nobody went to
Celebrini's
No.
birthday party. Only one player I want, unless they trade up, and they're not going to get him. And knowing Stevie Y, he's not going to do it. But my dream pick is Tej Ginla. That's from Marlin Wall Lake. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's so funny, right? So, am I wrong? The whole second half of Jerome Ginla's career, there were constant Red Wing Ginla to the Red Wings. It was constant.
Because that was a time when the Red Wings were adding all these Hall of Fame veteran players. You know, I mean, there were only 10 Hall of Famers on the 0-2 team. So, yeah, they were looking to add as many as they could. And Ginla was one of those guys. Go get him.
Yeah, and now along comes his son. And look, Jerome Ginla, the career, great Calgary Flame. And I feel like everybody has him going to Tej Ginla going to the Flames at 9. And it feels like it's the easy button. Oh, Ginla? He's going to Calgary.
He's got. Oh, why not? Makes sense. It's funny because the other great power forward that I always wanted back in the day, aside from Ginla, was Keith Tkachuk.
Yeah,
and his kids are great. So maybe it is. Let's go get a Ginla. He's gonna be just like the Tkachuks.
Yeah,
you like that cross pollination?
Yeah, sure. Unnamed texter. Kane is 35. Stamkos is 34. Why are you guys worried about these old ass players?
What do you mean worried?
I mean, why am I worried about them? I'm worried about them because they're 35 and 34. They both are still getting the job done, but do you have to ask why we're worried about a 35 and a 34-year-old player? Because of where they are in their career. That's a concern. Is this... I don't know what else to say to that. I mean, Kane was healthy last year, which was awesome. But it felt like he had some experimental bionic hip surgery.
Well, would you rather have Steven Stamkos or would you rather have
Sam Reinhart?
Sam Reinhart, the 57-goal scorer from last year.
Probably I'd have Reinhart, but
he's going to cost you more.
And there's probably going to be more bidders. I mean, I think Stamkos, the thing is, Lalone coached Stamkos. Eisman was in the front office when Stamkos was there. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're absolutely going after Stamkos, but
Just
a lot
means
of
there's
people,
familiarity.
if a lot of people are connecting the dots, if Stamkos liked Lalone and liked Yzerman, it could give Detroit accessibility to a player that they might not otherwise have. Joe in a truck says absolutely would re-sign Kane for $5.5 million. He was and would continue to be the best passer on the team. I mean, but with Patrick Kane wasn't he a minus player in Detroit?
I think he may have been or close to it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, like I said, he's a liability defensively, but he's one of the most spectacular passers I've ever seen play the game. He just gets it done. Last year he was -5, and he played 50 games for the Red Wings last year. Didn't join him till December, so he was -5 in the season. Had 20 goals and 47 points in 50 games.
Unnamed texter, my biggest concern about Stamkos is spending money on him doesn't improve our defense or goaltending.
Well, I think that the Red Wings defense might be better by addition by subtraction. By some of these guys
could buy
out or trade it. They traded Wallman, and they know that you're gonna have Edvinsson up all season. So I think Edvinsson's a plus player. They have to have Johansson on the team. We don't know what that's going to be like, but a lot of indications are he's pretty good. So those guys coming in and other guys moving out, does that make the defense even better just from the get-go? Gostisbehere being a free agent, really good on the power play, but he was -16 on the team as a player. So there's some to be left desired to how he plays defense. But boy, you can get that pass up to the guys, and he was really good at taking shots in the point.
From an unnamed texter, not much faith in Yzerman as a trading or free agent acquisition GM. Good at drafting, but bad at in other player acquisitions. I can see it.
Well,
I can see it.
Has the team gotten better?
They've slowly improved every year.
And they've done it with some free agent players that bring in the adults in the room, as we like to say.
Mm-hmm.
And they've also
There have been a lot of unspectacular signings and a couple of cumbersome contracts.
Yeah, there's a couple contracts I'm not thrilled with, and we'll see what it ends up being when all is said and done here. But some of those guys, like Andrew Kopp, has a contract that maybe doesn't look so good right now. But if you add someone like Stamkos to this team, you're getting another playmaker that a forward can play along. So does that give him somebody better to play with that he can do better himself? Perhaps. Comfer is the other one. Both of those guys combined are over $10 million in cap hits. They have to play better.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Back to your phone calls. Scott is next on 97.1. What's up, Scott?
How you doing, guys? Can you hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear.
Okay. I think Stamkos and Patrick Kane are both wonderful players. But with the numbers you guys are talking, let me ask you this. What do you think Sam Reinhart's going to get in your educated guess?
Close to 10?
Yeah, I would say, probably 10 million range.
So, and he's 27?
28, I think.
Being right?
Yeah, 27, 28, something like that.
So, wouldn't it, financially and age-wise, where the group is at right now, where the team is at, wouldn't it make more sense to have one Sam Reinhart over those two guys at their ages?
Yes.
Okay. That was it.
Here's the question, though, Scott. I think there's going to be more teams bidding, and there's going to be more money spent. And I use a term accessibility. If you can get Sam Reinhart at a price that you can afford, go for it. It feels to me like Steve Yzerman doesn't want to get in that bidding war and would rather spend a little bit less for a player they have great familiarity with. There is a little bit of concern, and Gator, you brought this up originally about, Reinhart in a contract year exploding and that it's a little bit above the standard return you'd get from a Sam Reinhart. But if you can get him, if you're given the choice, if you can afford him, I would take Reinhart over Stamkos.
I would agree with that.
And if Stamkos and Kane's contracts together are going to cost you more than Sam Reinhart, right?
I would think so.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's it, guys. Great show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah. You just have, they have to decide. Do they want to go all in for Reinhart? Do they want to spend the $10 million? Is he going to score 57 goals in Detroit? Playing with the players here? He could still. There's some really good and talented offensive players here.
Yeah,
one of them was Kane.
Look, there are other ways to go out. But I think what we all want to happen here is to spend money on a player that's going to be a top six forward. Spend money on a guy that's going to put the puck in the net. Spend money on good players here, not just this guy can have 50 points in the season. I don't want to see those guys anymore. I want to see something special. If does Marchessault, is he a guy that gets talked about because he's a free agent? He's 33 years old, but he scores goals. He definitely scores goals, and has been a guy that's been rumored for, connected anyway with the Red Wings over the last couple of years. So I'm not going to say no to that. I think there's a handful of free agents that make sense, and that I certainly wouldn't be mad at. And if it's Kane or Stamkos, I'm not upset with either of those. If it's Marchessault, if it's Reinhart, I'm not upset with those either.
248-539-9797. All right, we're going to take 10 texts right now. Found a list projecting the top 10 offenses for the next NFL season. Top 10 offenses for the next NFL season. Do you think the Lions make the list? And if so, where? 248-539-9797. We'll take 10 texts right now. Get them in. We'll read the first 10 we get and make sure you sign your text where you think they rank in the top 10. Gator, I want your opinion as well. And we'll tell you where they rank coming up today at 1:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. If you missed it earlier, the Detroit Pistons made a trade. They acquired a veteran wing in Tim Hardaway. And they also got 3 second-round picks for Quentin Grimes. I did see James Edwards say that the plan with those second-round picks is to spin them into first-round picks. So the possibility of him, them getting a late, pairing a couple of these together, sweeteners to move up from the second round into the late first, I would suspect is the plan. But they did take on $16 million worth of salary. So that was the move today. Who knows if he is going to make any difference with this team. I would think that adding a veteran to the locker room is never a bad idea with such a young team. And they're not going to compete next year anyway. The only way this really burns you, I guess, is if Quentin Grimes develops into something. There are other moves they could have made too, but if he develops into something, then they blew it. So 248-539-9797. All right, we got the 10 texts. The question is, where do you think the Lions offense will rank in projection for next year? This was done on NFL.com, and I will start by reading some of these texts. Stephen, New Baltimore, says number 4. Will says the Lions, second best offense. Tim says the Lions will have the number 3 offense. Corey and Wixom says Lions at number 4 behind Chiefs, 49ers, Dolphins. Alice says, I think they're ranked 6th or 7th. Chris in Lincoln Park says, I think they rank 3rd. Kevin says 7th. John says, I have them at number 3. Sean in Plymouth says the Lions offense, I rank them at number 5. Jason in Oak Park says, I'd say 6th. Gator, where do you think they're projected to be next year?
I think it's definitely top 5. I will go with number 2. Behind, I think Miami or San Francisco, one of those two.
According to NFL.com, the number 1 offense they project next year to be the San Francisco 49ers. The number 2 offense, the Kansas City Chiefs. The number 3 offense, the Detroit Lions. They have strengths and weaknesses. The strength, they say, is the offensive line. The worrying weakness is the receivers not named Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Well, I understand that. And I don't have a problem. Look, they were 3rd in total offense last year. They had 6,700 yards in total offense last year, which was 350 more than Buffalo. So that's good to look at. But they were right behind San Francisco by 60 yards and by 100 yards, 110 yards behind Miami. It's interesting they say Kansas City. Kansas City had 5,900 yards last year.
Just, I want to point this out. They're doing this based upon projected points per game, not yards.
Oh, points game.
Yep. Okay. And they're only doing points per game scored by your offense. So not just looking at
gotcha.
Yeah. So
okay. Well, the last year the Lions were just points per game, whether it was offense or defense, but was 5th in the league at 27 points a game. Cowboys led the NFL in 29.9 points a game, but a lot of those came defensively for Dallas. So yeah, again, I think it's fine where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
I understand. The only question mark I have with the Lions, I have 2 question marks. Can the offensive line stay healthy? And how good is Jameson Williams going to be?
Williams is an unknown given. He's kind of an unknown still, but we're almost counting him as a given that he is going to take a massive step forward. And there's a little bit of we need to see it. I just find it hard to believe that all the hype isn't going to lead to something.
I mean, yeah, everybody's saying the right things about him. And towards the end of the season, he was a weapon. And he was a weapon in the playoffs. We saw it both as once you get the ball in his hands, anything can happen. And he actually made a really nice catch in that championship game. And you saw a couple video clips this year from training camp. And there were a couple really nice catches that you saw him make. So maybe he is starting to turn the corner. And if that's the case, then sky's the limit with his ability. They want to get him the ball because speed is king in the NFL, and he's got it in spades. I can't wait to watch him play where he's unquestionably the number 2 guy. So he's going to be out for just about every snap offensively. And teams are going to be aware of him. They have to be. Instead of worrying about him for 30 snaps a game, they're going to worry about him for 50 snaps a game as a running threat and as a receiving threat.
Rounding out the top 10, they got the Rams with the fourth best offense, Cincinnati at 5, Miami at 6, Green Bay at 7. And there might be some fears coming true here regarding Jordan Love. Would love if Love's second half last year was a fluke.
He was really good.
I know, dude. Dude, that Thanksgiving Day performance, that rattled me.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a balanced offense too. They've got a good running game going, good running backs, and they've got such a core of young players, and specifically the wide receivers are young, and they got 2 really young tight ends or second-year players. It's going to be a good offense. I don't see them taking a step back, but I would love if they took a step back.
Eighth projected best offense, Buffalo, 9, Houston, and 10, the Indianapolis Colts. So Dallas missed the top 10.
Yeah, I guess I don't think terribly surprising there.
Mm-hmm.
Houston, I think, is a team that could shoot up.
No Aaron Rodgers-led Jets team?
What?
Yep.
How is that possible?
Don't know. Do not know. Anyway, fun. Thank you for everybody who participated. Gator.
Doug?
Did you hear a Joey Chestnut update?
No.
Neither did I. Kind of hoping you'd say yes. When are we holding July 4th this year?
Usually it's on the 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a Thursday this
coming
year.
up. It's coming up pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
This bet might have been foolish by me.
Oh, might have been?
You know what I did? I doubted the integrity of the competitive eating game. I thought it was more of a show. That it wasn't about the sport anymore. It was more about the show. And that lack of faith in the game is going to cost me, potentially here. I'm not conceding anything, nor will I. I will take the L and I will eat a hot dog on the air live. But I doubted the integrity of the game. And that might be my flaw.
Well, it's understandable. I think this is what you wanted to happen more than what you thought would happen. And now you really want it to happen. Look, this is something we discussed before this all went down, when we found out that Joey Chestnut was out because he was repping a rival company with Impossible hot dogs or whatever, or the Impossible Meat hot dog, the fake hot dog.
The one I'm still holding out hope that you will have to.
I can't. To me, it still makes no sense whatsoever that Nathan's would keep him out of it, because to me, it's more of a slap in the face of the company he's endorsing than it is to Nathan's. If you're the company he's endorsing, but what are you doing? You couldn't possibly. No, you can't compete in that. That's real hot dogs. We're promoting these fake hot dogs that you're supposed to love. And makes no sense. So I don't know why Nathan's will keep it.
So here's the thing about it too, is I'm thinking about this. If I am truly trying to hype up the event by saying it's all part of an elaborate conspiracy to create interest in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, when would I announce the Chestnut is back? When do I maximize eyeballs by announcing the Chestnut is back?
I think what you do is maybe the week of, like Monday, maybe you say, we have a couple of unknown mystery competitive eaters. And you let people speculate. And people will ask questions. Well, who is this? Somebody we know? Well, they're a mystery, but they are expected to be very competitive.
Well, I guess that would give me a shred of hope. Even though you want to win this bet, because if you lose it, you got to eat an Impossible dog. But it gives me a shred of hope. Thanks. Thanks, buddy.
I'm here for you. I don't want
really
you.
not.
Listen, I don't want you thinking about this too much next week.
I won't be.
I don't want it worrying your pretty little head.
It won't worry me. I'll be fine. I'll overcome.
How's your stomach feeling about this?
Well, what's funny about it, the whole idea of watching the hot dog eating contest, a lot of time comes down to whether or not you're going to see a reversal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might see a reversal. It won't be coming from one of those guys.
I was talking to the Panic Advisor about this yesterday.
About the bet?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the Panic Advisor said, ooh, that's not going to go well for him.
There's a really good chance that this is.
The Panic Advisor said, you know he's going to throw up, right? I said, yep.
Great.
And we'll have it on film.
Tune in for Doug's Misery.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We will get to the Pistons' second-round pick yesterday. Do we like what they did? Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights wants you to save cash for your summer with zero-down deals all month long. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $346 a month with no money down. You heard it right, $346 a month for 24 months on a 1,500 crew cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco, and Chevy Lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. See dealer for details and get there fast because all offers end at the end of the month. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Let's talk a little NBA. Pistons get Bobby Klintman yesterday in the second round. Gator was hoping it wasn't Bobby Klintman.
Well, I was just concerned the nightmare of the pronunciation of the last name. You don't want to miss that one, mess that one up.
No, you don't.
But from a player standpoint, what are you getting with this guy? Who knows?
Long shooter.
Yeah, 6'10". He could stand to eat a Detroit style pizza or some Conies.
Mm-hmm.
But is athletic, runs the floor, finishes above the rim. He can step back and knock down some outside shots, including three-pointers. That part you like, but I mean, he's probably a big-time project. You never know. I mean, is this like, who is the Amir Johnson? This is Amir Johnson 2.0.
God, wow. Blast from the past. I mean, they moved up in the second round. Okay.
They moved up to get him. It's true. He had a first-round grade by a lot of people.
This is kind of an interesting deal because you got to. That means they saw some value, and they moved up before the second round started. So maybe they didn't move up for specifically him, but they moved up for a pool of players they'd like to have access to. And as it turns out, this is who they walked away with. Kid played a year at Wake Forest before going to play professionally in the NBL, the National Basketball League, which is in Australia. But
do you remember when you were there?
Sort of. It was not nearly. It wasn't producing NBA guys at the time. It produced Andrew Gaze. Is what it was producing. But anyway, I think Gaze's brother was in that league too. But so they get this guy, and looks like he could be potentially a shooter that can help them. But second round picks, you never know. It feels like second round picks are, I'm not even going to say hit and miss. They're miss, hit and miss. Mostly misses. Other things that's so weird is there's not a lot of rumors right now on coaching candidates. I mean, the draft just came and went. Free agency is about to start. It would probably help to know who your coach is going to be so you can tell what players would be useful to said coach.
Well, they're going to be playing games in Vegas in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I think the first game is maybe the Saturday the 13th.
Yep.
So you might want to have a coach in place, which I assume they will. Look, if you're Trajan Langdon, you have to have a short list anyway, right? You're interviewing for GM jobs. This is part of it. So I would assume this gets done quickly. I'm not surprised it didn't happen before the NBA draft. That didn't surprise me, but it'll surprise me if this isn't done in the next week.
Yeah.
You got free agency. You got to start getting on the same page with your guy.
And the other thing is local interest. Jack Golke is apparently signed to play summer league basketball with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Gets a chance.
Yep. So Golke, who is the darling of March Madness, will be on a roster. And we just discovered something that's really interesting. Kang, who's in Vegas now, is going to attend the NHL draft tonight. Gator will be in Vegas in a couple weeks and is considering attending Summer League basketball, which is hilarious.
Thomas and Mack Center.
Because it would stand to reason that Kang would be at the Summer League games because he likes the NBA a lot more than he likes the NHL. And you would be at the NHL draft because you like the NHL more than you like the NBA. But these weren't part of your plans. It's just kind of coincidental.
Right, exactly. Well, it's just not hot enough for me, Doug. Not yet. I got to wait a couple more weeks when it really heats up.
Of course.
110 degrees.
Our Twitter poll has gone final. If you had a day off work today, would you rather spend it at Jobby Nooner or spend it at the Rocket Mortgage Classic? Jobby Nooner, 34.8% of the vote. Big party out there on Gull Island. The Rocket Mortgage Classic, 65.2% of the vote. So there you go. Oh, we have one here with potential offensive content, Gator.
Let's go.
I will. There's two of them. From Thomas. There's not enough antibiotics in the world to get me to go to Jobby. Not sure what's offensive about that. And from
drugs.
From effing Lions, I'd go to hell before I went to Jobby Nooner.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, Jobby is there's a time where you're in the mood. Probably makes sense. There's probably a lifespan for everybody. I mean, I don't know how many people that get up there in age say, yes, Jobby Nooner Day. What's funny is they're both parties. The Rocket Mortgage Classic can be
good time.
You can have a good time. You're going to have a really good time.
They've got bars set up everywhere.
Yep. Jobby Nooner also could be a good time. Very different.
Totally different.
Very, very different. So those of you, Jobby Nooner turning 50. Do you think when they started this thing, they had any idea that it would be celebrating a 50th anniversary?
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. It seems odd, but it's there. Do you think that is the visor with the fake hair, is that still a thing?
I don't see it as much.
Do you think that's going on this weekend at Rocket Mortgage? A lot of that?
Probably.
When is it going to be done? Is it?
Gator's not a fan of visor with fake
No, and
hair
I've seen that on a boat too. Visor with the fake hair thing.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
With like big spiky.
Right, and they think
colored.
they're like it's unique. Like, no, man, this hat's been around for like a dozen years. It was awful then, it's awful now. Stop it.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rico?
I don't wear visors with fake hair.
I'm thankful for that. Yeah.
Didn't know. Didn't know that was really a big thing. So
it's a thing. I don't know if it's a big thing, but it's
I don't
want
to. Gator, look, I live by a few rules in life.
Okay.
But one rule is I don't ever want to be on your list. I really tried to make sure I think about it. Would this put me on Gator's list? And if the answer is maybe, I don't do it.
I'm on Gator's list several times.
Right. See, I don't want to be on that list.
No, you don't want to be on the list.
I don't want to be on the list,
but
I just instinctively.
Gator just walks past you and just gives you that dead-eye look. That's the most hurtful.
By
feeling.
just being me and living life, I am on Gator's list for a number of those things. Of the list of things that Gator strongly dislikes. But how are you today, Rico?
Good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hanging in there. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, apparently I was the only one on the show that did not watch the debate last night. I was like, I'm not doing it. But we had a contest.
Mm-hmm.
We did a draft of catchphrases.
Yeah.
Mike won.
Did he?
Mike won.
So what does he get for this?
He gets free lunch.
He gets free lunch.
He gets free lunch. David has to pay because David came in dead last.
Okay.
Mike, with the number one overall pick, he picked immigration and migrants.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently that was said, it was a volume pick. So we
Yep.
get that. Also, a little actual sports. Pistons, when do we start with the clock with them? Like, are we now willing to give them 3-4 years? How long does it take before we start getting impatient? Trajan Langdon comes in. He does the draft. He doesn't have a coach. It's all fine and well until you realize the season starts and you're still losing. How long do we wait?
I mean, it's interesting because you start with 14 wins this past season.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get to 20, if he gets 20 this first year,
it sounds good on paper,
but it's still pathetic, right?
So you realize,
and then the next year, can you get to 30?
Gator, you're just garbage, not hot garbage,
right? And then from 30, can you get to? Is it too big of a leap to jump to 40, which is now you're hovering 500?
See, my thing is by year 3, you have to be in the playoffs. Because basketball is one of the few sports, it's fewer people, quicker turnaround. You nail, if you're right with at least 2 people, you can flip a team around. You see it with OKC. You've seen it with pretty much every team that was sitting at the little kids' table with the Pistons 4 years ago. From OKC to Orlando to Sacramento, like all of these teams are now good.
Yeah, Pistons took some steps back. It took some steps back.
You know, the thing about it is fans' clocks are ticking. Langdon just got here. I don't even know where the clock is.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. And that's the question is, he just got here. Where's the clock?
The clock.
How much of a runway do you give Trajan Lang?
I give him a pretty long runway. Me personally.
Because you almost got to go Men in Black and forget about the last year, 4 years, 5 years. That didn't happen. You're starting fresh again.
That's hard. That's a hard ask of the fans, I've discovered.
Yes, but I think we all kind of subscribe to that. You start with somebody new, you got to give them a little grace period.
All right. Does he get, the 7 years of Yzerman? So, let's see.
Well, look, have a great show. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. Enjoy your ham. 97.1.
The Pistons' top coaching target has reportedly bowed out of the running. Pelicans associate head coach James Borrego removed himself from consideration for the Detroit job today, according to NBA insider Chris Haynes. Reports say Borrego was the favorite for the role. Other names reportedly high on the list are Mavs assistant Sean Sweeney, T-Wolves assistant Mike Honori, and former Cavs head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. Earlier today, the Pistons acquired Tim Hardaway Jr. and 3 second-round picks from the Mavs in exchange for Quentin Grimes. The move caught... The move cost Detroit about $10 billion against the cap, leaving it with some $50 million in space. Sporting News gives the Pistons an A for the draft, saying under previous GM Troy Weaver... An A. Troy Weaver, the Pistons had made befuddling win-now moves and signed unpromising young players to big deals.
Is there like 5 other grades higher than A now?
Well, at least they didn't say the Pistons have the morals of an alley cat. The Tigers have lost 14 of their last 20, including last night when they were shut out 5-0. Kenta Maeda on the mound tonight for Game 2 at the Angels. Here on 97.1, first pitch at 9:38. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right. Who's excited on a Friday? Rico, I have to tell you guys, Rico does not want to be here. I'm going to level with you. He does not want to participate in the start of this show.
Oh, no. I'll play along.
Buddy, I don't know. I know you had a great time last night, but you really missed out on what was going on in this world.
You guys had way too much fun. You know it's bad when the phone just keeps going off and people are looking like, do you need to get that call? Group text.
No, it's just my idiot coworkers in their debate draft.
And I said,
seeing who won.
They're watching the debate. It's a group text. I'm fine. Like, seriously, I know. And then I look down and I'm like, wow.
You had no idea what was taking place.
No, I'm like, wait, did somebody actually do the whole little honk? Wow. Did somebody say
wasn't
that?
Said last night. So listen, we did our debate draft yesterday. I won. I mean, a smashing success.
Right? How? Okay, first of all, I didn't watch it. I do feel like I need a recount in this political climate.
I agree totally.
I'm going straight Maricopa County. I do not believe this.
Was the election stolen from you?
It was.
I'm sorry to hear that.
How in the world? So no, the word voter?
They didn't use voter. No.
Like my ridiculous pick sound like the only one that he said was China. Right. Okay. In full disclosure. Okay, are you done?
Not even close.
Just swing the board over this way. In full disclosure.
Yes.
As I'm driving back from the 707 at Wayne State, I'm like, okay, let me satellite radio find CNN.
Oh, you tried to dive in, huh?
So I'm like, let me just kind of get a glimpse of it. And it's funny because it was the whole black jobs and all of this. And then the moderator says, that's all fine and well. We asked you about climate change. I'm like, how did you get here? Do black people have different climates? Like, what just happened here? I mean, I'm serious. You know what? And this is why. And then I immediately just said, nope, can't do this. No.
No, and like I said, the only way you could have enjoyed last night is if you just don't like either party. And I've given in. I'm watching the world burn from a good, safe distance. Like, I always think about, can you imagine another country tuning into this?
Right.
It has to be like an episode of South Park to them.
You know what? I was talking with Cookies. This was an episode of South Park. It was the turd sandwich versus the douche. That was the actual episode of South Park.
Graphic. So listen.
No. They had to vote for two ridiculous things.
I want to ask people a question. I'm being serious about this. I'm being totally sincere when I ask the following. What was more embarrassing last night? That presidential debate or the Tigers being shut out for 8 innings by a guy with a 6 ERA in AAA? What the hell was the guy's name? Clive Daniels or whatever it was? I never heard of the guy. And the Tigers this guy goes out in his MLB debut rocking a 6 ERA in the California Penal League. And he rolls in and goes 8 shutout. More embarrassing.
You know what? Probably the debate, because here's why. Here's why. This is going to be a long day.
The presidential debate, they got into a golf argument. You couldn't hit it 50 yards if you tried. I won a tournament. People love me. It was theater.
He's not a 6 handicap. He's lying.
I challenge you to a drive-off. What? I thought we asked about climate change.
How about we just decided right there? You know what? Shortest to the pin. Let's go. For the presidency.
The only thing, okay, so the only thing that beat watching the debate is if you watch the post game on both networks. Like, you tune into Fox.
Wait, so you were all in.
I was all in. I couldn't get enough.
You're normally asleep at like 9:30, full disclosure.
No. By about 11, I'm toast. I'm cashed out.
10:15.
I stayed up until midnight. I did. And Rico, I mean this. You go to Fox, I mean, they had a disco ball coming down. I mean, they were just ripping bong hits. It was celebrate good times. It was incredible. CNN, you expected them to try to spit shine this whole performance. Nope. They got on there, and I don't care what left pundit it was.
Brother.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 2x4 to Biden's skull. This man is unfit for office. Houston, we have a problem.
I knew it was something because I once again, I was like, let me hear what happened to recap. And yeah, Van Jones crying like, oh my God.
That guy cries when he wakes up in the morning.
Come on,
please.
Seriously, man. Is it in your contract?
Listen.
Van, we need a brother to cry.
Absolute theater. It was, guys, I just would like to know if you watched last night. Like, are you able to take the approach I have, which is, look, I understand we're going to hell in a handbasket either way. Like,
the problem is when you
just
watch
watching the world burn at a good safe distance.
But what happens when it's just nothing but ashes? Then what?
I guess then the meteor got us. I don't know. My point is, I couldn't decide what was worse. The debate or the fact that the Tigers got shut out. No, hold on, work with me. Rico, to be shut out in Major League Baseball is a real tough thing to do.
But here's why I will say the debate. And it's not because of all the ridiculousness. It's because, yes, we know, Donald. It's because, Mike, you've seen this before. Guy comes up from the minor leagues, outstanding start. Doesn't last, because if that's the case, we'd have an all-star in Akil Baddoo.
Oh, boy.
So that's why I'm saying, you know what? I'll give the Tigers a pass because you've never seen this guy before, and he went out there and dominated.
He had a 6 ERA at AAA.
If you had to play him again, you'd probably crush. We've seen it before where a guy comes up from the minor leagues and has the game of his life. First pitch home run, or he goes out there and pitches a gem and will never do this again his entire major league career.
So let me ask you a question, though. So, are the two responses to the debate humor or horror? Like, you either find it funny like I do because we are living idiocracy. Like, the idea that these are the two candidates for the best nation in the world. What a disgrace.
Oh, brother. Yeah.
But the other side is no, it's absolute horror. Like, oh my God, the world's going to end. I don't subscribe to that.
Everything that I read and just saw on social media, you might as well get a golf cart from me and order me some Hungry Howie's pizza. You know what? I'm Urban Meyer. I'm having the sad pizza right now. I'm having sad pizza.
Do you have a?
I'd like to think so.
Do you know where you could find a? Do you like your? Do you think Kenny could handle? I can't get enough. I'm sorry. No, I would love to hear from the people on it. I watched and I got more entertainment out of the debate and the post game than any Pistons game this year.
I was Urban Meyer when I just saw. I was just
Rico golf cart staring into the abyss,
and they watched the whole thing. Like
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the little bit I heard, and the
I
recaps.
will tell you, and I know. Look, the moment where when Biden froze up and just was like, killed Medicare.
Yeah, I heard he went straight vapor lock where he just was like
He did his best
he
Mitch
glitched.
McConnell impersonation. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he just glitched, and somebody had to reboot him.
And all you heard at the end was killed Medicare. I'm like, oh my God. Dude, unbelievable.
Man, you know it's bad when you wake up in the morning and Big G's chimed in.
Oh, he's just like, Michael, what are we going to do? This world is ending. I can't vote for either of these people. I go,
love
Dad,
it.
just don't bother.
I'm like, wait, why is kind of Big G? Like making sure everything's okay. Nah,
My dad's a huge fan of. Could someone explain to me what a black job is?
I have a feeling we got the Jack Kolke of the drops tournament. Black Jobs is just gonna go on a hot streak. And this doesn't make it. The fact that these were all uttered by one of these two will be the president.
Rico, we did a draft. We went 50 phrases deep. We didn't have some of these things on the bingo board were incredible.
And the funny thing was, I was joking afterwards, talking with Rieger and Wojo, saying, you know what? I probably should have drafted something about black people. And we were joking. I would have won. I would have got the free sandwich. Yeah. Mike, oh, by the way, even though the recount is still,
That's fine.
We don't trust it. We believe it was stolen from us. But with the number one pick overall, you had Victor Wembanyama.
I did.
You said
migrant border, win.
Once again, this was about climate change. How do we go back to the Mexican border?
I will tell you. No, it was amazing because if you think about doing our radio show the way they did that debate last night, it'd be like, hey, Kenny, do you think the Wings are getting John Gibson? Mike, I don't know, but let me tell you my opinion on salad. You're like, wait, no, just John Gibson. I love peaches.
Okay, no.
What are we doing?
Here was the funny thing. If this was like that type of show, play the answer first and then guess what was the question.
Yes.
Like kind of like who said it.
Yeah.
Play the answer first.
I knew I was home free when literally I did in the group text. I texted Kenny. I go, I think that's 7 Ukraines in 11 seconds.
Yeah,
I'm home free.
You were hitting quadruple word score.
It was like back in the day, like if you were a child of the 90s, it was like a Street Fighter 2 hit combo.
Oh.
You had all the Ukraines above replacement there. Very good.
The UARs. 248-539-9797. But yeah, I mean, look, if you didn't watch it, I totally get it. I have a morbid curiosity about this because I can't believe either of these dudes are the best we can find.
I've never seen you this dialed in outside of a horse race in Saratoga.
Oh, yeah. Saratoga, yes.
Saratoga.
No, that's the redneck Riviera.
Okay.
Saratoga's heaven.
But no, other than that, like horse racing, you're dialed in. You are so dialed. I haven't seen you this dialed in for a Giants game, Lions game, MSU game.
Yeah.
As you were last night.
Yeah, no. Last night was
Laser
like the Super
focused.
Bowl. It was Super Bowl.
Did you get the bacon cheeseburger pickle pizza?
No, I did not. I didn't have much of an appetite watching the debate. No, it's one of those things because I think about like imagine if you're like the leader of Peru and
But
you
imagine-
flip.
but if you got
you're in
there-
your Barca lounge and you go, let's see what the United States is up to, and you go, wait, this?
Yeah. I got a feeling. Yeah, you were like Leo in that meme where you're pointing at the TV like that.
When Biden froze, I sat up in my chair. I went, oh my God.
See, that's when you should order the pizza. You know why? You could have supported black jobs.
Two 248-539-9797. We will get some ticket text. And again, the Tigers thing is just an easy juxtaposition because if you were avoiding the debate, what was the premium sports option? It would have been the Tigers in LA, almost lined up with the debate. The idea that the Tigers got shut out is one thing, but shut out by a guy who's a bum in AAA, that's new low.
Yeah.
The Angels are terrible. Flaherty got lit up.
No. I get it, but I only account for it once. Yes. And you know what? Akil Baddoo thought he had one.
And he's about to lose his.
Until he didn't. But he came up here, he was red hot.
And he tried to do a.
I can see the championship now. Black Jobs versus the chair drop.
Listen, there's
You know
a
what?
lot.
It should win after Black Boys won last year.
Oh, you're right. You know what? We got a racist show. A racist audience. That's what we have. Where's HR when you need it?
Cleveland.
Where'd you meet Will Smith?
248-539-9797. Rico, please, you're doing a tremendous. Tell the people about it.
I apologize to Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Let's talk. You know what? Andrew, I'm sorry. I'll try to make this work. Let's talk about Hamilton Chevrolet. He's a Chevy dealer that's leading the way all June long. Hamilton is participating in the Pick Up for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit for every pet that is loved and cared for. Guys, you know, there are so many that just are not that lucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet, drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado right in the middle of their showroom. There's a list of donation items at hamiltonchevy.com. If you don't know what to bring, your donation will make a difference. While you're there, talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the June Rico deal. There's still a few days left. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox for $279 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's for free. You want a fair deal? Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save yourself up to $2,000. Great installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, welcome in on a Friday. And yes, we have Pistons news. I do have thoughts on the trade they made. We also have Red Wings news. Kenny's going to update us. Wanted to start with the debate because it is what everyone's talking about. There's no sense avoiding it. And you can think whatever you want, but I'm pretty open about it. I don't like either party. So I just view it as a clown show. And no, I don't think it's good versus evil. I think it's evil versus evil. These people don't care about you and me. They don't care about us.
It's more the sadness versus disparity.
Yeah, and for me, I just am all right, we're living idiocracy. I was half waiting for President Camacho to come out last night with an electric guitar.
I would vote for him. If given the choice between the three, I want Camacho. And you know what? It would add to the black jobs.
But what was sadder? The debate? Or the Tigers getting shut out by a guy who was supposed to be at his bowling league last night? Let's go to the people. Let's go to town. When you have a 6 ERA in AAA, you're in a bowling league.
Once again, I understand. But when you come up that first time, a lot of times you just have the game of your life because nobody's seen you before.
Delshawn, 97.1. What's up, D? How are you?
Hey. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for taking my call. I love your show.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What's up?
I wanted to talk about the debate. I say, after watching that debate last night, I said, we're doomed. We're doomed. The one true thing I can say Trump did say was the fact that World War III is here, sooner than we think. But the funniest thing about it is when Trump said, hey, we have the best environmentalist percentage over all other administrations. I just ran into my environmentalist guy right before I got on stage, and that's what he told me. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Delshawn, it's a lot like what Bally does with Tiger baseball when they create these stats to make these bums look any good. It's the same. Oh, the reviews are in. Our offense is great. Yeah, what reviews?
Right.
No, very smart people. Very smart people. They told me I was okay.
Oh, my God. Surprised they don't have Dan Petrie up on the broadcast saying he won a home run derby last week.
Holding a baseball.
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Afternoon. Hey, guys, thank you for all you guys do entertaining us, man. It's awesome.
Our pleasure. I'm sorry this is the way we have to do it today.
No, life is so much more than sports, guys. But
man.
Anyways, Mike, I'm like you. It was like watching somebody get kicked in the nuts over and over on a video. The best parts, I have three of them, is number one, when Biden called Trump a sucker. Did you see his eyes?
Yes.
It's like he almost wanted to fight. Two, Enrico, you didn't get to see this. When they got to do their closing speech or whatever you want, Biden had 2 minutes. He finished in like 37 seconds, and he looked like he farted and something slipped out. I mean, just replay it. And, Mike, you didn't bring this up, but probably the saddest part of it all is that video that somebody caught of him having Jill having to lead him down 2 steps sideways.
Please, listen.
You see that?
Tom,
listen,
I have seen it.
They're both morons.
But, Tom, this is my thing. Like, if we're going to... It's hard to take any of it serious because you know what I always think about is like I'm open about it. I have a really great relationship with my dad or like my family. How are the people near Biden allowing this? It's a disgrace.
You know why? Because he has such a long... Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rico. I apologize. Rico, I think what they're really doing is it's like elder abuse in one aspect, but I think they did that purposely putting him out there knowing that, okay, we may invoke the 25th Amendment, or we're going to put so much pressure on him to step back and have that moron Newsom from California.
Oh, even better. Tom, I'm going to give you one of these because I think you're right.
I'm with Tom.
I think that this was one we didn't want to have the difficult talk with Dad.
We have to now.
But no. But we're going to have everybody else basically have that come to Jesus moment with Dad. So I'm not the bad guy, Dad. I'm doing this because everybody else is telling me we need to do this.
I think the craziest thing is like, Tommy, it's like if you listen to a radio show and you know the guy is just saying nonsense, but no one can call the guy out on it.
Because he had such a long career in politics and he's made so many friends. Nobody wants to be that guy that says, hey, come here for a minute. You're done.
I know, but, sometimes you do have to pull the plug when somebody's not coming back. And look up that video where he went to the Waffle House after the debate.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They didn't put him to bed? Oh, dear.
No, because right after he went to a rally that Joe Biden was – I don't want to keep you guys because I know you have other callers, but
Tom, you're fine.
You got to look up. After the debate, he went to a small get-together that Joe Biden was hosting, and she literally talked to him like a puppy that went pee-pee outside for the first time, saying, Joe, you answered all the questions. She said that, and I quote her. It was clapping her hands almost like that, and then the Waffle House one where it looked like
Kenny, cue it up for me, will you please? Get me a little Biden Waffle House. I got to see this.
See, Tom, I think you've buried the lead, Tom. The Waffle House. This is where you go to celebrate. The Waffle House. You ever been to Waffle House?
Yeah, in Florida once.
Yeah.
It's
in Atlanta. He has to go to the Waffle House for a rally afterwards.
Oh, it's for the culture.
Yeah, exactly.
For
Black jobs.
Oh, for the...
Okay. No. I don't want that waitress. I want that waitress.
Oh, hold on. 248-539-9797.
I mean, I guess what if it was in Detroit, he'd go to the Coney afterwards? Come on. The Waffle House. Man, that's the lowest of the low.
And by the
way,
way, on a sports perspective, no more performances like that from Jack Flaherty. That was Flaherty on an extra day's rest. You can't be getting torn up by the Angels. The Halos are a bad baseball team.
That ain't the show, eh?
No, I say, Mike Trout, he's dead.
Yeah.
So we're trying to trade you, Jack. Let's get it together, shall we? America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Cirque Resort and Casino. Can you imagine if they had the debate up there last night? People partying, having a good time. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the massive screen where I pray to God they didn't have the debate on last night. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com. We've lost Rico. Rico will retire. I said something right before we came back, David, that I will save for later, but Rico was just taking a sip of water. I'm very sorry.
I think he's done.
I think Rico has exited his... All right. David, ticket text. We'll get to the people. And then, yes, we have lots to talk about on the local sports scene, including a trade the Pistons made. And I don't think I like it. I'll explain. David, ticket text, though.
Someone says Biden would shut out the Tigers. Okay.
Do you think Biden could get a 1-2-3 inning on the Tigers?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, seriously.
I don't know. Pitch clock.
Now, assuming he wouldn't fall after every pitch off the mound.
Pitch clock. Joe, come on.
I just won a club championship. Like, could both of those candidates blank the Tigers in relief?
Yes.
It is plausible.
Yes. Someone says the Tigers being shut out was more embarrassing. The guy had a horrible ERA and looked like Greg Maddux of old.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Guys, pitchers don't go 8 innings anymore. It really is rare. I mean,
you know what? I didn't even think about that. You're right.
Skubal is phenomenal, but generally Skubal's going to give you 6 electric innings. Maybe get you into the 7th. No, it doesn't happen. This dude was throwing 9 pitches an inning. How? He was supposed to be with Donnie at the bowling alley.
Maybe that's what he was trying to do. Hurry up to get to the bowling alley.
Shut the F up, Donnie. Like, I mean, seriously. This guy had a 6 ERA in AAA. They call him up. My first reaction is, who? Shut out.
Yeah. I'm only giving him a pass because they've never seen him before.
David.
Someone says, relax, Rico. Joe Biden thought the Waffle House was the White House. That is from Jason.
Guys, please.
Well, on that note, someone's saying, why didn't he go to the strip club after?
Jesus.
Magic City?
Yeah. Rally at the Magic City.
Get the wings.
You know what's funny? I always look at these people at rallies on both sides of the aisle, and I'm like, what do you have going on in your life that you're here holding a sign? Like, you can, I guess, like your candidate, but...
Think of it like this. It's a sporting event, and you're out there greeting the team coming back from winning a championship at the airport. You're that person hoping they'll take a picture with you, sign something.
Can we get a Black Job sign at Comerica Park? And you holding it.
Okay. Only if you do the other thing that you said in the break.
It's plausible. I said to Rico, I said, is there any chance you could get like the New York State Racing Association and the Jockey Club to be willing to name a horse Black Jobs? Like the idea.
Please.
And here comes Black Jobs. Down the stretch.
And down the stretch they come.
And here comes
Black
a late
Jobs
runner.
in the lead.
Late runner challenging. Followed by and over to Black Jobs it is.
Black Jobs in the lead. Porn star right behind him.
You can get TJ saying calling all blacks.
There's no way. That would never get approved. Ever.
No, I'm saying as you're calling the race.
Oh, Jesus. Years ago, we did this for the Derby. We did a 97 won the ticket Derby, and we named horses after everybody at the state. I can't repeat what we named Gators. I'll tell you off the air. That one was a little edgy.
Okay.
All right. Let's just keep it moving.
John in Lake Orion says, I swear, when President Biden froze up, I almost unplugged my cable box and plugged it back in to fix the problem.
Wait, so did he go Jansen draft?
He went Mitch McConnell.
Oh.
And then the only thing he could mutter afterwards was, kill Medicare. I'm like, wait, what? And then Trump goes, yeah, you did a good job of that. It was like it was like something nonsense like our radio show, except it's the presidential debate, Rico.
And this is why I'm Urban Meyer with the pizza on the golf cart. Sad pizza.
Let's go.
You should be happy.
I should be happy?
That was entertaining, man.
David.
I know.
Sports is entertaining. That's real life. Okay? In the end, guess what? You get a new season. This is 4 years. Buckle up.
With either of these two,
Right.
I'm not so sure that's the case.
And the only thing is, you can always hit the portal. Canada's right there. They got a sweet NIL.
No. This is the greatest nation in the world. I ain't leaving here.
Just saying. I looked at that and
So great they couldn't even use America in the debate
Listen,
last
there
night.
were some mistakes last night,
Mike,
okay?
Canada is not only giving you free health care, they're giving you free streaming services that you don't have to hit the out button to watch games. They've developed a new technology just for you, Mike.
No. You know what? I'm going to Houston, 97.1. Houston, how are you?
Hey guys, frankly, I'm going to be real brief. I've been doing I don't see anything funny about any of this. First up, I think that the debate was the biggest disaster and everything. Like I've called before, I'm in the numbers and stats and statistics, and I've done about several weeks of research on this Project 2025 things, and I'm terrified because a game is just entertainment. Whoever wins this has an enormous amount of control over practically every facet of 330 million people's lives. So I'm terrified about the debate and I don't see anything funny about it. I'm not trying to get on you guys. I understand it's an entertainment show.
No, Houston,
but,
listen, don't take this the wrong way. Don't take this the wrong way at all. I'm shooting you straight. You have every right if you want to get on us for that. That's our opinion. I'm just because I feel that way, you don't have to. I'm not mad about it.
And Houston,
I've just given up, Houston, because I don't think either party cares about us.
Houston, my thing was this. That's why, Houston, that's why I did not watch, because I'm like, this is real life. But when I got into work and heard some of the words that were actually uttered, it's funny because it's sad funny. Like I said, I'm Urban Meyer eating sad pizza. Like, this is horrific that he actually talked about porn stars and golf games in a presidential debate. These things really happened.
Yeah, I understand, gentlemen. And again, I'm not trying to be jerk and everything.
You're not, man. You're fine. You're fine, man.
I'm terrified because I like when I get information, like what you do, Mike. I like to go to both sides because that way you've got a better chance of finding the truth. And I did some research on this Project 2025, and I think everybody should do this. That is terrifying, and I'm just scared. I'm literally shaking inside because whoever is, I'm off the phone after this. Whoever gets that job has an enormous control over every aspect of 330 million people's lives.
But understand, Houston, here's the deal. All right, this is my perspective on it. I'm not asking you to agree with it, but it's a duopoly. All right, the left and the right do just enough to make sure that the only people invited to the bistro is their enemy, because at least it's known. And all this is a kitten with a yarn ball. The left wins, the right wins, the left wins, the right wins, and the only people who win are both of them at the same time. They don't care about us. They don't. And I'm not going to get into some knockdown drag out here. Well, what about this? Listen, when the right judge dies and the right party is in, they're going to put their person in. And then when another one dies, they're going to go this way. The reality is, they're not going to fix any of our problems. I gave up on that years ago.
I just wish I put duopoly on the bingo board. Mike for the win.
Go to Cameron.
You think Bally's would put me up if I held that sign up?
To anything, just name a price. Cameron, 97.1. What's up, Cam? How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. I just want to say, my thoughts on the debate. I didn't watch it because I look at anything political as kind of just like tuning into the Chappelle show. It's a comedy show.
Yes.
It's at this point, I've gotten to the stage in life where I realize that no matter who's in office, it doesn't really affect my day-to-day life. So now I can just kind of sit back and watch and laugh at everything political. I didn't watch the debate, but I kept on seeing the clips and the one you're talking about where he just freezes up and just ends it with kill Medicare. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was like, this is seriously this is the best they have. Honestly.
I know. And now listen, on that level, no, it's pathetic.
I mean, we are the most powerful nation in the world. We're the greatest place on earth, and this is the best we can do. Like, to me, shame on both political parties. Okay? I mean, my God, this is like sending my grandfather to take my SATs.
Oh, John L. versus Mel Tucker.
Right. You're like, this is what you offered Cameron in Rochester Hills. This is what you did to Cam.
Yeah. I'm with Cam, but see, Cam was like, if I watch it, I'm only going to get sad. Like, you guys found joy in it.
Because
I understand the joy because it was hilarious and funny and ironic.
Right, you laugh so you don't get bummed out.
But Cam, I'm telling you, my phone blowing up that people start looking at me like, I think you need to get that phone call. No, I don't.
Nah, you should have just told him Mike just won our debate draft. A debate draft? And
Right.
you just
And
flirted.
I had to explain to them why, because they were like, man, you should. No. We're good. Just
touchdown, MSU. All right. We will steady the ship. We have things to do today. We have a Pistons trade. I am going to present a scenario that when we return to work on Monday, if this is the Red Wings offseason, Kenny, your response. We're going to talk about it. We got Who Said It today. We have a lot to do. We got a blitz we're going to get to next as well.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, we are just going to celebrate.
Thank you. Because I'm going to also bring you some things that make you happy about college football.
Yeah. Hey, summer's here. Listen, Enrico talked about it. If you're all sad about the debate and you go, my God, how am I going to raise the kids? What am I going to do? Eat your feelings. Because frankly, nothing's going to fix this. Only the Meteor 2024 will fix it. So order a Hungry Howie's pizza, shall we?
And eat it on a golf cart.
Right. Rico Beard post-debate crushing a backyard burger pizza. Why? Because Rico is sad and Rico wants to be happy. Limited time only. The backyard burger pizza or the pickle bacon ranch, which Kenny destroyed on Wednesday in stunning fashion. It's Hungry Howie's, 8 different flavored crusts, $14.99 each. Limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com or download that app today and start your order now at Hungry Howie's. All right, David. A lot has happened. NBA draft is wrapped up. Free agency's about to start. LeBron got his kid a job. Let's dive in, shall we?
Yeah, that is the NBA, Mike.
Well, since we are talking black jobs,
oh my!
Let's go right in here. So we're going to buy or sell the latest free agency rumors here. Free agency begins on Sunday, I believe, actually. Sunday at 4.
Yeah, both the NHL and NBA. Very exciting.
So, first one here.
Yes.
Atlanta, more likely to trade Trae Young than DeJounte Murray.
Okay, so if it were just about basketball, I could work my way there. The problem is there is a large portion of the sport and the fan base that loves Trae Young. That's their bankable star. I think you'll also get a lot more for him than Murray. The problem for the Hawks is, Rico, they gave up so much to get Murray. Mm-hmm. They're going to be chasing their tail. I'm going to buy it, though, David. They don't work together. They can't play together.
So you're saying Trae Young over Murray?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Because I think, once again, you can get more for Trae Young because somebody's going to look at all the scoring that he does and says, yeah, he could be that final piece to the puzzle, that point guard shooter that we want. Yeah, I'll say Trae Young over Murray.
Plus, it's also weird, fellas. They had the number 1 pick. They took a developmental prospect instead of trading the pick, maybe getting a player, giving it another run. Just feels like they got to retool it.
Yeah.
You know, I know.
But then again, in this draft, because there was no Wembayama, yeah, and nobody wanted to trade.
No,
As you saw, nobody wanted to move up to get a player.
They've been getting worse every year. You know, they had the electric run to the conference finals in 21, aced out in the first round in 22, and then play-in tournament 23 didn't make it. Like, kind of in the rear view.
So with this next one up, I want to know, which one do you buy more? Houston Rockets here says they want to get a star. Zion Williamson, Donovan Mitchell, or Devin Booker.
What am I voting on here?
Which one do you buy more with the 3 stars for Houston?
I think they want Devin Booker, but, you could wish all you want.
Not happening.
That's just not going to happen. Zion is interesting because I just don't think that Zion has bought into New Orleans. He's taking their money, but he never wanted to be there.
The problem is they have to make a decision because if they get rid of Brandon Ingram, they can't get rid of Zion. If they get rid of Zion, they'll pay Ingram. So I agree with you on that front. I just don't know what they're doing. Who was the third guy? I apologize.
Donovan Mitchell.
Okay. Reports yesterday he was going to sign an extension with Cleveland. I'm with Rico. Houston can want the superstar. I don't know if it's available.
I think Zion would be the best choice for them.
KD's their best choice.
Yeah. For some reason, Ishbia's just in love with him.
I don't give a damn about that.
No, I'm saying, like, if I'm Phoenix, like, what do you offer?
I'm getting out of the Durant business.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great. Next one here, buy or sell. Chicago will trade LaVine and re-sign DeMar DeRozan.
I'll buy the first part, and I think he's coming here. I really believe Zach LaVine will be a Detroit Piston, and you will get a couple first-round picks to take on his cancerous body.
But can he play with Hardaway? I don't know.
No.
That's more black jobs.
I don't care. The answer's no. But I truly believe that's the most onerous contract in the league outside of Ben Simmons. You will be given the most if you are willing to assume that level of cancer.
Other than because I think they want to get rid of him more than Atlanta does Trae Young. It's the handwriting's on the wall that
his
going to.
His teammates hate him.
I know.
Next one here, buy or sell. Milwaukee will trade anyone on their roster other than Dame and Giannis.
Buy. It's now or never. I think Lillard will have a big bounce back year. He had a terrible summer. Obviously, the divorce. He didn't show up to camp. He didn't work out. Basically gets thrown in the lineup. He'll bounce back. Giannis will be healthy. Everybody else, including Middleton, draft picks, you name it.
Maybe he should have just pulled a Darren Waller and just made a music video.
Auto-tune for days. Yeah, I buy it, David, because Milwaukee, sooner rather than later, Giannis's people are they're going to start squawking.
I think that I'm buying this only because I think that they're closer to the total reboot than they are to winning a title again.
I agree with you.
So we're going to do
the Knicks
this.
have passed them?
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
We're going to do this one last time, and if it works, great. But if not, we're breaking all of this up, and you can make an offer for anybody.
Yes.
Including Giannis.
And again, I think, obviously, if Philadelphia is able to add someone to Embiid and Maxey, I'd put them ahead of Milwaukee. I would put the Celtics.
I just don't believe in the Sixers.
Okay.
No. Mike, they have pieces all the time. That's just the worst luck team.
I know.
It's not their own fault, but it's like as soon as you think, okay, and this is Phillies and somebody died.
Very true.
Black jobs.
This next one here, emotions will get involved, and Klay Thompson will re-sign in Golden State.
Interesting because the Chris Paul, they pushed his extension out till Sunday. They were supposed to, I guess, sign it today, his $30 million extension, which leads you to wonder what's Golden State up to. Are they trying to maneuver money for Paul George, or is this to bring Klay back? We talked about it earlier, David. For Klay, do you want a ring or do you want that big paycheck? If you want the big paycheck, you're not going to get it in Golden State. You're going to get it someplace else. But I think they're willing to bring him back, but it has a cap. It's a ceiling to this. We're only going to go this far. We appreciate everything that you did for us, but we're not going to overpay for you because just like we were talking about with Milwaukee, they're closer to breaking this thing up than having that dynasty.
All right,
so
I'm going to sound like an old white guy, but here it comes. I really don't
you dated
understand.
porn stars.
No, I don't understand. Like, how much money's enough? Klay, you've had a Hall of Fame career. You've done it all in the same place. You love the people associated with it. You're part of the Splash Bros, buddy. No. What can you buy with the $200 million you have now?
That you couldn't buy.
You couldn't buy with 220. Like, do you want to have that last hurrah and let this team go get help for you?
But the real question, Mike. Can you set aside your ego? Because when you look and you see other people that you think you're better than signing bigger contracts,
yeah,
you're like, well, what am I? Like,
Jordan Poole.
Yeah, like you mean to tell me I'm not worth $200 million? Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
But really,
you died for 2 years in a row. You're in your mid-30s, and you don't dribble the ball.
But I'm half a splash brother.
Okay. I'm trying.
No, I'm Mike. I'm getting what you're saying but it's the ego in the NBA.
So what I would say is this: they're still going to pay you a good amount of money. You'll probably get a secret deal to be part owner of the team.
Yeah.
Get Wiggins out of town, take less money, sign Paul George, win championship.
You see it in every league. You see it in the NFL. It's like, but I'm better than this guy, so my contract has to be $1 more, or we just win titles.
I'm sorry.
Well, we just talked about a lot of black jobs, and that
No,
is
wait
your
a minute.
NBA fast break.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Pistons just introduced 5th overall pick Ron Holland at a press conference in Midtown. He said his experience with the G League Ignite uniquely prepared him for this opportunity in Detroit. Tigers at Angels tonight here at Hira 97.1, first pitch at 9:38. And former Michigan State defensive coordinator Scotty Hazelton has found his next role, special assistant to Steve Sarkisian at Texas. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so let's have a little fun here for a minute. I want to bring up the Red Wings thing, shall we? We'll get to the Pistons trade. It's more minor, but I didn't love the return, and we can get to it. But there are a lot of whispers, and I just wonder if people will come to the table after assassinating Kenny, because it sure feels like Steven Stamkos is going to be here. Now, you would have a jersey number issue to solve. It is a disgrace that Fedorov is not in the rafters, and you're never going to let Stamkos wear 91. That would be an absolute joke. I digress. The point I'm making is, if I offer you that this is your life, okay?
Okay.
We're going to have Kenny. He's going to be in the clouds looking down. Kenny Cott, this is your life. We're going to look into the future. Monday, free agency is going to hit. If I told you that Monday, your offseason consisted of Steve Stamkos and Ducks goalie John Gibson. I'm going to let Kenny explain to you why he's Kenny in the show sheet. The topic was titled F. John Gibson. And I'm like, all right, hold on. But if that's your offseason, you're Red Wing fan, Steve Botts or otherwise, your reaction is what?
My reaction is, where's the rest of the money going to? I mean, John Gibson's not going to command some, gigantic paycheck. Steven Stamkos might. He might. I don't know the exact number he's going to ask for, but I'm assuming it's like 6, 7, somewhere in there.
My assumption was this, man. If it was 8.5 for Mo and 8.5 for Raymond and 7 for Stamkos, well, that's 24, and Gibson takes the other 6.
No, God, no. I'm not saying 6 for Gibson.
No, average goalies are making 5.
And he is just that, an average, maybe below average.
Well,
goalie.
okay, so my point would be, you wouldn't have another big move to make, right?
You re-sign your 2 guys. You extend your 2 guys.
Right.
There's where a lot of your money's going to go. Stamkos, yeah.
So at that point, I'm upset because you spent money on Gibson when you shouldn't have. You could have gotten Jake Gensel. You could have gotten a defenseman. You could have gotten a lot of things that were a lot better than a mid goalie, a mediocre, below league average goalie. I get it. He was playing for the Ducks and the
Kenny,
Ducks.
how do you really feel about this?
I hate it. I hate that he's linked in all these rumors. He's not taking ours, okay?
Wait a minute.
Malcolm Subban was a goalie.
Truth, Kevin Weeks, also a goalie. Truth, Grant Fuhrer, also a goalie.
That's what I'm saying, man. But no, honestly, we already have 2 of these goalies on our roster already. What are we doing here?
You tell me.
I don't know. I hate that Steve Yzerman's wrapped up in this guy. Don't laugh at me. This is serious.
I'm not laughing at you. It's the passion.
It's just... It's upsetting when you could get a piece of value, but instead you're getting a goalie who's middling at best. And maybe leaving Anaheim will do him some good. Anaheim stinks. But, I mean...
How did we go from Linus Ullmark to this?
UC Saros got signed.
We passed over Juicy.
Juicy got signed. He's extended now with Nashville.
So here's my question, guys. I don't know. Look, I'm not the one making up the rumors. And we just watched Elliot Friedman... The John Gibson thing is not going away. The Wings are attached to it. I don't have a reason why. Because even though I am a limited intellect moron, John Gibson sure feels a lot like Huso and Lyon. It feels like an assembly line of average. And I don't understand it. And I'm with
that
Kenny
maybe a
on
new
it.
city, maybe you get a little better, more out of him.
But my problem is when you have $32 million in cap space and you just gave away a second-round pick to create $3 million more, I'm not interested in incremental improvement. You are supposed to take not quite half of a salary cap, but let's call it 35% of your cap is available to you. We obviously need to take care of Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond. But anything you add beyond that, Rico, it has to be legitimate improvement. I can't say with a straight face John Gibson is that. Now, Stamkos, here's the problem. Beyond the number thing. But it is Kenny got murdered for that opinion. So now, are we going to sit here a month later and act like this is perfect? Because all I had was phone lines of people going, he's terrible 5-on-5, see?
No, Mike, because everybody always, the initial reaction to anything is always, I hate it. I hate it until you sit down and realize, wait, that's actually pretty smart. Kenny, I joke, but was ahead of his time with this, saying, hey, this is something that they should be considering. And now that it's coming closer and closer to look like it's going to happen, people have hit the acceptance stage of, okay, you know what? Yeah, we're going to probably get him, so I might as well get on board. I trust Steve Yzerman, and if it's good enough for Steve, it's going to be good enough for me. At the time, it was only good enough for Kenny, and they didn't have the same amount of respect for Kenny as they have for Yzerman. That's the problem.
I need to understand it, and I need the hockey elite, so I'm going to put out the bat signal. 248-539-9797. You know, here's the other thing. It's not like John Gibson is some young guy. I mean, what is he, 10, 11 years in the league? You know, this is a guy that's played a long time. He is what he is.
Yeah, he's 30 years old. He's right in the meat of his career. He's been in the league for, it looks like, since 2013.
It's 11 years,
Yeah,
Kenny.
11 years. And he hasn't looked like a starting goalie. And I mean, not a great goalie or an average goalie, but a starting goalie since like 18.
Time out. Can I chastise Kenny for a moment?
Yeah.
You yelled at me when I said it was $6 a year. He's got 3 years left on his deal with the Ducks at an AAV of 6.4.
He ain't getting that again. Not with the numbers he's putting up.
No, I'm saying he's
an
got
average
3
goalie.
on the deal.
Right.
It's going to cost you 6.4.
I don't
have to sign him. That's what he's signed for.
Right. He ain't taking a discount to come here.
I don't want. Okay, so Anaheim would have to retain then. That's the only way. And by the way, I still don't want it.
Okay, I'm asking you to not yell at me when I say he's going to make $6 million.
I hate it. I hate all of it.
Feel like the debate. Okay.
This is awful. That is correct. No, it's frustrating when you see this is where the money's going to go when you could have a defenseman and a forward instead of this.
So why don't you distill it down even further and get to what you really want to say? Not for fear of retribution. Say it. Say it. Like Dan Campbell told Cookies. Say it with your chest. Just say it.
No.
David? That was good.
You're having a great day at your... Say it. Say it.
I'm going to say this once. I told you all so. Do you know what? I told you so. The Steven Stamkos thing is real, first of all. But the second thing is I don't want anything to do with this John Gibson thing. And the third thing is if you get rid of that and bring in Jake Gensel, I have no problem with this offseason.
Okay, so but work with me on this. If the offseason, right, we don't get the benefit, oh, hey, it's Let Steve Cook radio. No, we're here right now. Right now, essentially on the eve of free agency, here's what it sounds like, feels like. You're going to re-sign Raymond and Sider, and it's going to take a ton of money. $8 million plus, right? Per. John Gibson, 6.4, and Steve Stamkos. If that's the offseason, I think it's okay for you to say, this sucks. I think it's okay for you to say, Steve Yzerman has disappointed me.
So
I think that's okay to say that.
It sucks with the goalie, or it's a combo piece. You don't like either piece.
No, I'm saying, look.
That you expected more.
I didn't hate the Stamkos thing, but I can't argue with people. Clearly not the player he was
when Steve was there. And okay, fine. The numbers that he struggles, even strength, fine. But I was happy to welcome him to the club. My question would be, if Kane leaves and Stamkos comes in, how big of a differential is this?
Did you get better?
If it's Stamkos and if it's the goalie Gibson, I'm disappointed. It's a bad offseason. It's not enough, and Steve Yzerman has to answer for that. That's where I'm at. He's not above reproach, and I'm not a Steve bot. It's okay to say the man didn't do a great job. And this is the offseason where you're supposed to get the pieces to launch you into the playoffs. That's not what this is.
Right, especially when it's Kane out, Stamkos in. That's not just plus. You lose X and you add Y. And what did I say? You have to factor in money, term, and then production. So is it really a seismic move when Kane was a point-a-game player here to then go to Stamkos? Even if you say Stamkos is better and he'll be more consistent and he doesn't have B. Arthur's hip, fine. But Kenny's point is well taken. For $6.5 million a year, what does that get me in the forward market? Why did I give a second-round pick with Wallman, send him out for free to add to get John Gibson?
Yeah. See, and I'm glad you said it just like that, because when you start stacking up what's already happened this offseason and the question mark of the trade, adding the second round, and then I get it. Free agency doesn't start till Sunday, or Monday, but right now, I'm losing faith in Steve Yzerman.
But
right now.
And it could all change. It could all change.
It could.
But here and now,
yes.
Let's just say this is what happens.
Well, it's funny you say that, because is it one of those things that, you know what? Maybe Steve knows something. Maybe Steve sees something in this goalie, and I'm just going to go ahead and trust him.
But here's the thing. If it's 6, whatever it is for Gibson,
6'4",
Husso, I think, just signed for like 7.5. So that's really not that big of a difference. Make it happen, Yzerman. I want a juicy, man.
That's not going to happen.
We all did. So let me ask the question to you guys. 248-539-9797. We're just reading some of the tea leaves. Hockey News has a report out. You're hot to trot for John Gibson. Call it $6.5 million a year. 3 more years left on his deal. Kenny hates the guy. Kenny said he's not even a league average goalie. His words. Then the Stamkos thing, which you guys hated. You guys called up and firebombed Kenny. You shaved his beard and you made him eat it. Now all of a sudden.
In a smoothie.
Right. Stamkos and Gibson is your offseason. And why? Here's my question. Why would I have needed to give away Wallman with a second-round pick in order to execute all this? By the numbers, you didn't.
That's why I'm saying this doesn't make sense, which is why I don't think this can be the offseason. If that was the plan, if that's what you gave away Wallman in a second for that, that's not enough. That doesn't math right. That doesn't add up.
I want to hear from the people on it. And if you think we're off base hey, listen, no one's telling you this is happening. It's just right here as we sit here at 10 after 3 on a Friday. Here are the 2 names. Here's what you're getting. If this happens, what's your reaction? Because we are still now, 3-4 days after the Wallman deal, and none of us can make sense of it. And the money you saved, I need to really understand, I'm with Kenny in this regard, that if at the end of this, you go, wait a minute, they needed that extra 3 to now finish this deal and pay this guy $8 million. I don't know. Is it the money he needs to bring back another current? But see, bringing back current players doesn't interest me at a high level.
But see, I guess because we'll find out more on Monday. No, he's not. It's the names that you don't hear. So the names that are being associated with the Wings, I almost feel like they're not going to come here. It's the ones that you're not listening to, the ones that you don't hear about. That's what Steve's in the kitchen cooking with.
Okay. Hey, want you to be right.
So that's why, yes, would it be just, yeah, but I don't think either one will end up here on Monday.
248-539-9797. Hockey Elite, assemble. Let's get into it. Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, and determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's best mattresses. And they're made right here in Michigan. Right now, the 4th of July summer sale. Save up to $900 off an iComfort adjustable mattress.
Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Kenny, one question. And I want to gauge from the Hockey Elite along with Kenny. Listen, piece on the Hockey News today, kind of piecing it together. It feels like John Gibson and Steve Stamkos. And what is your reaction to that? Now, I think what's really interesting is in the piece, they talk about how they feel like the Red Wings, because of the late finish of the Stanley Cup, the buyout window is the shortest it could ever be, right? They're talking about buyouts galore. So what I want to understand, I guess, is when a team is sitting at roughly $32.5 million of cap space, you just traded Wallman and mysteriously attached a second-round pick to him to create $3 million more, right? Now you're hearing about buyouts where you would think guys like, whether it's Hull, whether it's Petrie, whomever. You've already got essentially $6 million tied up in your two goalies. You would add Gibson for 6.4, $12.4 million to have three goalies that are all a Spider-Man meme.
doesn't add up to me. So now, Kenny, what I was saying, and I apologize, I know you were screening calls. The Hockey News thinks the Wings are prime candidates for buyouts. So you took a second-round pick and essentially bought out Wallman. You got him out of here.
Yep.
Who are we buying out, and how much more cap space do you need? What are we missing?
I'm not sure. That's I was just looking at their cap-friendly page earlier today. I saw the same article that you did. That's why I think there's more juice to my conspiracy theory of yesterday of this is what the second-round pick was for.
But if it's Gibson and Stamkos,
it's not enough. It's a disappointing offseason, and I will happily say that to not be a Steve bot after we're done.
All right. We go to Randy. He leads it off, 97.1. What's up, Randy?
What's going on, gentlemen?
How are you, sir?
Good. I'd like to give a call when we're talking hockey and Kenny's getting fired up. So here's my offseason for you guys. I think you guys are missing a piece here. I think that Stamkos is a real thing. But I think that you're going to get two real Stanley Cup winning veterans in Stamkos. And if that happens, I think you're bringing back Kane. 2 a point per game guys. You're going to get them probably at $11 million total, 6.5, maybe 4.5. And it's going to be for a 2 or 3 year deal. And by that time, you got Carter Mazur, you got Nate Danielson, you got these guys coming up, and those guys are going to go off into the wind. And you're going to have the younger, versions of what you have in Larkin and DeBrincat and things of that nature coming up from our draft picks. You also got Simone Edvinsson on the back end this year. You might as well consider him a top 4 defenseman. It's like you got him in free agency. And we have the biggest and deepest pipeline of defensemen in the NHL. I mean, you got Palinka coming up. You've got Albert Johansson coming up. And I think the only way the Gibson trade happens is if it involves Ville Husso. And that's going to give you a $4.5 million to $6.5 million. And then by that time, Gibson's contract's up, and you got your 2 prime prospects in Posa and Augustine coming up as well. I think it's a perfect offseason, and it says a lot about the GM if we're able to come in and get 2 Stanley Cup winning veterans that know the organization. And if that happens, it's an A++, and I think we're fighting for the division, believe it or not.
So, Randy, I have a question for you, and I'm fine in a vacuum with Stamkos and Kane. That's not bad for me, but what I do question is, okay, so we keep our mid-goaltending and we don't address defense, so we're relying on rookie defensemen and plus Mo Seider. Are you uncomfortable with the idea that there's still we haven't improved basically at all defensively?
I just don't know who's out there from a defensive perspective, and if they do that, I think the problem that they have is that we have so many prospects that are going to be coming up, and they can't go and give the long-term deal to anybody. The only thing I've heard recently is that, and I would love this deal, if some sort of trade package for Chychrun out of Ottawa, and he's actually been linked to Detroit for multiple seasons, on end. I don't know if you guys have heard the same.
Chychrun has been rumored. And I'm fine with him. I'd rather have like a Matt Roy or Nikita Zadorov, big defenseman. But yeah, I don't hate that idea. I worry about leaving the back end completely unaddressed. I don't like the idea of keeping either the same goaltending or the same defenseman without addressing at least one of the 2 issues.
Can I ask a question just on a report that you saw yesterday? I'm not telling you it's my idea. I'm asking. It was a big to-do in New York. The Rangers are asking Jacob Trouba for his, no trade clause teams. He's got 15 no movement teams. He is from Rochester. He makes $8 million a year, but only for 2 more years. Defenseman. You like Trouba? Physical? What do you want to do here?
I keep the goalie situation the same.
I'm trying to help Kenny's offseason.
But just bring in a defenseman.
It's not first on my list, but I you know what? He's the kind of player that, the situations where teams won't mess around with you as much because he might just actually punch you in the mouth.
Correct. He may kill you.
He may. So I'm not saying no to that. I'm not axing that. It's not my first choice.
Let me just explain why. I know the $8 million feels egregious, but if you cost average it, that you're bringing up his boy Rob Palinka and Bobby Johansson and the rest of these kids who don't make any money.
You buy 2 years.
No, it's that the $8 million. All right, well, Palinka Jones or whatever his name is, he don't make no money. So the 8 goes down to like 6. And then, hey, it's Bob Johansson. He don't make no scratch. Now it's down to 4.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And in 2 years, he's off your books.
Oh, then he's
right.
See ya.
If that and Stamkos is your offseason, you're talking my language now because you've upgraded something.
But once again, something like that, Mike, I think it may be more plausible because once again, it's something
hearing coming out of
and,
Detroit.
And I made an assumption because Trouba's from Rochester that maybe we wouldn't be on his no trade clause list. I'm just throwing it out because the caller said, what defenseman? Well, here's one that the Rangers are moving. I don't know. Go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hello,
Happy
sir.
summer, and it's good to be back talking to you guys. My original thing was about the debate, and I love the satire, guys. The Black Jobs thing is killing me, but I think and we had to laugh about it, and I almost feel like that's what we're doing right now with our sports teams is we're just waiting for something to change. Kenny wants improvements, and we want improvements for the Tigers. We want improvements for everybody, but if we have holes to fill, and if you're just looking at doing a not a real upgrade at the defensive side for the Wings, what are we doing? Like what you said right after you dropped the chair, Mike, what are we doing? And, if that's going to be our off season, how long are we going to trust Stevie Y before we start questioning that? And we need to upgrade somewhere on the defensive side and not just sign a big name like Stamkos. And is he going to be proven like Kane? I mean, who knows, but it's interesting, but I think he needs to make a move. And like Kenny said, this is a push for the playoffs. This is an off season where things can change. We're not at the bottom like the Pistons. We're still waiting on Scott Harris, but the Wings have the moves and have the capability, and they need to do like what Holmes did and make some moves. But I'm just tired of waiting. I think we all are. Just like when the retirement home debate last night, it's just looking at the worser of two evils and wondering what the heck we're going to do. But I appreciate it, guys, taking my call again, and I hope to talk to you guys soon.
Doug, anytime, call back.
I mean, that's the reality. When you have the better part of $33 million in cap space and you're a team that's close to the playoffs, now you understand half of that's going to go to your two young stars. Mm-hmm. But if you got $16 million to play with, I don't want the Kenny Holland special. I don't want to bring a bunch of mid. So you want to shoot for the stars, bring in a big name and maybe a smaller name to go with that. Well, it is year 6 of the rebuild, so I kind of don't want to just be a wild card. I'd like to make a seismic move forward. Look, this is also why you hire Theo Epstein. This is why you hire back in the day when Jerry West revitalized the Lakers or Brad Stevens. You're hiring a difference maker. You hired Steve Yzerman, not Mike Milbury. You hired Steve Yzerman. So I think I have a right to expect more. You're supposed to be special. John Gibson is not special.
Now,
Kenny hates this man.
And Kenny, Yzerman is known for maybe pinching pennies and not really overpaying for people. Do you think that could be a factor in bringing some of these people here?
I think it has more to do with term with him. I don't feel like he wants to give out a bunch of 8-year, 7-year deals. I think you're going to see if he does make moves and make extensions or signings, it's going to be 5 years. 5 years, 4 years, somewhere in there, because that's the first half of the window of a guy like Mo Sider, of a guy like Lucas Raymond, when they get there, because they will get long-term deals. He's
Do you want Kane and Stamkos?
Not if that's all. If you add something at the defensive end.
All right, hold on. Here you go. Ready? I'm going to give you 4 names. You got to pick 2.
Okay, done.
All right, it's like a buffet.
Yes.
Kane, Stamkos, Gibson, Trouba.
Stamkos and Trouba. That's who I'm picking.
So no goalie.
No goalie.
Is there any
Why
way
would I pick Gibson? It doesn't improve
I know
anything.
you hate Gibson.
I don't hate him. He's just mid.
You hate him.
Okay, I hate him.
You said
You're right.
the man is not even an average NHL goalie.
Correct.
Look
at his numbers.
It's hatred. It's hatred.
It's fact. It's not slanderous.
It can be hatred and fact.
Okay. I'll give you that.
248-539.
Who can hit a golf ball farther?
Well, you're asking for it. And of course. All right, that covers it. More of your hockey calls next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Pistons acquired Tim Hardaway Jr. and 3 second-round picks from Dallas today in exchange for Quentin Grimes. Taking on Hardaway's expiring contract costs Detroit some $10 million against the cap. That leaves them with about $50 million in space. The 32-year-old Hardaway averaged 14.4 points and 3.2 rebounds while shooting 35.3% from three for the Mavs last season. Tigers looking to rebound from yesterday's 5-0 loss in tonight's Game 2 against the Angels. Kenta Maeda is on the bump for Detroit. Here on the ticket. First pitch at 9:38. And Phil Steele's annual college football preview is out. He has Ohio State and Oregon meeting in the Big Ten championship game, Michigan finishing third, and Michigan State finishing dead last at 18th. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll get to that Pistons trade a little later on. I didn't love it. I'll explain why. And I'm telling you, I think I know who's coming to town, and it ain't Santa Claus. You're definitely not going to like that one. But we'll get to it. David, a few ticket texts. Get back to the people. Hockey news, Wings, Stamkos, Wings, John Gibson. Kenny's not happy.
Yeah, what are we looking at on Monday when we get back?
Someone, Gilly at work, is saying his bold prediction is Stamkos and Kane sign here. Raymond Insider sign a bridge deal, something Stevie did in Tampa Bay. Then they trade for Kenny's favorite, Gibson.
So succinct.
Absolutely not.
No.
No, you lock Raymond Insider up long term. There's no reason to bridge contract.
Right,
That
and you're in
doesn't
an
make any
offseason where you have $33 million in cap space, a couple of 8x8s out there, and you get the guy signed. I don't
the money. Yeah.
Sorry, Gilly. Disagree.
Said it was a bold prediction. That ain't.
Hey, you know what? Fair. He did say bold.
Gibson is not league average goalie. Kenny is not a hockey expert. He's much better than that.
Uh-oh. Shots fired.
All right, league average save percentage last year was about .902. Gibson, .888. Year before, .899. Year before that, .904. That was on a up year, by the way. .903. This guy hasn't been good in the better part of half a decade. Don't tell me he's not don't tell me he's league average. He's worse than league average. Look at the numbers.
What about was it the fact that it was Gibson, or did they challenge your hockey elite status?
Yes. Next question.
Let's go to Ken.
Climate change.
Ken 97. Well, what's up, Kenny?
Hey, I just want to say this is exactly what the Wings did in the 1990s when they brought Mike Vernon in. Mike Vernon had a couple of bad years. They brought him in to platoon with Osgood. They're bringing in Gibson to platoon with Kosa to give Kosa the job within 3 years, and then they can trade Gibson off. They're not going to re-sign him. Stamkos is probably going to come in because Yzerman knows him, and I know this is going to really bug Kenny, but I think on the defense side, I could see Yzerman going into the buyout bargain bin and getting Ryan Suter and thinking he can get like a Larry Murphy reclamation project.
All right, listen, I'll let Kenny respond, and I'll give you my thoughts. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm not interested in bargain bin defensemen at this point. But
Kenny, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
No, the one on the phone, not you. I want to talk to caller Ken. At what point are we allowed to expect/demand better? What are we doing here? It's year 6 of the rebuild. We have $33 million in space. I just watched Yzerman light a second-round pick on fire, and you're talking about bargain basements and John Gibson. I mean, you do understand how that could ruffle people's feathers a little bit, Kenny, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we also have to look at the Shanahan trade. The Shanahan trade, you traded away Paul Coffey, you traded away Keith Cremo, you traded away a bunch of first-round picks. But really, Shanahan was the pick that needed to be brought in. Also, on top of that, in 96, 97, we brought in Tomas Sandstrom. Basically, that when you're looking at bringing in, you might be bringing in some people that, or even like Dan Cleary that we used to bring in, that would not excite anybody, but they were actually the pieces that.
But those were Stanley Cup teams. See, hold on, Ken, here's the problem. A, you're going 30 years ago, and I'm not interested. And for factual matter here, the 02 team had 10 Hall of Famers on it. Like, okay, it's a different time, a different place. Oh, but what about the Shanahan deal? Oh, okay, well, what about Adam Oates? I mean, why don't we just keep it going?
Yeah, no salary caps. Salaries are structured way differently.
The point I'm making is you have cap space when most teams don't. You are a team that is viewed on the rise. You just missed out on the playoffs. I don't think it's wrong to demand seismic improvements. The time is now.
You don't make that Wallman move without the next thing being planned out. So I'd have a very hard time believing that John Gibson is your answer. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I feel.
No,
According
but
to
here's the
Hockey
thing.
News, you are.
No, but here's the thing. If you make that seismic move, Mike, it's what I always say. It means you're on the clock where you got higher expectation now. If you just keep meddling around doing minor things, you kick that can one more year.
See, and I know we don't want to go back, but the caller did. I just want to be fair here. Oh, when they brought in Mike Vernon, he wasn't that great of a goalie. But look at the defense that the Red Wings had. Vladimir Konstantinov.
They had Hall of
They had Fetisov. They had Aaron Ward. They had Nick Lidstrom. They had defense in front of the goalie.
Let me ask you a question, Kenny. Is there a way, if it cost you a second-round pick to get rid of Wallman, what's Hull going to cost you to get rid of?
It's going to cost you quite a bit because nobody wants to eat the dead body of Justin Hull.
All right. Then my next question is going to be, can they buy out Andrew Kopp?
I'd have to look at what that number looks like, but
I don't care what the number is. He stinks. Can we buy him out?
I don't want to do that.
Well, you signed him to be a second-line center, and he's trending more towards being like Casey Cizikas.
A little bit, yeah. That you're going to have to eat that money. There's not a real good way to do that and also spend.
Well, when the Hockey News is talking about buyouts, what are we talking about?
I think it's a lot easier to buy out like a Jake Wallman, which I don't know why they didn't do.
No. You attached a second-round pick to him.
Which means something else has to happen.
You're talking about secret treehouse handshakes of the waiver wire.
I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but I mean, you have to agree with me that the next move has to be enough where we go, oh, I get it now, right? Yeah.
Listen,
and that's bare minimum.
That's why I yelled at caller Kenny, not you. I'm with you. I don't know why people want to call in and lower the bar when it's like, wait, this guy made the most puzzling move that even hockey geniuses like Elliot Friedman can't make sense of. Something has to be on the other side of that. It's not like Stevie was walking around the house wearing a fishbowl.
And you said it earlier in the show. We know what Steve Yzerman was. We know what we brought him in to do. And when you see him do something like this, you just have to think he had a plan here. This wasn't just a whim that he went off on.
Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Hi, Kyle. How you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. Happy Friday.
Same to you.
So I just wanted to touch on Gibson and Stamkos, right? So we basically just be taking two players with different names and putting them in for Kane and then either Husso or Lyon, and I don't think you make any right move up the standings. You're going to be the same team that you were, so it's not going to be good enough. I think Stevie, we've given him as a whole fan base too much time. He's got to make a big move or big moves this year to elevate the team into the playoffs and become contenders, not just maybe get into the wild card and then, we get smacked out of the first round. We really got to make some big moves, and I think he needs at least 2 to 3 big pieces, and we can't just take a goalie that's the same that we already have.
I'm with you, especially for $6.4 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to say no thank you to that and get something pretty good. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Hey, Kenny, let me ask you this question. Is there anything in the advanced metrics that would suggest John Gibson is a hidden gem? I'm asking.
No, there isn't.
You hate this guy.
The stats hate him. I don't hate him.
John
I like the
Gibson.
stats.
Let's put Kenny to test. John Gibson or Putin?
Well, I mean, let's think about Putin for a second. No, John Gibson.
John Gibson
what was that,
or starving children?
Putin is a great leader of men, okay?
You hate this guy.
I hate the numbers he puts up.
Live from St. Petersburg, it's Kenny G. Cott. We'll start doing like they do with
Putin's not bad. He's just misunderstood.
The Olympics with Al Michaels, the AI. We'll have Kenny Cott's Russian hockey report. I heard you like hockey. I'm in Sochi right now. Jesus. If John Gibson comes here, we're going to have to help this guy. Kenny's going to be, this is little John Gibson T-shirt jersey.
I feel the same way about him as I do Husso and Lyon. It's just not good enough. It's just a mid goalie. He's actually a little worse than those two goalies.
You know what, Kenny? I feel your pain. That was me with Killian Hayes, so I know how you feel.
Wait a minute. John Gibson is better than Killian Hayes. At least
No,
he's
I'm just saying somebody on the
employable.
team that you're just like, why is he here?
I mean, he must be the worst goalie ever in the league.
No, you can't.
The way Kenny's talking.
No, Kenny just.
He's worse than Husso and Lyon.
I get Kenny's anger because it's like a Spider-Man meme. How can I find 3 just totally average, non-lead dog goalies? You know, a couple of them, their body can't even hold up. The other guy hasn't been good since the 17 Western Conference Finals. Like, you just get to a point where you go, no, it's a lot like following Michigan State football. No more bad. Stop getting bad football players. Stop. Please.
No more bad.
No more. Everybody's the same and they all suck.
I think I've ever
That's the problem. Just no more bad. No more bad. All right. Get to a little blitz. I got to talk about that Pistons trade too in the 4 o'clock. And I want to ask you a question. You can tell me if I'm being unfair. We'll get to it. 97.1.
All right. So as we motor along on a Friday, we've had this all week. I know it's a big thing for a lot of people. I'm excited about it because it's one of the greatest video games of all time. But EA Sports, College Football 25, every day they've been doing a different list. It's just kind of a way for us. Look, 2 weeks from now, the game will be coming out. We've had some fun with it because David makes us guess all of these meaningless numbers. David, blitz, please.
Yes, I do. So today is the top 25 for EA Sports College Football 25.
So the actual poll, AP top 25 in digital football land.
This is what they believe will be the top 25 based on overall in the game. So, your first guesses.
All right, can we just get the nonsense out of the way?
Sure.
Fine. Georgia.
Georgia's the number one.
Okay.
95 overall.
Okay. Must be nice, Kenny. What's that like?
I mean, 95 is a little low. I was hoping for like a 98, 99, 97, somewhere in there, but 95 is okay, I guess.
Ohio State.
They are number 2 at 93 overall.
All right. We're going to get you want to continue down the obvious track? All right. Oregon,
number 3, 93 overall.
Oh, this is good. All right, go ahead.
I hope I can keep the streak going. Alabama,
number 4,
yes,
92
it's on you
overall.
now.
I don't want to mess this up. Texas,
number 5,
yeah!
92 overall.
Now we can be garbage the rest of the segment. It's okay. Who's number 6?
Oh my goodness.
Think it over.
Yeah, think real hard, Rico. It is your choice. Think.
I feel like he's trying to give me a clue.
I am.
Think Joel Klatt Boner.
No.
My choice.
Oh, they've been dead.
Clemson.
I don't know if this streak counts for that. But
Where-
yes, that is number 6. 90
Where
overall.
are these Clemson ratings coming from?
I have no idea.
Klubnik stinks.
I have no clue.
All right, number 7. Okay, Michigan has to be somewhere. They have a cover athlete.
They are not 7. They are number
Hold
11.
on. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Number 11.
Okay.
At 88 overall. I'm sorry.
7. Hook 'em horns.
They're at 5. Texas.
Yeah, they already gave
Where
them that
would you
5.
disappear in the middle of the segment?
Yeah. I was.
Try again.
We're at 7.
What about Texas? I hit the vapor lock. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you pulled the Biden.
Right.
He pulled the Biden.
I can give you a clue.
I killed Medicare.
I'll give you a-
LSU.
No, LSU's number 8.
Good.
90 overall.
Good.
So the number 7 clue.
LSU. Things, stuff, black jobs.
Number 7 clue.
Tigers.
Mike loves this coach.
At number 7, and I love the coach.
I know. Utah.
No, Utah's number 10 at 88 overall. I'll just give it to you. It is Notre Dame.
I do. Okay, I do love Marcus
Yeah,
Freeman.
90 overall.
Because he's really good? Oh.
He messed it.
Nope. No.
Wow!
No.
Okay.
No.
And it
You know
got
what?
worse,
Stop.
Rico. It got worse.
Let me give you a program I love, but I don't like the coach because he's creepy. Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, number 15, 88 overall.
Why they gotta underrate my guys? I gotta make a call down to EA. What is their issue with Ole Miss?
So we're at number 9.
Not that good. Number 9.
Number 9.
Florida State?
Florida State is not at number 9. They are at number 12, 88 overall.
Still well done by you. All right. David, start giving us hints conference-wise, etc.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
try to
go
play
9.
along
Let's go Big 10.
Penn State.
Yep,
I was just
Penn
about
State.
to say, I bet you it's Penn State.
You know what, man? Win a big game.
Yep.
So
Wait,
tired.
you talking
of
Penn State or Ole Miss?
Man. Man.
Number 10, the clue. They are in a new conference, the Big 12.
Utah,
88 overall. Man, so you all have the entire top 12 there and number 15. I want to go to number 16. They
You better
are
not
also
say it's
in a
Colorado.
Hey, it is Colorado.
No.
At 87 overall.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
All because
You know
of
what?
Shadur and Justin
I'm about
Travis
to
Hunter?
flip my laptop over.
That's ridiculous.
Well, you talked about cover athletes.
I know, but
Yeah.
come on. Are they? All right, let me answer a serious football question. Their over-under's 5.5. Would you actually take the over?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Absolutely. Which is why, how are they 16?
Probably the quarterback's a 99, and then Travis Hunter is a 99 playing
inflates their
offense and
team.
defense.
Yeah.
It probably inflates the whole thing. I don't know.
Yep.
Because it's not even like he's bringing in good transfers. I'm sorry. I know this isn't a Colorado football show. Keep going.
Miami's number 13 at 88 overall.
Cam Ward.
So that means you would be missing 14 from the top 15. So team number 14.
Give us a hint. Come on.
I'm thinking the SEC.
Yeah. Trying to think. Missouri.
No. I'll give you this note on Missouri. Shocking. They are not in the top 25.
Disrespect.
Not in the top 25. But this school, number 14, wears maroon.
Arkansas?
Texas A&M.
Oh, I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Sam Pittman's about to
right.
get fired, or didn't he get fired?
If Missouri's not in there, how can Arkansas
Carolina?
be there? South Carolina?
No, I'm kidding. No. I'm kidding.
I'll say Texas. All right,
I'll give you the rest here.
outside of Colorado, what is the most surprising one to make college football 25's top 25?
I think Virginia Tech at 87 overall here. They're number
Okay,
20.
that is incredibly surprising. They've been bad for years.
They're number 20. And then I think the next surprise would also be in the ACC right behind them at number 21.
North Carolina?
NC State.
No, they have a good program going, man. Is Kentucky in the top 25?
Kentucky is not in the top 25. I'll just finish it off here. 25 is Iowa.
Oh, stop. Okay, come on, man.
I would have.
Really?
You know what? I would have never have guessed that.
Their offense should be ranked at 12.
No, but they went out and got an offensive coordinator. I forgot who, but they actually went out and got a real offensive coordinator.
They still make a chicken salad out of chicken bleep.
Correct. They got 24, Oklahoma State.
Oh, that's Ollie Gordon.
At 23, Arizona.
Yes. What is it? Fafita to QB?
Yes.
Yeah.
22, Kansas.
Okay. Can I ask a serious question?
Sure.
How low do the ratings go, or they only give you the top 25?
87 overall.
So, like, MSU's what, a 62?
I don't know. USC's on here at 87 overall. They are number 19.
Really?
Yep. And to close it out
that's
here.
the Lincoln Riley effect.
I think so. Close it out here. 18 is Wisconsin, 87 overall. And then number 17, Oklahoma.
See, the Wisconsin one's going to be fun because it's year 2 of them running the air raid. It'll look a lot better. It takes a year because you can't just flip systems, especially.
I do wonder if the fans are going to accept that.
If you win, they will. But I'm with you.
It's kind of like when Michigan switched over with Rich Rod, and they were like, "No,
Well, no,
go back
that's
to running
because
the
they're
ball."
cultists, and he wasn't a Michigan man and talked funny.
You know what? Fair, you win, David. What about Texas?
That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. The NHL draft begins tonight. The Red Wings have the 15th overall pick. Meanwhile, ESPN reporting Detroit is still in talks with Patrick Kane, who reportedly wants upward of $5 million per for several years. The 35-year-old notched 20 goals and 27 assists in 50 games for the Wings last season on a one-year, $2.75 million deal. The Tigers are amid their worst stretch this season, having lost 14 of 20, a run that's dropped them to 15 games back in the Central and 7 out of the wild card. Game 2 of 4 at the Angels is tonight with Kenta Maeda. Kenta Maeda throwing for Detroit tonight. Hear it here on the ticket. First pitch at 9:38. And according to a recent IRS filing, the NCAA has spent nearly $500 million on legal costs since it began fighting cases concerning paying players back in 2014. College sports governing body also has about $130 million in legal expenses that have been covered by insurance over that time. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. 2 notes. So you know how I made a big deal about the Tigers last night, and they got worked by this dude who had just come up from AAA. I mean, an absolute nobody. The guy had a 6 ERA at AAA. The Angels, he was an emergency starter, this Davis Daniel. So not only did he pitch 5 good innings or 6 good innings or even 7, 8 shutout innings. Well, Mr. Rieger, who's as plugged in as anybody, sent me this note. This is how bad it was last night, okay?
Yes.
Why I said I wasn't sure what was more embarrassing, the debate or this. Davis Daniel of the Angels is the only MLB pitcher in the modern era to toss at least 8 innings with 8 or more strikeouts, no walks, and 4 or few hits allowed in their first career start. All on the Detroit Tigers. You got shut out by a horrendous Angels team and a horrendous pitcher. And hey, listen, I'll tell you right now, if I ran the Yankees, I'd be calling you about Scooble. Because when I'm getting trolled by Kenny Cott, oh, what does Rodon mean in Spanish? Bum. Thanks, Kenny. I mean, you barely sit down. It was 5-0 Jays. The point is, Yankees pitching is falling apart. Cole's velo is down. Scooble. No,
that was good, Kenny.
He sent it to me.
No, I said that was a good one, Kenny.
And then he types, "I'm not trying to be disrespectful." No, I'm pretty sure we got that out of the way.
And enjoy your ham.
Too late.
Right, too late. Sent. I wanted to update one note. Pistons did make a trade. Now, this is, again, why I don't understand the narrative in town. We have to get Cade help right now. One problem. Trajan Langdon has told you that's not what's happening. They are going to acquire dead bodies and get assets. Mm-hmm. So this Tim Hardaway Jr. move took place. And the return is underwhelming. So I'll just approach each deal case by case. I'm not making a judgment on Langdon, but I'm not impressed. Why? Well, you got 3 second-rounders for Hardaway, and you sent them Quentin Grimes. Well, Grimes is a useful player. Now, the point I'm making is if you comp it to what the Hornets, who are basically the Pistons and Teal, they took on the dead body of Reggie Jackson from the Nuggets, who makes about $6.5 million. Hardaway makes like 20. 16, 17, 18, whatever, right in that range. They got the same thing. 3 second-round picks. Do you know what the Hornets didn't have to do? Send anybody back. That does not make me feel great about, okay, we got a great return. Now, the Pistons are left now, after this move, with about $50 million in cap space.
No, I'm laughing because that's how underwhelmed I felt with the 5th overall pick. Like, if teams wanted to move back, couldn't you have gotten the same guy plus a 2nd-round pick? Okay.
So now you got $50 million left. And I started thinking about it. Free agency's going to start Monday.
And there's one player that I think their respective team is more desperate to move than anybody else. I mean, anybody in basketball. Anybody. Because they're basically a playoff team. They're not a dreck. They're not total garbage, but they're also not good. Now I feel like is when we reach full Zach LaVine phase. And the Bulls will attach 2 first-round picks to him. And you will take on his $45 million a year salary.
But it has to be 2 first-round picks.
Oh, nothing less. You're asking the Pistons to inject themselves with cancer. And not even the kind you can cure.
And how long is this? How many years he's got remaining?
Oh, Jesus. I think 2 more plus a player option. Double check on that, David. I'm pretty sure you're stuck with this.
So he'll Javi bias.
Yeah, you're stuck with this beauty for at least 3 years. If I ran the team, I'd be like, listen, here's the deal. Nobody wants your garbage. I'll take a first-round pick for every year. I got to be stuck with this piece. David, when's he signed till?
Zach LaVine is signed until, oh my gosh, he's a free agent at 27. So you will have him for 3 more years.
Yeah, I would need at least 2 first-round picks. But, guys, this is what's happening. And if it's not him, is it a combination of an Andrew Wiggins who makes about $28 a year and another piecemeal? See, this is Langdon's challenge. You're only going to get 1 bullet to fire. But if I go out and I do this Zach LaVine thing and I get a couple of first-round picks and I picked up 3 second-round picks from the other move, now Langdon can tell you officially I got 2 firsts and 3 seconds in one offseason. And the maneuverability of the 3 seconds helps me. I can get out from underneath. Look, the Knicks thing, you're protected as long as you're terrible. I think you're protected 1 through 13 this year, 1 through 11 next year, and 1 through 9 after that. After that, they just say to hell with it, keep the pick. But the point is, Rico, I really believe Piston fans, like Cookies, better brace. Oh, you wanted help, huh? Here it is. Here's terminal cancer. How's that sound?
No, because I'm wondering, you brought up Wiggins. Golden State's desperate. They're trying to clear some cap space that maybe you pick him up.
Pull up their capital assets. You got to pull up and tell me what picks they even have.
That's what I'm looking at. It looks like they have 1 in 2025, 1 in 26, 2 in 20. No, it looks like they have.
Okay. No, you're good.
Yeah.
That's all I needed. Because
they got 2 in 26 and 1 in 25.
So like the picks fly around left and right. You can't even keep track. I just want to make sure they had them. Great. Yeah. My point is, you have to start weighing out dead bodies and what's the maximum value for all the carcass that we're bringing to town. This is why I implore people like you and Cookies, don't freak out about the Ron Holland thing. They're not trying to win.
No, I didn't.
No. Cookies freaked. You didn't.
No, because I didn't know what Pistons' philosophy is. I didn't know if it was trying to win immediately or if we're going to just take our time with this. Draft night showed me we're going to take our time with this. Okay, I'm fine with that. I just needed to know where we're at. That's it. And they show. So, yeah, if that's the case, the Warriors are trying to find space for not only Clay, but, they're trying to get into Paul George that maybe – you know what? You take on this contract. Here's some first-round picks. Help us out here. Clear some cap space for us. It's possible. Like I said, they got a pick in 25, and looks like they got 2 in 26.
Okay, so if they offer you 1 first-round pick to take on Wiggins, or you can get 2 to take on LaVine, what do? These are the decisions Trajan Langdon has to make. So the first
one is like half the cost of. Let me see, how much is Wiggins?
Wiggins makes 26, I think.
Yeah, so
I'm spitballing. LaVine makes like 45.
Yeah, 43, 45, and then 48.
Wiggins is he looks like he's got a player option to 27. So yeah, Wiggins would be 26, 28, and 30.
The whole idea is with the $50 million in cap space, great, fine. You took 3 second-round picks. I would have really preferred getting a first from Dallas. However, if Langdon in the rest of this summer can acquire a minimum of 2 first-round picks, possibly 3, it's a success.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to live with a pretty ratty team.
Yeah, but you know what? I probably would take Wiggins because maybe just be a better person than LaVine. Maybe it works out here for him.
Good luck.
But here's I guess there's a problem with both of these.
You think?
I'll first say that. But LaVine, of course, has the injury history, and Wiggins already has the personal stuff where he was gone for weeks at a time with Golden State. He's coming to Detroit. Do you think he's really going to want to be here and play? He'll be gone again. He won't ever play.
At this point, you come to Detroit and nobody's blocking you. You're the man. You do what you want to do.
I don't
You want to
know.
show up 5 minutes for the game? Sure.
But he did that in Minnesota. He was the man, and what happened?
Listen, you guys, look, you guys, if you want to keep it positive, I wish you good luck. It's a Friday. I'm not trying to bleep in the Cheerios. There is no positive to any of this vomit.
No.
You're bringing Wiggins here to die.
And I'm saying, the thing is, everybody always hates Levine. So you bring in Wiggins, and who knows? Maybe the change of scenery. Maybe him and K become BFFs. Who knows?
David, ticket text.
A ticket text says, I don't know which one I want. I'd rather have Trump and Biden. Oh, okay. Someone says the Bulls don't have their own pick in 26. So will that affect the trade? You would get, 25 and whatever.
Again, guys, I can't, you can't get into all the machinations of this stuff. You just have to go look. Am I getting to first? It's up to Trajan Langdon what he values, the timeline. When you start future casting, okay, well, this team's pick in 26 is worth more, I think, than this team's pick in 25. My whole point is Troy Weaver never built a war chest. So you never built a war chest like these other, like Oklahoma City has more picks than God, Utah, San Antonio. You have to stock the shelves because there's going to come a point where we can get Cade real help. You're going to need 3 or 4 first-round picks to do it. And you have to light them on fire like that. Mm-hmm. You got to build the war chest, and you also need to give this 1 year of seeing, are any of these young players I have salvageable? And Fred Vinson plays a big role in that, the shot doctor. If he works, our viewpoint of the Pistons could change in a hurry. And if it doesn't, well, Flint Tropics 2026. The Pictons.
Oh, my.
Go ahead, David.
The Bulls could collapse and suck. Better picks. Golden State with PG-13, Steph, Dre. Those could be bad picks or they could be good.
Yeah, you're gambling. And sometimes the pick you had that you thought was garbage turns out to be a bonanza. It's really hard to predict that stuff.
Someone says, I know we're not supposed to hope, but I have to hope that Langdon makes the right decision either way, regardless of what it is. Just get the pick.
That's it. The point is you're not going to get the picks and have a happy ending where the players come here, flourish, and love being Pistons. I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you understand Zach LaVine? It sure looked like in late January, opted for surgery rather than coming here. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Literally, cut me.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the Rip Hamilton effect where he was just kind of kicked around the league, came here and became Richard Rip Hamilton.
And no. All right, summer road trip season is here. Before you take the road, go to Moran Buick GMC and get the vehicle you're looking for. 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, $310 a month. Also, the Buick Encore, lease it, $222 a month, 36 months. They have Denali's in stock as well. MoranExpress.com. Get that certified service. You will get the free loaner. Go about your day. You're not going to be sitting in a waiting room. It's always fast, always easy. Moran Buick GMC. You always get that best price period on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, we'll get right to the people. A couple Red Wings calls. We kind of chronicled the latest from the hockey news. You can get that Odyssey.com rewind. That was the 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock we opened up with just what was the bigger embarrassment, the presidential debate both ways or the Tigers getting blanked by a dude who missed his bowling league. We go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Been a couple of weeks. Good to hear from you again.
Same to you, Stevie. What's on your mind?
Well, first off, I want to apologize at the beginning. I spent all my weekend at the Electric Forest Festival in Rothbury, and to use an old election term, I'm pretty low energy. I'm feeling like Biden was looking up there, and I was looking like that all weekend.
Little ragged.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what they pumped that guy with last night, but it was stronger than anything I saw there. But
I was
anyway,
about to say, Steve, you're not in your peak years anymore.
No, I'm going to need something stronger and even stronger than what he had. But, guys, I'll tell you what, if we just get Gibson, I mean, I can't deal with another couple of players like we've been doing the last couple of years to slowly raise the competitive floor of this team. We got to make a big splash. And you know what? As these years are going by, this Andrew Kopp deal is looking worse and worse and worse. I mean, this guy is going to be making $5.63 and probably going to be relegated to the third, if not fourth line. I mean, we're still paying Justin Abdelkader for 2 years. We're going to be paying Justin Hall. I mean, listen, if we get Stamkos here, I'll be happy. If we bring back Kane here, I'll be happy. But we also need another defenseman. And I do like some of our defensive prospects. Mike, you know that you're buying me that Sandine Pellica jersey, if not for the well, I'll tell you what, if it means not getting Gibson, I'll trade in my Winter Classic tickets that you said you're going to hook me up with, and I'll remind you of that every time I call in. But
we'll make it happen if this team makes the playoffs, sure. No, but Steve, here's the thing. You got to thread a needle. Like, you want to have room for the young kids, but the problem is, Steve, none of us can make sense of the Wallman deal. And if the offseason is what
there's
hockey...
an explanation for that, I think.
Well, let's hear
an
it.
Explanation. And I don't love it with the second-round pick attached to it. I will give you that on that end. But the rumor mill that I'm hearing is that it was a statement trade, that, you know, once he came back from his injury or whatever, that he just, after getting that deal, after we took that flyer on him and he played really well the year before, that really this year his effort kind of phoned it in, especially when he came back from his injury. And this was Yzerman saying, like, ship up or ship out. Now, attaching a second-round pick to it, a little egregious. I think you just put that guy on waivers.
Listen, there was a report the other day. What was the guy's name? Shapiro? What was his first name, Kenny?
Sean Shapiro.
Shapiro. And Steve, basically the Sharks fell out of their chair, thought they were getting pranked, and they would have claimed them off waivers. They were first in the order anyways, and you never had to give the second-round pick.
Yeah. I mean, you got Justin Hall you're still paying. Still to this day, why Jeff Petrie? Why did we ever trade for him? I mean, I like some of our young defensive prospects. Edmondson is going to be great, and Johansson's going to be pretty good too, but I'm not really optimistic about a team making that push into the playoffs. I know some of us want to be competitive. I'm fine if we make it to the playoffs next year because every year we keep raising that competitive floor, but I can't see us making that dent into the playoffs if we're relying on big minutes from Albert Johansson. I think Edmondson is a little bit better than a rookie. I mean, I think he will play at the very least like a top 4 role, and he'll deliver on that, and that won't be too much to expect of him. But I don't know. I think we need him to be a top 2 guy. And
well, that's the whole point.
To do that.
And, Steve, that's the issue in all of this is Wallman, if you don't love him, okay, he's not a first-pairing guy. He's, by all accounts, a second-pairing guy. You have gotten rid of some experience. You are turning it over to rookies. I understand. Every Red Wing and Tiger prospect is the greatest prospect ever. The reviews are in. They're all beautiful. The point is you're probably not making a playoff chase with Mo Sider and a daycare center.
And that's why I don't hate the Trouba idea either, is you add a little bit of leadership, a little bit of veteran presence, a guy who's been there, played playoff games, can kind of navigate the young players in the right direction. That's why it's not the worst idea I've ever heard.
Thank you. Oh, you know what? From a hockey snob like yourself, I'm going to take that as a compliment.
But you know what? This is where people call it, oh, you can't get Trouba because this, that, and the... Why not? Why not? He's kind of a dirtbag, and that's a good thing, by the way. That's a compliment.
Oh, you mean exactly what the Wings need?
Yes.
Because the Wings are pretty soft?
Yes, absolutely, and the veteran leadership.
And the whole idea is, yes, I made one assumption on Trouba, that he's from Rochester, and the Wings wouldn't be on his blocked list. Yesterday in the New York papers, they want his 15 teams. They're moving him.
Right.
I don't know. And if you're going to play the two kids in Johansson and Palika, fine. Then you stack it next to a guy making the $8 million for the next 2 years. You cost average it out, and it looks a hell of a lot better.
No, it does, Mike, but I need you just to stop talking about it. Because when things happen in silence is when they happen around here with Isaac.
You're 100% right.
So you know what? Walleye.
Also, Evan pointed this out to me before the show, is we started talking about Allmark. Allmark gets moved, we're out. We started talking about Saros. Saros got moved, we're out. So let's start talking about John Gibson. Let's bring him in.
Kenny, I think you need to reconsider. I think he can help this team
He can definitely help this team. Definitely bring him here. Definitely don't move him to a different team.
Asset, you know what? He'll stand. We will start goalieing people.
He's a brick. Well, he's the next Nikolai Hobby-Bolin.
There you go.
You done?
Walleye for you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, walleye, I think.
Let's go to Billy, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hello.
How are you, Bill?
Doing all right, thanks. Look, we just struck out on goalies this year, and Gibson's the bottom of the chili pot. I think we need to pivot and specifically target right defense, because something that no one's really talking about is Mo Seider had the toughest matchups, like out of all of the NHL. So if we could get a Matt Roy or a Brett Pesce to take off like just some of those tough defensive zone matchups, maybe we can unlock Mo Seider a little bit.
All right, Kenny, what do you want to do here? Is this if it's Stamkos and Gibson, and then one of Billy's suggestions here? I mean, what is going to make you guys happy, Billy?
I'm partial to Roy. I think that was a good idea by Billy.
Yeah, I'm not. Roy or Pesce, either one, and Stamkos, just stay away from Gibson. Sorry, Kenny.
No, I'm with you. I 100% agree with
Billy,
you.
you
That
don't
was
get it.
sarcasm.
Kenny Cott hates John Gibson more than world hunger. You don't get it.
So like I would have done Markstrom, Allmark, or Saros in that order, but we just got to pivot, and I think the strategy this year is be just good enough defensively to outscore your problems, and whether that's Roy or Pesce on the back end and Kane or Stamkos up top, that's the route I would go.
Yeah, Billy, look, we're all in lockstep here. I mean, there's nothing about John Gibson, whether it's the 6.4 AAV, whether it is his numbers primarily the last 5+ years, and really he's just not all that different than Husso or Lyon or anyone you've been trotting out there. No, it is puzzling.
And on Trouba, I'm not a fan of Trouba, but maybe we ship out Kopp. He used to play in New York. He's got less money but more term. Trouba's got more money but less term. Maybe that's the only way I would really go after Trouba, is if we could get some way of getting out of Kopp's contract.
That strikes me as more of an NHL 24 trade. I don't think New York would have.
I think New
any
York
interest
saw
in
plenty, and you took them off their plate and go, thank you for playing. Yeah, no, but the hockey news today reporting Wings are going to be buying people out. None of it. Look, the reality is none of us have a clue.
All right.
None of us. The fact is, a lot of people believe Stamkos is coming here, and a lot of people keep reporting John Gibson, Kenny Cott, jersey T-shirt. I don't know.
You better not buy me that jersey T-shirt.
It's absolutely
It
happening.
will not happen. I will not wear it.
Yes, you will. But the minute Gibson comes here,
he'll have one good game. Wear the damn T-shirt, Kenny.
Strike up the band. All right, we'll go to John. He'll get the last word, and then we got to get to who said it. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, what's up, man?
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Before I say anything, just want to say happy Friday to all you guys, and may the Lord be with you all.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna get to the Pistons real quick.
Yes, sir.
Apparently, not only do we have a problem with bringing superstars here now, apparently we have a problem with bringing coaches here. Because I just heard about it this morning on Bleacher Report that James Frango, is that his name?
Borrego.
He was
Yes.
Yeah, Borrego. Yeah. Apparently, he decided not to come here. I'm just like, oh, geez. I was like, well, this is not getting any better.
No, hold on. Here's the thing. I mean, John, reality is you're taking over a 14-win team. You're probably going to be fired before they're ready to win. You know, Borrego clearly has a history with Langdon. He already had a terrible, he went to Charlotte, was okay. They still fired him. You know, I think you're better off going with a developmental coach, somebody who's never coached in the league. I like Cookies was talking about JB Bickerstaff. To do what? Get fired in 18 months?
Yeah, Mike. It just, I know you heard this a million times, but growing up seeing the Pistons go to work, Pistons winning championships and constantly It sucks, man. It really hurts the city a lot. It's just, it's embarrassing,
awful.
man.
It is.
It's terrible.
But John, yeah, I think that whoever you bring here, unless you are going to be extremely patient, they're going to be fired in 2 years because this team's not going to do anything.
That's the thing. James Borrego went, what? You're bringing in Zach LaVine? I'll pass. I'll sit on the beach.
So you actually you want to be not this Pistons coach coming up, the one after.
Atta, baby.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
You want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through June 30th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and for just $15 a month more, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead, binge some shows, stream some movies, and save money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offers requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $56 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
All right, we do it every week at this time. It is largely nonsense and brutally difficult. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess who the hell said it. It is time for Who Said It. All right, David. Oh, well, everybody's rolling in here. We got John Gibson joining us from Anaheim. No. Sit him next to Kenny.
Actually, yes. Yes, you want him here, Ken.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
I have a 6 handicap.
Right.
All right, here we go.
And you have to hit the ball long to do that, man.
Okay, can we move forward?
You want to go to somebody that you trust, and you got to believe that he would have as much trust in Steve Yzerman as you're going to find if you're leaving from one team going to another.
Sounds like Joe Biden.
Medicare.
It was just all over the place. Can you say it again?
Yeah. Medicare.
Watch that be me, Evan.
You want to go to somebody that you trust, and you got to believe that he would have as much trust in Steve Yzerman as you're going to find if you're leaving from one team going to another.
David, do I have your permission to go, it's Gator, it's got to be Gator?
You can do whatever you want, sir.
That's what I'm going then.
I'm going to say John.
I'm going to say John as well. And I don't know why, Mike, because I know you're going to ask next.
Yeah, no offense. That's a logical question.
and I'm giving you a logical answer.
All right, so this is a Stamkos reset, right? It has to be.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's a trade, and you're familiar with the other GM, the one that won the cup for him.
Shots fired.
Just going to ignore that. That's fine. That's fine.
Does Ken Holland get the credit next year if Edmonton wins?
No, okay.
There you go.
Leave it alone. He's Gator. You're going John. You said John as well?
I did, yes.
I'll
David's dying back there.
It's an ongoing rivalry between Evan and Kenny. So, so you wonder where this comes from.
To answer your question, Evan, yes, Ken Holland will get the credit.
All right, let's just move it along. I'll go with Gator. Just come on. Who said it?
Yes.
You know what that's called, buddy?
Word soup.
Yes.
Number 2. You have the opportunity to start really building that core, because the core that you think that you have, you really don't.
Oh.
One more time.
Oh, boy.
You have the opportunity to start really building that core, because the core that you think that you have, you really don't.
Okay, I'm freely admitting to you, that sounds like me talking about the Pistons.
See, I thought it was me talking about the Pistons.
I thought it was Rico talking about the Pistons.
I thought it was Gator talking about
no.
the Pistons.
This is not good, guys.
This is a car crash.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be cookies because he thinks they've already got the 85 Lakers.
Yeah, I know. Add that one piece, you're getting over the hump.
We got to help Cade. Why?
I think I said it.
It sounds like something one of the two of you would have said.
Because we doubt that the core is here.
Exactly.
All right, so Mike's choosing Mike. Rico's choosing Rico.
I'll guess him and he can guess me.
Kenny?
No, and in the day after Black Jobs, I'm going with me.
Kenny?
Black Jobs, I'm going with Rico.
I'm still going with Gator.
David, who said it?
My man, Black Jobs. There you go.
And this was regarding the Tigers. We were talking trading school
ball. Oh, okay. Well, we all know. I mean, they're the best team in baseball, according to some. All right, David, go ahead.
One is a free agent until the end of the year, and another is under your team control for the next couple of years.
That's Flaherty and Scooble. But that's such a nothing statement.
Jim Costa. I'm going with Jim Costa.
I'm going Mike Valenti. Nothing statement. No, I'm kidding.
If something screams Valenti.
One more time, David.
One is a free agent until the end of the year, and another is under your team control for the next couple of years.
I'm going to say, stating the facts, not an opinion, Doug Karsh.
Ooh, that's good logic. I like that quite a bit. I was thinking Gov, but no, I'm going to switch to Doug. That's good.
Yeah, I was thinking Costa because he was being real stern with it and matter of fact, and you got to make this deal.
Well, hold on. Is there a tone to this, David, or is Evan just pretending?
I hear a tone.
You can hear whatever you want to hear.
See? What's the vibe that he was giving off?
It's not helpful.
Costa.
All right.
We're all in?
Yeah.
Close. I was close. Same show. Wait. Has Kang been on this weekend?
No,
Kang's off all week, yeah.
Okay, I was just like, okay. All right.
Rico, really observant this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, if you'll collect it, he'll talk about it. All right, what, David, please.
It's
Medicare.
It's really up to.
He did kill Medicare.
I killed Medicare. Out.
It's really up to Scott Harris. You know what? I can't.
All right, okay.
I'm trying not to look at you all. I'm still.
Okay.
Dude, imagine him competing in that senior club championship.
David,
He's going to dominate.
David, how are you enjoying your...
All right, here we go.
Yes.
It's really up to Scott Harris to figure out, all right, with what we have in the organization, are we really going to be able to get to the finish line?
That is definitely not me. I would not use those terms. Finish line.
Doug Karsh is a big finish line guy.
Might
He always
be.
has A, B, and C.
One more time, David, real quick.
It's really up to Scott Harris to figure out, all right, with what we have in the organization, are we going to be able to get to the finish line?
That sounds more like Cookies kind of saying, you know what, Scott, do your job. Do you have enough to get there? Very judgmental.
But the problem is, Jim basically doesn't want to talk about the Tigers. And then anytime they might try, they start doing the walleye thing.
No, but I'm saying it's just a quick it's a quick sniper shot before he gets wall-eyed. That's it. That's me. You can go somewhere else.
All right, here's my question. Is this too critical for Doug Karsh?
I don't think so. I'm leaning Karsh as well.
Yeah, because I think it's kind of taken out of context.
You know
too.
what?
Yeah.
I'm going Cookies because I've already got two of these already.
Right, you're on
I got
free
two.
roll.
Yeah.
I got two, and you don't have any, and I can beat you in this. I have two.
I have a 6 handicap.
Well, it went from 6 to 8 really quick.
Yes, it did.
I'll say Doug. Go ahead. Who said it? Yes.
Let's go.
Black Jobs.
Black job. Yelling that for no reason.
I got one more for
Go ahead. Let's go.
Yes.
All right, last
Let me
one.
see a horse at Saratoga this year named Black Jobs. The world needs it.
I'd bet on it.
We can't even figure out what is meant by Black Jobs. Doesn't even make sense.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead, Dad.
He's a GM that spins and spins well, and he gives up prospects to get guys. That's his formula, and people bite with him with trades all the time, and he usually ends up winning.
Doesn't that feel like Dombrowski conversation?
100% it does.
God. Was that Cookies?
No.
Kind of explaining to you
It sounds like
why
Gator
he's
then.
right.
I'm going to guess Gator because he's just laying out facts.
See, I'm gonna go back to the well with Cookies. It's why he's right and why you're not.
Okay, Kenny.
I was leaning Gator just because of what Evan said. Basically, is he's stating the facts, and that's all. I'll go with Gator.
Were they juxtaposing GMs? Like I don't.
No, because the Phillies were in town, so they were probably reminiscing.
Right. So you got into a deep dive on how Dombrowski's different than Harris. Yeah, one of them wins.
Yeah, that's very true.
All right.
Damn you, Dave Dombrowski.
I mean, is it Cookies?
I hear Cookies and kind of.
Is he trying to teach John about baseball?
Yeah.
Like, is that what it is?
Yeah, like I'm right. Don't
round
question
ball,
me.
round
This is
bat.
why they have the seams, okay?
Don't question me.
David, who said it?
Rico, you're close on the I'm right, don't question me. Wrong guy.
Oh.
Well, you know he hosts the show, and the other guys just sit there and listen to him because he's good. They aren't allowed to speak unless he says they can speak. Kind of how we are with Mike. When Mike allows us to speak, we can speak.
Oh, he told you that too, huh?
Yeah,
I haven't been told I'm breaking the rules.
We're just David and I are just happy we have our black jobs. Just saying, Mike, you're never allowed to go out of town, or else we can't speak.
Oh, are you done?
No.
I've stayed quiet. All right, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specialized in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's very simple. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They advocate for you. They will guide you and create a plan to take on the IRS. Save your time, save your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. You will never have to deal with the IRS again.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons made a move today, taking on an expiring contract in exchange for draft capital for the second time in as many days. Detroit acquired Tim Hardaway Jr. and 3 second-round picks from the Mavs for Quentin Grimes. The trade costs about $10 million against the cap, leaving the Pistons with an estimated $50 million. The Pistons' reported favorite coaching candidate, James Borrego, the associate head coach for the Pelicans, has removed himself from consideration for the job. Other names reportedly high on the Pistons list: Mavs assistant Sean Sweeney, T-Wolves assistant Micah Nori, and former Cavs head coach J.B. Bickerstaff. The first round of the NHL draft is tonight, with the Wings picking 15th. Most mocks have Detroit taking a winger or power forward type. Tigers at Angels tonight, right here on 97.1, first pitch at 9:38. And Oakland star turned March Madness sensation Jack Golke, he signed a tryout contract with the Thunder today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Donald Sterling. Hey, are you still enjoying Clipped? Did you watch all of it?
No, I got the final 2 episodes to go.
All right. I still don't know that I can bring myself to watch that.
I mean, I am enjoying it, but as I tried to tell David,
I know.
It's not about it's the storyline. It's not the characters that they're playing.
Got it.
But, Ed O'Neill.
He does a good job.
He does a really good job.
Of playing a world-class scumbag. All right, Odyssey.com rewind if you want the Red Wings conversation. Hockey news, John Gibson and Steve Stamkos. That's your offseason according to Hockey News. Now, again, a lot can happen between now and when we talk to you Monday at 2. Kenny is hoping that's the case. We have a couple other issues we wanted to sort out today, one of which, and again, while the whole world was watching the debate last night, that's why we've had fun with. This was your presidential debate last night. The Detroit Tigers actually played a baseball game. And a couple things really jumped out to you. A, Flaherty got beat up. Now, this is bad. We all know that this organization probably didn't have the guts to trade Tarek Skubal. But Flaherty's good as gone. He got beat up. I'm not going to say lit up. He pitched well for about 3 innings, and then it fell apart pretty quick. No more of that now, Jack. We need to get value from you. But what happened to the Tigers last night, while the train wreck of the presidential debate was on, may have represented the low point in your season. Not only falling 7 games under 500, but the Angels called up a guy from AAA who had a 6 ERA. Not some great prospect, not somebody anyone's excited to see. What is it, Clive Daniel or whatever his name is? And all this guy proceeded to do, in the words of LeBron, was throw not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 shutout innings. In fact, as Jeff Rieger texted us, this bum made history on your ass. First player in history to pitch 8 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts or more, 4 hits or less. And of course, he did it to you. Does last night represent both a low point for America and a low point for your baseball team?
Well put.
Did literally both sides of the aisle and the Detroit baseball Tigers all dead cat bounce together? Because, Rico, listen, it's one thing, all right, the year's not going to go the way that any of us had hoped. I think people like Rieger, Cookies, and you, me, we're all upset because I think some of this was avoidable had they gone out and gotten some bats. Mm-hmm. Now we're looking at Akil Baddoo every day, and you're left going, who were we blocking exactly? Mm-hmm. Colt Keats back to being bad again. Torkelson's probably never playing here. The point is, This team continues, and it's this weird underreported thing. But outside of their 11 and 13 run eruptions in the last month, are you looking at the scores every night, people?
Yeah.
It's like a computer program where there's only zeros and ones. They can't score.
Getting shut out by Davis Daniel, not good.
Missed bowling league, Davis Daniel.
It's the only thing that I'll give them, and I said it before, is occasionally. No, not that. I'm keeping that. Is that it was his first time pitching in the majors. So a lot of first-time people, whether pitchers or hitters, have that spectacular first game because no one knows what to expect. And then the second time around, they come back and fall back to being, you understand why they were in the minor leagues.
Is this their low point, though, on the year? They started a 10-game road trip that A.J. Hinch said was very important. They had a bad taste in their mouth from the homestand. It's been going very poorly. They had a terrible month of June. The offense has absolutely cratered. And, Rico, you're playing a terrible Angels team. They're one of the 4 or 5 teams. That's it. That's all that's worse than you in baseball right now.
Yeah.
And you start the road trip by letting this bum make history.
I think the low point came just a few days ago, Mike.
What was that?
The triple play.
Okay, all right, you might win. All right, okay.
No, but this is just icing on the cake because it was like, seriously, you were at home. What was the crowd noise got in the way?
No, it was terrible. It was terrible. It was embarrassing. But I had to ask. I just thought it was ironic that while
no, this is bad.
The country was just sitting here going, "We've dead cat bounced together." Your baseball team did the same thing. It was a battle of sadness.
And I think for most Tiger fans, probably just didn't even stay up that late.
It's not even probably. They didn't. And they don't have to. They shouldn't. No, let us waste our life.
But you know what you can do? Oh, no, I was going to say you can listen. It's free.
It is. Yes. Yes, David.
Could you imagine you're in this area, you're a Detroit fan, Detroit resident, and you're watching the debate and you say, let me get away from this for a second, maybe get some positivity. And you turn to the Tigers.
And you're getting dominated.
And you're getting destroyed by this guy. Like, this is really bad, okay?
Right.
I wasn't expecting.
You're like, did Ohtani come back? Is he pitching?
No.
No,
but it just does speak to, and again, I understand, Jim Bowden is not Jesus Christ superstar. I get it. But the reports this week that they're getting calls on Skubal, Flaherty's gone. I really hope I see some reports that they're fielding offers because I don't know where it's headed other than nowhere. I mean, truthfully.
No.
And what I can't stand is, now it's what? Scott Harris will be let off the hook because, we didn't know Torkelson would be bad. No, he operated that everything was going to work and there'd be no injury.
See, and I think that's the frustration is just, you know what? It's okay. Made a mistake. We're going to try to fix this. I counted on some people. They didn't live up to our expectations, so now we're going to have to pivot.
Or he doubled down.
And they're doubling down and then tripling down. And no, you just don't know. We're going to be blocking people. And, hey, have you seen Veerling? You seen Veerling? Okay. Have you seen Green? Seen Green?
Listen,
okay.
Riley Green is a really good ball.
No, but I'm saying it's like they're a new poster child every week rather than just saying, you know what, guys? You see what we see.
Here's the thing, though.
We're not happy about this.
Everybody keeps throwing Mark Canha in the trade pile. He hasn't hit since May 1st. Mark Canha is putting up Javi Baez numbers since May 1st. Go look. Yeah. Flaherty got rocked last night. Like this has got to at least stabilize in certain levels, or this trade deadline is going to be really scary for people. I'm just saying. So yeah, I was watching the debate, had the Tigers, and I'm like, wow, is this really happening? And again, Flaherty pitched okay early. All right, yet another scoreless snoozer. And okay, 1-0. All right, no big deal. All right, 2-0 now. We gave up a bomb to Miguel Sano. All right, no problem. Still doable.
But wait,
there's more. 5-0, turn the lights out. Then I just follow on my phone, and I'm going, oh, my God, this dude's going to go complete game shutout on them? You got to be kidding me.
Knowing you, did you kind of wish that happened?
Yes.
Guilty.
I know.
No.
I
Yes.
know my friend.
Yes.
I know my friend.
No, I've reached full Latte Larry stage
when
with
it
them.
hit, okay, he made it out the eighth. He wants a complete game shutout.
Like, if it would force change or get them to actually, like, get off their ass and do something, I hope they get shut out and continue them. I don't even care anymore. It's disgusting to watch. And then the minute they pop up out of their mole hole and score 11, they're the first ones to tell you, well, we're averaging 4 runs a game. That's not how it works.
Okay, looks like they're overdue. Which game this weekend is the game that they score?
Well, considering
8 or
Zach
more runs?
Plesac has an ERA north of 8, tonight could be the night.
Tonight. Okay.
One problem, the dead body of Maeda's on the mound.
You know what? Let's have some fun. Which game do they score 8 or more runs this weekend? Because you know they got one in them.
No.
They always do.
They don't do it.
You're saying no.
No, they don't. They don't do it. No, please.
Well, looks like Reese Olson.
Canning is middling. He pitches on. So let me see here.
No, it's Reese Olson. They don't like scoring for him. So
Yeah,
I'm going to go Sunday.
Anderson's been good for him. So I would say tonight.
I'm going to go Sunday. Sunday will be the explosive day for runs.
You're right, because it has been cosmic where they've lit up some decent arms. I don't know. I don't care. The whole point is I think I'm more depressed about the Tigers than I am the debate. At least the debate provided some comedy. It's not funny. Flaherty pitching bad on an extra day rest. When he hasn't quite been the same Flaherty, that's a problem. And now, I mean, come on, man. Offensively speaking, when you pull up a 15-game run and 13 of them are ones and zeros, what are we doing here? Like, at what point does one of the 17 hitting coaches they have lose their job? Seriously, they have 3 hitting coaches.
Right.
I've never heard of that before.
But you can't hit. Yeah.
So when does one of that, like, I understand I've probably reached spite phase, but you just go, wait a minute. Are we seriously just going to ride this into oblivion?
You want to know why? I think because at this point, even if you fired one, what's it going to change?
I don't know. It's just.
I mean, you would have to clean house if you really wanted to make a statement. If you just, David, because if you brought the other 2 back, you're still not hitting.
I still believe
the words in the room haven't changed. You just got rid of a voice.
My heart of hearts, I still look at it and I go, okay, you don't have a first baseman. You don't have a third baseman. You don't have a shortstop. Now, if Keith goes to first and Young, once he's healthy, moves back to second when you call him up, all right.
So let me clarify that. You don't have a second baseman.
Well, you would play Young there because that's what he is, even though they're teaching him third. Your outfield is weak. Like, so my point is I still come back to the Scooble conversation. And it's just hard to avoid it. Because, look, man, Max Clark's not going to be here for years. You know, McGonigal's not going to be here for years. And we don't even know if those guys are any good.
Well,
if I have to hear another stat line from, single A rookie camp, I don't want to hear
and
it.
Look, I know Scooble wasn't going to come out and say, hey, I want out of here. But when Rieger asked him that question earlier this week, he had an opportunity to just kind of say, guys, I'm a Tiger. Okay.
And I get it. And you're right. You're being fair. You're not killing him.
No.
But you have a right to say, geez, it would have been nice if he said, hey, man, I hope I pitch my whole career here.
Yeah, I'm a Tiger, and I plan on being a Tiger for a while. That's, whatever happens, but I plan on being here.
248-539-9797. David, we'll get a few ticket texts. Rico has a college football update. We do have a blitz to get to. And again, if you want the hockey layout, we also covered the Pistons trade. Odyssey.com rewind. Rico, go.
Specs at LTU can help you get that career going in radio, TV, or graphic design artist, and you're looking to take that next step. Specs at LTU is there, and they're ready for you. Classes will be starting this fall. So what do you need to do? Well, you need to be curious. You need to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Taught right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. With the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. But as I stated before, classes are getting ready to start in the fall. You need to head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to get your name on the roster to make sure that you are in class for day one in the fall. ltu.edu/specs. And when you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Summer driving season is here. Combination of traffic, 18-wheelers, construction, and, well, these floods and nonsense. Look, it's Michigan, and there's problems. So if you're injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminini on his team, ready to help you right now. And David, he doesn't take a fee until you win your case. You could speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. Hey, quick before we'll get a few phone calls. We also got some ticket texts coming in. Do you see this report coming out of Golden State? I know we talked about Andrew Wiggins being maybe a dead body you could take on, get a few picks as the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Warriors are trying to trade Chris Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Well, they pushed back his,
to try to trade him. Rico, $30 million. He's 40.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't want him, who the hell's in the market for a 40-year-old expiring point guard where, by the way, that Chris Paul actually show up? It ain't like Chris Paul's going to go play for the Wizards.
There's one team, Mike, that I think.
Oh, the Lakers?
Yeah. He always wanted to be a Laker. I could see the Lakers doing. Come on. We're talking the Lakers.
I don't know
Lakers
how it would
don't make
work
smart
with the cap.
decisions.
I don't know how it would work with the cap. You'd have to dig into the actual cap table. I'm not laughing at you, but, man, it's too late in the week. I ain't doing that kind of math. All right, let me get David, then we'll go to the phones. That's on you, Mr. Harvard. You leave me out of that. David, ticket text. What do you got for me?
You just hate to see it with Chris Paul. The Tigers game was
Why do
the
you
worst.
hate Chris Paul?
I watched Flaherty get shelled and a no-talent offense struggle again against someone who should be working at the Kmart. This team is terrible.
And again, I think their record has been fake all year long. Your pitching was so spectacular, unsustainably glorious. You're not a 37-44 team. You're actually much worse.
For the first time in my life, I hate a Detroit team. Can't stand the GM, can't stand the manager, and I actually know why Javi is the shortstop, because the other options wouldn't play for Wayne State.
Hope it's comfy.
That will never get old.
No.
I was going to let you know.
But the idea, like Rico
Flex.
said, David, the fact that, look, if you believe that, hey, you say it loud and proud, start of the year, hey, no, we don't want to block anybody. We like our young core. We didn't want those people. For him to go on that nonsense podcast with Benetti and double down on it and talk about how, well, the free agents the fans wanted aren't performing. Who? J.D. Martinez? He's playing like Babe Ruth. Matt Chapman, still going to be a 6-WAR player. Cody Bellinger with an 800 OPS? Who? Oh, you could say it. It doesn't make it true. That's before you get to, like, how did the Padres find Jurickson Profar for $10? The guy's going to be an all-star. You gave us Mark Canha, who might be Harvey Baez in a skin suit. Go look at the numbers. Sorry. I'm calm. It's Friday. Everything's fine.
You're on fire.
Hey, David, go ahead.
Someone's texting saying, yes, the 4th of July sales are starting. Can we start our 4th of July sale and sell Scooble?
This is a personal opinion. I'm not looking to get into a fight with anybody. I'm a big fan of setting the market. So I'm not waiting to let other people dictate prices and terms. If I go out and I'm Scott Harris, I'm going to set the market. I've got Jack Flaherty, who's one of the most attractive, not last night withstanding, expiring arms for your pennant chase.
Mistakes were made.
And we go out there and you set the market. The Scooble thing. Like, I love how people think that the deadline, dude, you don't have to wait until July 30th to make a deal, July 31st. You can make a deal at any point right now.
You could have
after
made a
4th
deal.
of July.
Yeah, you could have made a deal weeks ago, months ago, if you really wanted to.
And that's my point, is that, look, if you're sellers, get out there early, go get the best assets, be done with it.
Yeah, because I think all it would take is one leak report from some anonymous national writer, and that's when all your top teams are going to say, whoa, Tigers getting ready to make that deal. What's the package we're going to put together? Let's call Detroit, and let's try to get Scooble here.
I mean, I'll give you an example. I mean, and again, the Yankees are falling apart, and their pitching is falling apart. Garrett Cole's velocity is down. Rodon stinks. Do you really trust that Luis Gil is going to be the Cy Young candidate? Marcus Stroman in a playoff series? Like hell, he doesn't even meet the height requirement. The point is,
because you got offense, but you just don't have pitching.
I'd call the Yankees in a heartbeat. I mean, if I said to you right now, guys, that the Yankees called up and offered you Jason Dominguez, the Martian, right? Offer you Peraza, who's their best shortstop prospect, not named Anthony Volpe, and your choice of call it any two guys you like in Double-A or High-A. A 4-player package where 2 of the players could play for you right now. One at short, and obviously Dominguez just hurt his oblique, but he would play in the outfield for you right now. Or if you don't like him, Spencer Jones. I don't know. I'm just making a point. These teams, Baltimore needs pitching. Yankees need pitching. Braves, Spencer Strider is dead and he's not coming back. Now, you're not going to deal with the Guardians. You're not, but they do need pitching. But I'm making a point. There are plenty of teams that are desperate. And the Yankees have to keep Juan Soto. So Tarek Skubal's team control would be very, 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 very attractive to the New York baseball Yankees. Guys, if you thought the debate was bad, you should have watched the Tigers. No, but that's the point, is that it's up to the president of baseball operations. Do your job. I don't think standing by and idling is really the move here, because I don't know what people think is coming up to help you. All right, you want to tell me that you're going to jettison one of your catchers and Dylan Dingler will get a shot? Okay. That's not Adley Rutschman. That's not Will Smith.
Right.
All right, Young might come up when he's healthy. Fine. He can't play third. He can't. He has 12 errors in 41 games.
Yeah, that was so telling in that article that maybe keep him from coming up. Just the fact that, you don't have any place to play him because you already have Henry Malloy as DH.
Hey. He can get sent down too. That guy's rocking about a 50% strikeout rate, which is also part of what was in the scouting report.
At some point, Mike, you got to let your core cook.
Yeah, they cooking. They cooking that gruel. All right, David, go ahead.
Tiger fans, we need to prepare ourselves. We are a couple of seasons away from doing a third straight iteration of a rebuild.
No, I'm not ready to say that. Now, that's not fair. Let's get to the people. Go to AJ, 97.1. Hi, AJ. How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
Talk to me. What's on your mind?
So I want to offer a trade proposal for Skubal because I've been convinced. I was on the side of not trading Skubal, but after last night, I've totally flopped. Because if I have to see another two-headed monster at shortstop of Ryan Kreidler and Zach McKinstry, I might drive into oncoming traffic here. But I just can't take it, man. You have to get bats. You have to. It's ridiculous. Getting shut out 8 innings from a nobody.
It's insane.
I mean, come on, dude. So my proposal would be you send Skubal to Baltimore. Baltimore gives you a guy like Heston Kjerstad or one of their young bats that are in the majors that can make an impact now. You get a guy like their stud catcher that's not going to come up anytime soon because of Adley Rutschman.
Well, Basalo?
Right? Yeah. Yep. Baltimore has so many things they could package to get a guy that's probably going to win the AL Cy Young. You ship off Jack Flaherty right now at this moment because he may get worse, and you can't risk that, right? You get whatever you can for him now. You ship off Matt Vierling. You ship out Mark Canha for a box of donuts or something. I don't know. You got to just ship everyone out. This is just get anything you can to have some sort of young core, because who's our young core right now? Riley Green? Is that it?
AJ,
you're
making a ton of sense, except the problem is you are making sense. You don't work for the organization because they truly believe in the pieces that they have, and they think that we just need time to let them develop. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know if they're right or wrong, but yes, it seems like they should just broom everything out, bring in some real core pieces, and really hit this reset hard. I don't think that's going to happen.
So when is the last time a team has had back-to-back number 1 picks both be utterly trash?
Oh boy, I'd have to look through.
Like,
I mean, I know.
That is ridiculous.
I know. I mean, there's a ton of bad ones.
Torkelson can't hit a fastball down the plate. Casey Mize couldn't pitch his way out of a sandwich. I don't know.
No, and you're right. Back to back, I'd have to research it. But the Mark Appels and the Matt Bushes, and there have been plenty of bad ones. But no, back to back, AJ, I don't have that answer offhand, brother. I don't. And look, I'm not ready to close the door on Mize. I think he could be a back of the rotation guy. If we're holding him to the standard of being 1-1, you're right. He's a failure. But can he be useful for me for cheap? Yes. Again, guys, there is value in the fact that I wouldn't have to go out and pay $14 million a year for dead guy Maeda. See, this is the whole thing. By the way, Mike Lorenzen, you found him last year. You traded him to Texas. Hooray, hooray, hooray. The guy makes like $10 and he's doing it again for Texas. You paid 4 times that to bring Maeda in. There's value to having it. But look, I don't, you would have to call the Orioles and find out. And again, they may not be willing to give up Asalo, and then I hang up the phone on them, and I'm not trading them Scooble. I'm with him. I mean, I don't know that I want Kierstead. He had that heart problem. He's also older. He's like 26. They just called him up, though,
No,
and he plays.
but the good news is, Mike, there's multiple teams that would be interested in.
Yeah, big time.
So you know what? If you want to offer me garbage, then good. I'll just trade them to the
I'll
Yankees.
find someone
I'll trade
else.
them to Atlanta.
Right.
Yeah.
Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. It's simple. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product, because it's in stock in their warehouse right down the road. Show up, buy it, get it, build it. It's that easy. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Deck season is here. They'll find someone to build that deck for you. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. So all you need to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
And David's computer just exploded. Listen, summer road trip season, it's here. If you're preparing to take a nice trip, check out Moran Buick GMC to find the right vehicle. 24 GMC Sierra Crew Cab, $310 a month. They got the Buick Encores in, $222 a month, 36 months, no employee discount required as well. Moran, everything's in stock, including Yukons and Denali's. Lord knows there were years you couldn't find any of it. Bottom line, stop in MoranExpress.com for the certified service. Get the free loaner. It's always fast, always easy. MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. think if anything came out of today, it would be the magical drops from the presidential debate. It was just tremendous. Free agency bonanza Monday. NBA, NHL. We'll see if Hockey News has got it right and whether Kenny's nightmare takes place. And the Wings offseason is John Gibson with a side dish of Steve Stamkos.
Who adds more free agents, Wings or Pistons?
Wings.
Pistons already got one. Well, that was a trade.
Yeah, no, like I said, just wait for the dead body of Zach LaVine to fall out of the sky.
I'm thinking Wiggins.
Listen.
Either way, who cares? Potato.
I don't know what's going to happen, but for my friend Kenny, I need the Wings to do something spectacular because he is losing it in here.
He is.
No, I need him to go and get John Goodman or whoever that is.
John Gibson.
John Goodman might be a better goal. He's got the size.
Well, he used to.
He slimmed down?
Yeah.
I didn't know
nimble
that.
now.
Big time.
Good for him.
Big
Okay.
time.
John Gibson it is.
John Gibson. I showed Kenny. I was like, man, look, these Ducks jerseys are discounted. You want a Gibson one, like a little retro? Get that the F out of my face. Like, all right, Kenny, have a nice day.
Saw you two having a deep conversation.
Have a nice weekend. David, go ahead.
Oh, man. Black Jobs, is he talking about the NBA again? That is see it in Ann Arbor. Then someone else says,
I mean, talk about perfect timing. Let's go. We're going to talk NBA. Bang.
Tom says, speaking of black jobs, is Colorado rated so high because of Sanders getting too much hype again?
Yeah, I think it's look, Shador, the media is going to do everything in their power to hype Shador because it draws eyeballs to the TV set. It's Coach Prime. Guys, listen, I understand I'm jaded, but I've been in this business now, it's my entire adult life. All right, so 23 years. You just know the game. Like, you understand what's happening when Joel Klatt tries to tell you that J.J. McCarthy is the second coming of Christ, and now the NFL's telling you kid can't play. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just, you see it every year. It's nothing more than a con artist. That's all it is.
What? Oh, am I live?
Bob.
Is my mic hot?
Bob, I have no problem he was a first-round pick. You know he's not playing this year because he can't play.
That's okay.
Because he doesn't know the other team's plays.
Every rookie quarterback doesn't have to pay.
By the way, guys, I loved John Gibson and Roseanne. He was so good.
Hey.
Okay.
No.
I
will say that
something amazing about that drop reverberating through
Right.
LCA.
No, it's two, not even senior. No. Let me say this: nothing good for America came out of that debate last night.
I disagree.
But
It was very entertaining.
everything good for Detroit radio came out of
Correct.
it.
Listen,
I mean that's all we needed.
I said
we
on
don't
the same
care.
night that our country dead cat bounced, so did the Tigers. It was really remarkable.
On the same night that American democracy collapsed, John Flaherty's trade value collapsed. How about that one? Jack Flaherty.
I can't control him.
Guys, what was higher, the number of lies from last night or the number of black jobs drops today on your show?
Honestly, it's going to be hard to
simulate.
compete. That it might be a push.
First of all, can we clear it up? He did have sex with a porn star, right? That's not even open to debate, is it? I mean, we could.
I mean,
I don't.
I thought so too, but hey.
That honestly, I'm not even kidding. Of all the lies all over the place,
that's the one that bothered me.
That one surprised me because
you know what, Wojo? Unless he didn't count it because she was retired.
That's a good point, Rico.
Or maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's all it was. That
no,
doesn't
I think
count.
We've seen that for a president.
Hey guys, I was thinking about this. I listened to your show today.
Hello.
Are any of those Trump drops going to be in the tournament in the summer? Like
I have to
3
talk.
weeks?
I got to talk Stoney. I let the guys build the bracket with Stoney because it's his bit and Bob's bit. So you guys,
I got a feeling that one made it in the tournament. Just
Dude,
strictly
Trump
off
would love it.
today.
Maybe you guys could get Trump on to unveil the winner.
Rieger,
At least
Rieger,
one would get in.
I think Black Jobs became the Goki. Well, all of a sudden, it just came from nowhere.
No, I do see a
Good for that
final
Golke kid.
a final game showdown between Black Jobs and the chair drop.
Yep.
Oh,
yes.
See, I disagree. I think we got Black Jobs, and can I get an amen?
I mean, listen.
No.
It will be drawn up. We have the date selected. It'll be Stoney, Wojo, me. Rico's going to be sunning and funning on part 2 of his world tour this summer. But we are going to have.
Will I have a black job when I get back?
He's leaving.
Oh, my God.
Can the Doughboy call in again this year? You like the Doughboy, Mike, don't you? Here comes the finger.
You and the Doughboy, man. That's.
Oh, Rico.
No. I've been here.
Does he
and
call
that's,
every year?
Yeah. You might prefer the rye Doughboy, but I like this Doughboy.
All right. Can we please? Let's move it on. What are you doing next? Because I have no understanding of Red Wings draft party at pick 15.
So are we?
This is
hold on.
Sticks,
So are we
guys.
expecting 150,000 people?
No, they're saying 6,000. They are.
Yeah, picks and sticks. They're giving away these hockey sticks that you can pour beer into.
I killed Medicare. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
No,
Bob,
It took me a second to realize, what did he
when
just
that
say?
moment happened and he just went full Mitch McConnell,
Oh,
and then it was,
oh.
I killed Medicare. I'm like, okay, check, please. I think we're done here.
I didn't know whether to run out of my house, go and run straight to Canada, or just keep watching.
Oh, you had to keep watching.
And I kept watching.
The best was the coverage after, like CNN coming
The
on.
post game on both networks was electric.
Yeah, it was. There was no punches pulled. No.
No.
That was not a Bally Sports post game, right? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Hey,
no.
I don't know.
They bombed
According to
Biden.
Mike, it sounds like the Fox broadcast was sponsored by Kool and the Gang and Celebration.
Like last night, I bet you last night on the post game for the Tigers, I'm sure Dan Petrie broke down the Wenzel Perez single in the 8th every which way.
By the way, one thing everybody owes an apology to, and I'm not even kidding about this. Everybody that said just DFA Javi Baez, anybody would be better. No, they have the worst. They found the 2 worst shortstops than Javi Baez.
Oh, you don't like Zach McKinstry?
No, I can't even stand watching those guys anymore. Him and Kreidler.
Ryan Kreis.
Oh my God!
All right.
So apologize to Harvey.
What's coming up next?
We're going to ask what's in worse shape, the country or the Tigers?
Well,
248.
and we're in an NHL arena where there aren't many black jobs, but we'll still talk about that.
Oh, my God. Bob.
What?
No. Rico, I want you to have a great weekend. David, you
What?
were electric today.
Wait, does Rico have a live read
Turn
coming
his
up?
mic off.